Hey everybody, and welcome this week to The Final Station. The Final Station is about 20% resource management and about 80% side-scroller shooter. It tells a pretty compelling story. I like it a lot. It's coming up on the 10-year anniversary. We're at 9 years right now, so won't be too long until this game celebrates its 10-year anniversary. I'm going to be playing through the entirety of the game, and then I'm also going to be playing through the Only Traitor DLC, which is another shorter story DLC along with this game. Anyway, I don't want to hold you here any longer. We're going to start. Save data will be deleted. I have played this before in the past, but that save file is probably like 8 years old now. I haven't played this game in a little while. Okay, so we got some pistol ammo there. So we're starting off where this guy, he is the conductor. This is a little kind of intro opening sequence. We have the ability to shoot or to beat up these guys, which are like zombies, and to also shoot them. We can kill them by hitting them. Don't worry about that. Anything that gets highlighted in white whenever we get near it, we can usually interact with. There are different kinds of these little zombie type creatures. I'm probably going to be calling them zombies, mutants, whatever I can just really think of at the time to call them. You can see we've got a character down there who's like got a cigarette, and it kind of looks like a shotgun. I always maybe thought it was a rifle, but in some kind of like a prison area. And then there's like these guys up in the top right who have like these weird symbols and people with lots of white eyes all standing around one guy in the middle. Lots of weird ambience. If you look up at the top there, you can see there's some moons through the window glass at the very top. We're just kind of exploring here. I'm usually going to take the opportunity to explore absolutely everywhere that I can. Just looting again some pistol ammo. Looks like there's some black gunk out here that this guy was fishing in. More zombies. Sorry, we've got a bit of a slow start here until we can get to the gameplay loop proper. But I've showed everything here in the intro. Now we can kind of go ahead and get done with this little intro sequence and descend. And there's of course a lot of little monster zombie things down here that consume us, and that has been the game. I hope you enjoyed. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, 106th year after the first visitation, and there we are in bed. We just had a horrible nightmare, and we're waking up. Same character. We're a older, balding gentleman, and we're here in a home that looks a lot calmer than the weird cult-like room that we were just in. So I'm just exploring our house here. We don't, like I said, the exposition in this game is really incredible, and I enjoy it a lot. I like our room also has kind of like a green, what do they call that, sepia tint to it. And then the game also like has like a black and whiteness to it, and the times that you see color is like usually pretty comforting. Okay, our first note. All citizens age 16 and over must attend the annual second visitation drill. So, we've talked about a first visitation and a second visitation, and they're calling it a drill here, so probably something with a negative connotation. And we've also seen monsters and cults and stuff. As we enter here, this is like a little superstore. Maybe I almost called it a gas station, but apparently we're earlier today than we usually are, and somebody named Martin isn't here today. He disappeared for all this guy knows. Okay, so probably his boss or coworker or something, because he had to come here and work his hours. Anyway, I believe that this is probably Martin down here, who's snoozing, so that's where he made off to. So you'll notice as I pick things up, sometimes they've got like a dollar amount to them. Those instantly sell and become money in our pocket, if that makes sense. So that whiskey and cigarettes I picked up, which were like 10 and $4, that's now $14 in our pocket. So we've got a note here. Wanted for Guardian construction, they need engineers, mechanics, and builders. 10 years minimal experience required. They get a bunch of good stuff. Metropole, sector accommodation, meals, double pensions are provided. But the ad does not apply to settlers' families. Now, I'm not really a person that usually goes through and talks about every little minute detail in a game like this, but I do want to kind of talk about it because I've had some thoughts about this game as I have been kind of revisiting it in my mind. So anyway, vacation is over, I see. So we must have been on some kind of a vacation, and it's time to enter in back to work. The boss is not here, so there's no need to hurry, but we're going to go ahead and pump the gas here a little bit and get dressed and ready for work. All right. So, you can kind of see we've got this outfit now, which is a similar outfit to like that character. So there's like a number of conductors, presumably around. Okay, so here is another character. Guess I have locked the door by accident. Oh, okay. It was probably locked before you changed, but that's fine. I interact with pretty much every little thing as I come across him. So are you sure this is a good idea? He's not the best train operator. What if something goes wrong? So, like they're obviously talking about us, but you've got like somebody who's uncertain of us and somebody who's like going to come with us. There are these blocker codes. You'll notice we got it now written down on the bottom left of the screen. Those allow us to leave the map that we're on. That'll make more sense as we play through a map or two. Okay, so they installed these new blockers, which is what he's explaining. The boss left us the code in his office. Type it into the panel by the train. Alright, sure thing. And this guy is going to be coming with us wherever we go. Well, for the time being anyway. And you can see our train will be in it for the majority of this game. So we've got these pads, which are beside our train in every level. They like block us into the city that we're in. If that makes any sense. Like I said, it'll make more sense like whenever we have an actual gameplay loop to go through. But for the time being, it's just kind of a thing to get us used to the gameplay loop of that. So here's our train. I guess kind of walking us through things. At the very front here, we've got a computer that we can work on. You can notice that there's a battery number there. Battery is like the maximum number that is good, if that makes sense. And you can see how much we're using that slowly becomes higher over time. It becomes higher because this train is malfunctioning. And I'll show you how to fix those things. But if it gets over 100V, then our passengers start taking damage. You can see also other other operators and machinists that are in our little chat cluster, if that makes any sense. We have the ability to craft items, but we can't do it until, obviously we have the materials to craft them. And then here's a little map which shows you where we are. We're at pretty much the very most north, and we're headed to we're climbing down the northeast side. This guy is going to talk to us while I talk about another gameplay aspect, which, as I mentioned before, the train has little glitches, and we have these like little mini games that, like, we had plus 9 volts there or whatever, and then we just released the shock absorption. Like, there are several mini games that we'll have to complete over time while we're on the train to keep our guys from getting hurt and sick and stuff. And you can see here, there are these resources, foods, and med kits. We can give these to these guys as their HP and hunger goes up and down. So, for example, we have Irvin Jones, an assistant engineer, and he's pretty hungry, so we might as well just go ahead and feed him. And there we go. And you can see a reward. If we get him to his destination, we'll get $250. So we've arrived where we're going to. I'll pretty much use these as soon as they're available, unless I have a reason not to. Because even though we make it to the destination, the health and food of our people still decrease over time. So, like even though, we've made it to our destination, so it's a drain on resources if I don't. So we've got a character here, still calm. You are late, he says. I guess this must be, there's no express train today. Oh, okay, so, there's no express trains wherever we're at, and that guy is that's another passenger of ours. We've got a lady here who asks us how our vacation was. We must be pretty popular in the area if people in towns over next to us know us. So, we're asking about the blocker code because, we needed to leave, but the guy who has it is in town further. This guy is annoyed by how many blockers there are in the area, but you probably didn't notice it because I was yapping, but the guy on the train, who was our first passenger, he actually kind of explains why we have blockers. And, I think it's hard to explain, but, there was a train accident that they're using to justify, the new blockers that are put into effect. So, that's and it killed a couple hundred people or something like that. All right, so she says not now. Let's see what this paper says. I'm off today. The new cashier is awful. Get rid of him and find a new one. Damn, is he really? I guess he's taking a little bit to check those people out. It looks like the woman is actually falling asleep. She's got Z's over her head every once in a while. Yeah, I guess he's probably pretty bad, or maybe the machinery is bad. This was one of the first things I wanted to kind of note. So we've got what I presume to be some kind of Chinese on certain things, and there are 3 different languages in this game. Okay, there are communications problems on the west coast. The areas next to the border of the first contact are unresponsive. We're waiting on details. So there's something going on in the west coast. Thankfully, we're in the northeast, which is pretty far from there. Get up at 6:40, drink a quart of milk, run 5 miles, and repeat every day. Damn, what do they call that? Like where you do the same. What a routine. There we go. All right, this blonde lady. Let's see what she has to say. Why are you distracting me, sir? Sorry, I didn't realize that you were that busy. Yeah, there's 3 different languages in this game. They're Russian, Chinese, and English. And I kind of was thinking about how that plays into the story. We'll talk about that soon enough. I couldn't find approach to Adam. He is just like his father. Speaking of, the developers of this game are Russian, and there's some language, like, not barriers, but there's some weird verbiage sometimes. I couldn't find approach to Adam. He is just like his father. What do we do now? We need to find a detour. I know it is a big bulk, but if we can transfer it out of Ristol, we are set for life. So they've got something in Ristol they're trying to transport to somewhere else. I'm not sure the city that we're in, what the name is. Okay, I believe this is the guy who has the blocker code. He says, sorry, the train slipped my mind. Could you take the key from my suitcase? The code blank is in the locker, but don't steal anything. But basically the blocker code is inside of his locker. We can go ahead and continue to the right here and see what this guy has to say. Need your help. Would you stretch a coin for my beer? A very funny way to phrase it. And I think we're telling him no. And he says, well, the streets are dangerous at night. Keep your head down or something might fall on it. So, we weren't willing to give him $1, but he's like, threatening us now. All right, let's see what this character has to say. He's got suspenders. That's usually, he can't find his car. He's like, what the hell? Okay, there was some stuff to loot in there. Anyway, continuing on. I don't know, what's this guy doing? Came here from Morgenstern, alright, to find these 2 screws unscrewed. Damn, so he came all the way from somewhere to do this work, which was very simple. Hey, at least you probably got paid for it. So, anyway, time to continue back to the train station. Now, I know things are really calm here. We got like a slow ramp up that kind of happens. Blocker code for here. Usually the only thing that's important, like for anything, is the name of the station. Not even really who's in charge of it. Head of Nimlard Station. So that's where we're at, is the Nimlard Station. The town of Nimlard. It's important for understanding what the name of all of these stations are, especially whenever people like cross-reference them. Like that guy who said he was from Morgenstern. Like if we ever end up in Morgenstern, then we'll know what city that was from what he was saying. So if somebody says like, oh, the people in Morgenstern are corrupt, then we get to Morgenstern and we're like, oh, we have to be careful, these guys are corrupt. So we've got a new passenger. He's a little bit hungry, I guess. He says it's even worse on the inside. Damn. Here's another mini game. The other one we just had to pull a lever, but this one we keep all of these bars balanced around the middle. It's really not too difficult. I don't really think that there's anything to super interact with. We can just use like the map to follow the rest of the northeast coast. Really the highlight of these kind of train rides, whenever you're like not too busy juggling like mini games and stuff, is these guys who like kind of talk, and they talk about the story stuff. Oh, we've got a little message on our machine here. Let's see what it says. So we've got an operator, Peter White, who's welcoming us back. We might as well say thank you. And the guy says no planned route changes. However, there are communication problems in the south. I hope the team can fix this. All right, so there's some trouble in the south. Let's look at the map. Yeah, if there's trouble in the west and the south, we're really in the fucking place to be, let me tell you. Oh, and I let the little thing get a little bit out of hand. Let's see. I don't imagine that hurt too much. Yeah, just a little bit of a shave off the HP there. All these guys are talking about is the fact that normal trains are not running on their normal scheduled time, which is not ever changed in the last 20 years. So something big presumably is happening with, the radio silence on the West Coast, communication problems in the South, and like trains no longer running. Very Very odd stuff happening, but we won't really get a grasp on it until here shortly. Alright, it's a rainy day wherever we are now. I don't remember it raining in this game. I guess it does, though, huh? Like I said, this game's now, well, 9 years old, at least at the time that I'm recording this. 10 years old, probably very soon. I need to leave. Michael had some troubles with the patrol. Signed, Amanda. All right, what does this guy have to say? He greets us. The code. Oh, yeah, the code. Well, there was a manual. So this guy doesn't know how to print the code. He doesn't have it printed yet. And he's like, well, listen, just give me a little bit of time and walk around while I figure out how to print it. We've got two what kind of look like army boys here. They tell us to go through this scanner. So we go through it, and there's like a little beep to confirm that, you know, we're good. This place is kind of interesting. We'll see this place in the DLC. Let's see. He says they canceled all tickets to the south, but I need to get back home. It's important. Okay. He says they'll pay. No, money is no issue. Thank you. So we'll never hear us say anything, I guess, except whenever we're like messaging people on the train. But our character never says anything, so we got to kind of like presume what he says based on what other people around us, you know, say that we say, kind of. So this place is very busy. It's a bustling place. How are we going to get there, says this guy. What? No, we need to go north. Okay, well, you guys are just about as north as it gets, so there is food here to buy, and I need to go ahead and take advantage of that, because food is a pretty scarce resource in this game in comparison to most other things. Alright, so this person says the ticket office is closed. All destinations. So again, you know, this is a big train station. You can see how many trains there are here, and they're just completely closed. They're not going anywhere. So something, again, big is happening. Good afternoon. Are you ready with your order? I guess we asked for something that they don't serve. Maybe like a drink, like a margarita or something. Okay, now what does this guy have to say? Garson, can you ask the kitchen where my meat is? All right, I guess we'll get right on that. I think that this guy says he has like a ridiculous order. Did you order the damn triple seared steak? Working on it for hours now. Hours for a triple sear? I don't know. I never have gotten a seared steak, let alone a triple seared, so I don't know if that's very long. This guy says he's not going anywhere. Nobody listens to him at home, but think about this. If we have the Guardian, who's meant to save us in case of a second visitation, then why does Council build those giant underground shelters? So we're getting hints of like not only like a second visitation, you know, it's becoming pretty clear that like at least that's what it seems like the problem is. So what's our solution to a second visitation, right? Well, it seems like there's this thing called the Guardian, which we're not yet too privy to know what it is. Like we don't have any idea what it is. And then there are also underground bunkers. So those will be kind of interesting. There's a guy back there who looks to be injured. And this guy, you know, these two guys just kind of telling us to move along. Looks like they busted something here. I'm not sure. Well, there's a guy with a gun, so obviously something pretty nasty happened here. And he's like, if I see you hanging around here again, you'll join that one on the floor. Jesus God. So I don't know what there is to say about that. I do wonder if it has something to do with that like messages that we saw earlier about moving something out of town, if that makes sense. Let's talk to this guy real quick. I printed out the code. Hope it's all right. Okay, I guess it'll work. Where's Amanda? But what I meant by that earlier was, so we saw that message earlier about trying to move something out of a place called Ristol, and I don't think this is Ristol, so it must be unrelated, but maybe it's like a smuggling scheme or something. Definitely nothing good underneath that train station. Anyway, we are back on the train, moving forward to the next area. I believe we have 3 passengers now, so we are crewing passengers kind of quickly. We can also see their job. So this guy is a manager. This guy is a businessman who is very hungry. Oh man, you should have rung the courtesy bell. I'd have came and gave you a snack. And an assistant engineer. Again, they're all... I kind of didn't realize that the train slowing down had this much exposition to it. I don't think we can yet craft anything. No, doesn't look like it. Alright, I guess we'll just maybe kind of wait for these guys, or like just wait here with these guys. That's what I meant to say. So these guys are all talking about, the fact that was the central station, excuse me, that we were just at, and they're closed down. So obviously some, like the central station doesn't close down. Why is it closed down? Man, they really aren't saying a whole lot here at the beginning. I guess we're at the very bottom of the screen. You can see we're about maybe about 2/3 of the way between A and B. And you can also see our speed. We're traveling at 105 kilometers an hour. Maybe I'll go back in here because they constantly say different stuff over time. So we hear like thundering and what might be gunshots and stuff. Let's see. We've got a message here from James Biddle. He says, "Are you in the north? Are you okay there?" And we say, we've had calmer days. There's reports of some shooting. Any word from the council, we say. And he hangs up. All right, well, maybe we'll see what all this thundering and roaring and shooting is all about. Very dark. I'll tell you, I'm not really a guy who like enjoys like, Civil War stuff or anything like that, but I'll tell you a very pretty look is, oh hey, we made it to our first station where we can drop off people. Very cool. We made $530. Like a dark night sky with like cavalry exploding or like guns firing is very pretty. Why did they stop us here? Can you find out what's happening? And then this guy, who's the businessman, I think, he's like, thanks for trying to help, but it looks like they're not going to let us go any further. And fantastic. Now I'm late for sure. All right. And then we can see maybe why they stopped us. He's like, yes, I don't have the authority anymore. The military is in charge. Okay, so the military is here, and their general is waiting on us. This isn't going to end well. All right, well, we better go see what the general wants, and it better not be fucking last chance insurance. I don't know what's going on in Redmond. Oh, this guy says, Jennifer had a seizure and she was taken to the infirmary. All right, so somebody had a seizure here, and let's read this note. Marcus, this is an order. You cannot debate his access levels from now on. Okay, so that guy down there, Marcus, was probably arguing with, like, why the fuck is the military in charge? This general has the ability to make independent decisions in emergency situations and carry a firearm. So I guess that's pretty important here. This girl who was probably here says, I'm running a fever. And then somebody says, this is why I asked you to stay away from those things. You can see there's, like, some black gunk here on the table, too. She was having, like, a seizure and coughed up black gunk. There's like a military man with a shotgun. Infirmary is off limits, and we are obviously probably telling him that we need to get the access code, and we're the train conductor. So, and in here, you can see there are people just absolutely coated in this black gunk. It's not blood. I don't know what it is. Probably, it looks like tar. I like this guy who has like a little syringe. That's a cool animation, I guess. Most of my staff has fled the city. It looks like you're the only ones who are left, a couple of guys. Although, maybe we'll see how big this place is, though. Whoa. And then you can see in there's like one of the doctors who probably got sick. That's no good. What's this guy have to say? Oh, he wants some water. Give me some water, he says. This place is not looking good. Okay, there's about 5 guys. Just let me take him. You don't have to explain them to the military. So maybe like a friend or one of the doctors or whatever they're talking about here. There is this guy probably crawled out of there, if I had to guess, this room 3, given how much black gunk there is and stuff. Here's somebody coughing. You can see they have like white eyes in comparison to most of the people's red eyes. I don't know, looking kind of grim in this area, to say the least. And we've got some military tents here. There's this guy says, don't ask me, I know just as much. So apparently, they're moving the military all around. Some of the grunts obviously know what is going on, some don't. This guy says that they're back and the government is silent. So this is really shaping up to be that second visitation, huh? All right, information is classified. This guy says, I have nothing to tell you. Well, your buddy's already spilled the beans, so we'll see what this guy has to say. Come on in, he says, they're waiting for you. And inside here, we've got a general and some army men. He says, here he is. They will be here in 20 minutes. So whatever the second visitation guys are, they're probably going to be here in 20 minutes. That's pretty quick. And he asks us what our destination was before. And we say Will Stream, I guess. And Willstream is no more, so is the whole mountain region. That whole, like, bunch of things probably already got hit by the second visitation. We, however, need your train for an important cargo delivery. So, they're throwing something on our train, and we have to deliver it to Costfield and await further instructions. All right, if you say so. And then we say something about, like, probably wanting to go home, and he says, we all do, but an order is an order. Estimated time, 10 minutes, so they're closing in on us, and quick. Your new route is hardly affected by them. You will encounter survivors. Try to save all you can, but that's a secondary objective. Now go. All right, so... they're going to load up something onto our train, and we've got to transport it to a certain city. And, let's see what this is. Some kind of an image. I think that's of the moon. You know, we'll talk a little bit about, like, the moon and stuff as we continue on, but there's a lot of weird symbolism with the moon in this game. Not symbolism, maybe that's not the word. A lot of references to the moon. So here's another character that's coated in that black gunk. He says, I feel them and that they're close. Finally, he says. Damn. So, I don't know. There's a lot of eeriness to people just being covered in this gunk. Speaking of, this guy is just dripping gunk. And he doesn't have anything at all to say. So, you know, talk about eerie. There's a, whoa, we got monsters down here. So, here's our very first kind of weapon. We can throw a chair at this guy. It's pretty much an insta-kill. I think it is an insta-kill for every enemy in the game. So, I guess we're pretty well just headed back to the train. Oh, look, we've got little letter here. Metropole Upper House headed to emergency station A45. And here is the train guy. Says, sorry, I can't do anything about it. So I guess we probably tell him we want to go home, but it's not going to happen. Our objective is cargo escort. So we're getting kind of forced into this mission a little bit. But we got two army boys who are going to help us escort this, you know, get this package where it's going. Make sure that we don't have any trouble. And back on the train, back probably headed down the East Coast. I guess there's not many other places that we can go now, is there? All right. I don't know. The pixel art in this game is very, very fucking pretty, especially like the background and stuff. Anyway, we can come in here and talk to these guys kind of while we have time. They say that they can't say anything. They both have a classified, you know, name and job, and they say they can't, you know, say anything because it's a secret operation. Our new mini game for here is to get the number on the right to be as close to the number on the left as possible. This is kind of cool. Now they're both gone, so we don't really have anybody. We have to jumble now. I don't know what to think about that. The fact that just there are two army guys on your train, and then suddenly they're gone. So, anyway, let me maybe look. Yeah, it looks like we're headed kind of down. We're headed south now, and to the northeast is probably where those monsters or whatever are just landing. Oh shit, I did not know you could read about these. Huh, you can read about only places that you've been, I guess, though. That's kind of crazy. Emergency station, lost connection, huh. Okay, what about, no, I can read about all these. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Well, that'll help me out a little bit, because I was just going to say that I'm kind of interested in some of these places, but I'm not super aware of them. It's kind of like in, I'm trying to think what that game is called. Banner Saga, how you can read, like, most things on the, like all the map kind of locations, which is really cool. Anyway, somebody is like near a certain, he says, are you going to Redmond? Is everything safe over in our direction? And then they say something about them building a tunnel somewhere. They're like, hey, I don't remember a tunnel here. And they lose connection, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't care for that kind of exposition, but it is some foreshadowing a little bit. Anyway, we are in the next city, and there, let me tell you, there is a very calm quietness, eerie quietness, maybe I should say to this. Okay, no, John, they summoned me to the headquarters, something urgent. If the train arrives, I have the code. Oh, okay, so we're not going to find the code here. We're going to have to go to the headquarters. Lots of dead bodies around, lots of black gunk around. Oh, hey, and a pistol. All right, well, that'll help as soon as we get a bullet for it. So, like I said, we've still got melee, even if we don't have, any bullets yet. And then, you know, just another Guardian, advertisement there, so no reason to reiterate that exactly. Okay, so this has a list of routes and the people on those routes. This is probably like the train station HQ if I had to guess. Let's see, we got pistol bullets there. So, you can kind of tell that our resource management also stretches into bullets. This person asks if we're a rescuer, and we say no, but we can rescue you. Just go wait on the train for us. All right. We'll see what this guy is made of. No, he got knocked out. All right, so we've got, so in part because it helps to manage my bullets and stuff, I'm not going to kill every single enemy on a map just because I can. There, it would be an extreme waste for me to bother going up there and doing anything. Okay, so we've got one of these fast moving zombies. Same way, if I can, I'm going to try to, in a big long hallway like this, I'm just going to try and use my melee as best I can. Because, again, bullets are just another resource that we kind of need to manage carefully. You can see, I think that kind of looks like us on the computer screen there a little bit. But this guy on the right also kind of looks like us a little bit, so it's hard to tell. Maybe I should continue looting to the left here. I see we've got just kind of some shit below us. So the maps get not super intricate, but they do get a little bit more complicated as we kind of go on. So there's no reason at all I would fight these guys. That's just a room full of trouble for me. Oh, hey, and a guy in a nice, almost looks like a red sweater. He says, "Who are you?" We probably tell him that we're a train conductor. And he says, "Oh, okay, I'll wait for you there." All right, so we have two people on our train now. But hopefully we'll get them where they're going safely and quickly. Probably the same place that, oh, hey, get through any corrupted station without firing a bullet. What do you know about that? I apparently have never gotten that achievement before. I thought there was maybe another achievement that I haven't gotten yet that I thought I might get in this playthrough, but now I really can't remember. Anyway, here they are. We have John Cocker, a shop assistant, and Rhonda Miles, unemployed. All right, fair enough. I think that I don't know what she's saying. Who are these people? Are you talking about the black figures? These two are having some discussion about this being the second visit or whatever. Of course, Rhonda is not. It's hard to believe it, I guess, if they were just monsters, it would be hard to believe. I was talking about how pretty I think the pixel art in this game is. Look up there in the top right. That is gorgeous, dude. And then all the other shit that we'll see in this game too. And I already talked about how I thought explosions on the night sky were really pretty. I guess it's kind of 4th of July a little bit. But shit, there was something else I had to say about, but to emulate that in a pixel art style is kind of oh my god, very nice. And here we go again, yet another example of it. So the girl is now complaining about the fact that we have weapons, because apparently you're not allowed to have weapons in this country or whatever. And I talked about it just a very little bit, but I was interested to understand what country this takes place in, because we've got 3 different languages. Now, you can almost nix English immediately, because I'm sure that it's just a translation deal. If I played this game in Spanish, obviously all these guys would be speaking Spanish, but the fact that the game does have Russian and Chinese makes me wonder if the game doesn't take place somewhere in the eastern part of the world. How close are we? I feel surely we got to be pretty fucking close. We're pretty close. I guess I'll just maybe go do the little pull the lever mini game here real quick, and then we'll probably be there. Anyway, they're saying, of course, that we're safe while we're moving, obviously. That guy is hungry, but I'll feed him whenever I come back to the train. I got 2 food right now, so I'll wait till I come back to feed this glutton. He probably hasn't eaten in, well, about a day, probably. It's nighttime pretty much where we are now. So yeah, here we are in yet another quiet town. An all black background to denote night. It is also really, really pretty. Oh great, we got monsters right off the bat. So looks like no more freebie stations where we just get a waltz through it and just have a nice time. All right, so that door is locked. I imagine we are looking for a key then. Pills, toilet paper, cigarettes, pistol ammo, wires. Just a normal shopping trip, I suppose. Oh, and there comes monsters behind us. There we go. I like to use the chair on the little, like, fast-moving guys as much as I'm able to because, you know, they're fast-moving. They're kind of deadlier than the other enemies. And again, I'm not... I'm not hyper conserving ammo. It's just like, you know, while we're here and this early and stuff, we can afford to not really use our gun all that much. And then it makes like using it later, like going buck wild on the bullets even better. So, all right. I thought maybe we could get that chair there. The kind of thing, though, about the enemies actually dealing damage is there are some enemies that kind of deal, I don't know, they have weird sort of... hit rates, if that makes any sense. Oh, let's see what we got here. So what, are you serious? He spends hours in the restroom instead of working. So really all that is just like a they're just complaining about a shitty coworker or a shitty employee. All right, so we knocked a box on top of that guy's head. Imagine. Yep, I figured we would see an enemy here. There we go. Now he's gone. Anyway, oh, here comes a bunch of enemies. There we go. There goes some bullets a-flying. Guess we'll use maybe melee to kill this one. I'm a little bit shy now that I got hit a couple of times by that guy in the toilet. All right, I nicked that guy. I'm trying to maybe kill that other one. Yeah, if this I kind of fucked up and let this guy get too close to the ladders there. So this looks like the basement of that shop up there. You know, like this is what they'd use kind of to stock stuff, keep it underground and stuff. All right, so we broke the wall there. There's another guy here. This guy appears to be injured. He's not one of them, and he needs our help, I'm sure, probably to get to somewhere safe. He says he hasn't seen anybody. Yeah, but be quick with that code. So he's going to go wait for us on the train. He was just like, we probably told him, like, yeah, I got to get a code, and then we can leave. And there's the code. We are in Bertfurt Station, 5868. Like I said, you can't like retroactively go back and know these numbers either. I don't think they change in between levels. They might. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. But the blocker thing won't like allow you to enter in a code until you have the paper for it. So no cheatsy doodling in this game. How does the South Park Stick of Truth do it? He's like, do you just want to cheat all the time? Fuck, not Tom Brady, is it? Who's the guy who got in trouble for like deflating footballs or whatever? I can't remember. I'm not a football guy, if you can believe it. But anyway, so I don't know which city we're headed to next. Maybe we ought to just take a look at that real quick. We are going to go to Bridgestone. Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, maybe you see what these guys are saying. So this guy's bleeding. You know, before we've had to deal with just food for people. Now this guy's gonna need a med kit on top of everything else. So a little bit annoying, but you know, just part of the game, I suppose. And they're talking about like, you know, why we're going, where we're going, and what are they doing. It's like the woman says that she has like the utmost faith in the council to be able to handle this. So first mention of the council, really. The council is a collection of people that are in charge of running this country and keeping it safe and stuff. It is kind of interesting, though, because I do think that there is also a president called President Vermond. Vermond White. Damn, we're almost assuredly going to have to use a med kit on this guy by the time we get to the, to the first or for the next station, the first one after we have him. So, I'm going to go ahead and heal him and then look and see what I can craft, if anything. Okay, yeah, we can craft a couple med kits, so that's good. Maybe we can craft bullets, too. Yeah, looks like we can actually craft quite a few bullets. There we are. And then I think the girl will probably be hungry here very soon, too. And the guy there is complaining about the Guardian. We've talked about the Guardian as a solution. People have been paying taxes to the construction of a Guardian, and you've also seen the... You've also seen the papers, like with advertisements on it and stuff of the construction of the Guardian. And he is complaining about the fact that he's been paying taxes for something that he's never seen. And now that it's time to use it, they're not using it. So, well, it seems like it anyway. Okay, anyway, got a lot of bullets, got a couple medkits. We can also use medkits while we're out and about, but, so we need a battery for here, I guess presumably for the blocker code. Oh, I didn't realize that we could probably go, nope, it's locked, shoot. Yeah, this place has some weird, the like soil underneath of us or whatever. Like there's like weird soil buildup, and I saw like they said something about like unstable ground and stuff in that little preview message that I was reading. So maybe we'll see some like tunnels or something dug around here. Okay, so there goes one down, and then we'll beat that guy's ass, and then we'll beat that guy's ass. Come on now. Perfect. And I like that our HP refills between levels too. That is not something that happens in the DLC, so but it's part of the gameplay in the DLC, so I'm not complaining. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, we've got a toilet to throw at somebody. But we're only going to be able to use it to break glass. Oh, well. Like I said, these guys really are no issue. Like, conserving kind of while we can makes sense. And we got a little bit of food there that we can use to heal our guys. Okay, there we are. I guess I haven't really talked about it. Let's see. Dear Martha, the hostel room turned out to be smaller than I expected. There's nothing but a table and a sofa. Maybe I'll be able to spend the night at the office. My neighbor has a giant window in the bathroom, and everybody can see him taking a shower. Yeah, so if you look up where we just were up in the top left, there is like a big glass thing where there's like a bathtub, so I'm sure a lot of people could probably see in there. Give me my spoon back. Everybody at the hostel knows you're stealing them. So you open it up, you inspect his body, and he does have the spoon. Actually, he has a couple of spoons, apparently. So this is another enemy type. You cannot kill this guy with melee. You can only shoot his head off. And then you could also, I guess, you could throw stuff at him too. But nice. I was just wondering if we were going to kill there or eat it. Shit. Let's see, I said that I haven't yet covered the UI at the bottom. HP, obviously, in the bottom left. Bullets right next to it. Then you've got how much food that we have next to that. And then the keys, if there are any, for the level are reflected beside it, too. So if you kind of forget if you've gotten a key for, you know, like, you're like, fuck, I don't remember. Did I grab that key earlier? Then, like, you know, you can check there. Looks like there's this is like a bookshop. Oh, hey, and there's a guy down here. Good Lord, he says, who are you? Maybe he doesn't even know that there's something going on because he's like away from stuff. He has writer's block. Once upon a time, once in a small town, there was a king who once upon, damn, kind of seems like how my scripts sort of start out. Yeah, I was about to say, no chance that a place as big as that doesn't have, monsters inside of it. Alright, we'll throw that at that guy, and that should be the last of the well, I don't know, there's a chair too. Okay, and it's locked. Of course there's a key here. Alright, and two of these riot guard bozos. They're gone now though. Okay, we got a blocker code. Bridgestone Station. Cool. Anyway, let's plug her in. We got the code, we got the battery. It's time to go. 9529. On to the next station. We're doing pretty well. Let's see, we've got how many in total? Four passengers, and I do believe that the way that the game works now, like before we only had 3 passengers and we were able to you know, drop them off where they belong. For the rest of the game, it's going to be like full train, then we drop it off, full train, then we drop it off, full train, then we drop it off. So that's how you can kind of tell that you know, we're getting close to the end of, or like we're getting close to another safe zone, I guess you could, you know, understand it as. Okay, so she's fine, he's good for now. This bleeding guy, we'll probably have to give a med kit this little, you know, outing or whatever, this transition between places. Let me see, yeah, we're still going to the southeast. All right, fair enough. Yeah, they're talking about like propaganda and why they don't watch TV. Maybe I could tell a little story here about why I don't actually like TV. As a kid, I was watching Disney Channel. I hate TV, just to kind of set the stage. I hate TV. I think it's there's nothing like inherently wrong with it over one medium over another. But like I just don't like it. As a kid, I was watching Disney Channel, right? And I was starting to be able to tell, like it was the only thing to do in the place that I lived. We like lived way out in like the, not like way out in the woods, but like a very rural area. Away from like, and it also was like very impoverished, so it wasn't very safe to be out like just kind of running around in the neighborhood, very downtrodden area. And so all there really was to do was to watch TV. I was watching Disney Channel, and I was starting to be able to tell like, you know, when the commercials were coming on, and I could tell you exactly how many commercials there would be and how long they would be between like commercial breaks. And in the day that like I realized that I could do that accurately, and I tested it, and then like I did it into the next day and the next day, and finally it was then I was like, you know what, I fucking hate TV. Like I hate fucking advertisements like that. Now what I kind of like about being online in the same kind of avenue is the fact that you can just have an ad blocker. I respect anybody who uses an ad blocker 100%. But yeah, I don't know. That's a dumb anecdote from my life. I doubt anybody's really interested in anything like that, but that guy was talking about how much he hated TV, and I couldn't help myself, I guess. Anyway, continuing on here and now. And I'm so glad it's becoming fucking legacy media cable. Fuck them. John, looks like I forgot the blocker's code at home. I'll be back soon. If the train comes, they have a long stop, so I should be able to make it. Do we have a long stop? Seemed about average to me. Anyway, lots of, you know, just the average guys here. Anyway, remind Mark not to forget the code at home. So for all the good that did, huh? Just kind of random normal enemies here. I don't really know. We haven't ran into a new enemy type, and there's really nothing that exciting going on here. We got some more bullets there, which I guess is nice. Oh, great, and a shit ton of enemies. We handled them though. It did just take an entire clip out of me, but oh nice, there was some food there. I was just wondering what that was. It looked like little figurines a little bit, and a spoon. I don't know what this city is. It kind of looks like a manufacturing type joint a little bit. Oh nice, a new enemy type. So these guys are explodey guys. After they become ignited like that, you can deal enough damage to them to cause them to explode, but I'm not overly concerned about it. I'm more than happy to just put a bullet in them and let them explode. They become a useful resource whenever there are a bunch of enemies near them, because then they act like a bomb, sort of, if that makes sense. You know, like they'll blow up around other enemies. So, all right. We have got a toilet here I could probably use to knock somebody out. And continuing down to where there is this odd capsule. Now, we come to understand that these capsules actually release a kind of gas that turns people into monsters. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, we wanted to inform you that the heating sensor on your property will be changed during this week. Okay, heating power plant Morgenstern. So they're going to change the heating sensor in this house, presumably. All right. There's a dead body on the floor. A normal one. It's no good. Maybe died to, these monsters here. All right, and there he goes. Let's see, we got a computer here. I don't know, Jane. He became so distant. He spends most of his time in the basement. And then her friend asked, do you think he's cheating on you? So somebody is doing something in their basement. Why the fuck? He spends all his time in the basement. Do you think he's cheating on you? I don't quite know how you draw that causation. I would assume it's like a, what's it called, like 42 Cloverfield Lane situation where he's down there being a fucking nut. Okay, so this is where he has the blocker code. Whatever. I do think, yeah, there's like, there's these paintings, and I don't really, I kind of understand that they all make like a big painting. Maybe we could look at it like this. There's like darkness on the left and like a light on the right. I don't know. Is he like a nut? Is he have something to do with like what's going on? You know, like is he painting is he painting like the future kind of? Like does he have like, you know, prophetic dreams? Whoa, we knocked 2 enemies out there at once. That was crazy. Let me get my gun reloaded because I don't know how we got really that lucky there, and I still died, son of a bitch. Now, what I kind of like about this game, at least the first little bit of it, is that the checkpoints are extremely friendly. Okay, we'll knock this guy's hat off. We just got to be a little bit quicker on things, I think. There we are. Okay, now that we got some foresight, I was able to beat that really easily. And I'm trying to conserve my med kits. We're able to use med kits in a... okay, well, surely, hopefully... we get a little bit of help here. I was hoping we would get like another explodey guy, and I died. Son of a bitch. I can't. This is embarrassing that I keep dying like this. All right, I got. We'll clean it up here. Son of a bitch. I broke my box. Wow. I cannot believe how bad I'm choking here. Let me just get them back just to... I think I'm going to have to redo this because they're too close. Too close. Okay, give me one more shot, and if I don't make it, then I'll cut. I can't believe how much I'm starting to choke here all of a sudden. It's not like these guys are very hard, but it's like walking and chewing bubble gum, I suppose. Okay, so he's gone. Pop the hat off that guy. Reload. Okay, we did that one damageless that time, so get a little bit more bullets from there. So what is my plan here? I know those two running guys will be first, right? So we pop, then we pop this guy, get the hat off that one. Okay. I don't know what I did last time where I just choked so badly, but yeah, this is a factory of some kind. I don't know what they're producing here. It looks like, I don't know, kind of looks like, you know, in like the Fallout games, how they have like just, well, the more, I think Fallout 4 is where I saw it mostly. You know how they have like the little vats of magma. That's what it kind of looks like to me. That's the word I was looking for. Or maybe acid. I know it said that it was like a heating or something or other, but... All right, are we done here? I also, well, shit, I already put the code in wrong. Like I said, we're already starting to fumble over things here at the beginning. There was something else fairly important. Did we get a character here is what I was going to ask. A new passenger for the train. Because I'm thinking through that whole place that we just were, and I really feel like we didn't. But if we didn't, I don't know why we didn't. I'll look at everybody on the train. Okay, so we got 4 guys. No, it looks like we didn't get anybody on that train. Huh. Okay, whatever. This guy's a writer/librarian. Oh, man, this guy's really hungry, and he'll probably need a med kit by the time that everything's said and done. So, these two on the left are both fine. I guess I could probably just sit here with a med kit as soon as I kind of reposition these... that little mini game there. What are these guys even talking about? This guy's saying that he read a lot about the first visit. That girl's like, so did everybody. I don't know. Wait, what did we just get a notification about? Oh, probably that guy hurting, actually. I thought maybe we had a message on our console or something. I don't know. They're talking a lot about the first visit and how it was so similar to the second visit. And this guy is saying that the first visit... only took about 2 days to do the damage that it dealt, and so the second visit obviously will probably be comparable. So we've got another operator on the tracks. I'm writing on order from military. Are you near Costfield? Let's just say almost there. Because we find out what's actually in this cargo. The local engineering team will come to meet you. The general asked to report. Once you unhook the cargo, leave the town as soon as possible. Okay, cool. Yeah, because we actually come to learn what's in the cargo, so I don't need to waste one of my replies trying to figure out what's in the cargo. And I mean, it's not like they would tell us anyway, so who cares? Maybe I can craft some stuff. I know we're kind of not doing the greatest on med kits. I don't really care about bullets, though, because I've always got my melee on me, but I've always got my guns on me. Anyway, we'll drop this down. Know what? I don't know why you're pulling our legs. I don't know. What the fuck? Why is this guy so contrarian? Like, these people are so uptight, and this guy is so contrarian. This is the worst fucking train I've ever ran in my life. No, you get the same people on every playthrough, so... yeah, I don't know. This place looks kind of calm. Is this like... Are we going to actually run into people here, or... like... Is this... No, is this a safe place? Yeah, I guess so. Finally, is the cargo safe? Okay, so this place is semi-safe, I think. Alright, me and David are the only ones alive. David is out looking for supplies. He knows what the code is. So I don't think this is... Okay, this guy's going to unload the cargo. Gotcha. Oh, and there's a weapon locker upstairs in my office. Cool. So this guy's going to unload the train. Now, this is not a proper stop, though. Don't go to the subway, alright? I don't know. I think their food is okay. It's way hyper overpriced. But anyway, so there's somebody out looking for supplies. I was mentioning... Okay, so down there is the subway. We'll try to go there last-ish. Oh, hey, and a capsule just hit that building there. Yikes. All right, well, looks like we're going to have to go in the subway regardless. Wow, I keep trying to say something and then forgetting it. You can break glass to look in places. So, like, this is an area we can't even get to normally, but you can break the glass to see what's in there. All right, so we can see why the subway looks so bad now. Now, we're aiming to go right. Let me just full send it to the right. And we're trying to get up this ladder. Whoa, man, nice. We just barely kind of made it. And I think that this place is kind of deadly, too. Good thing we got most of our bullets. And I haven't even mentioned it, but we also have a shotgun now, too, as well. So, all right, shoot that guy so that he becomes exploding. We'll run upstairs. All right, and then right back down. And there should be, yeah, monsters coming out of here. 1, 2, 3. Those little guys take about 3 bullets. We got a battery here we can throw into this console on the right. All right. And so then this room becomes available for us to use. Not this room, but, you know, we can lower the bridge to this big, in front of this big sewer grate. Let's go up here and see what we got. This is T12. I've raised the elevator before leaving. There'll be an unscheduled dump from the North Artery in the morning. I'm sick of cleaning the elevator every time. Do they actually call, like sewage stuff, like by like the arteries and shit? I can kind of assume, like, not even assume what the function is. Obviously it's like a draining thing, but like, you know, I wonder if they call them arteries similar to the shit that's like inside our bodies. But anyway, nothing to loot in that room. This place, I think that, whoa, easy now. Don't hit me. I might use a med kit. We'll see. We got some money there, because I'm pretty sure that downstairs is fairly deadly. You know what? Fuck it. We're almost dead. Might as well use one med kit. I can afford one for myself. Okay, so we've got the little fast movie boys first. And then we'll knock his helmet off. Whoa, shit, I did not want to do that. Whew, almost accidentally used a med kit when I didn't need to. Keep forgetting about the shotgun as well, but that's fine. I can't quite get it to... Whoa, and we missed there. Okay, I'm trying to... and I keep hitting the floor. You know what? Fuck it. One, and then we'll beat the just tar out of that dude. Oh, man, and that... the riot shield, or riot body armor guy, he got some good hits on us there. All right, in like a little car parking garage type deal, and grabbed a little bit more food. Now the shotgun is pretty much going to have to carry us through the rest of this area if we don't get any more bullets. So we've got a capsule here. Lots of capsules hit this place. This is a very capsule heavy map. Damn, this kind of... Okay, so I'm sure we'll have an enemy, yeah. But that's okay because... like, you know, I knew it was going to be one enemy, so we didn't have to use a shotgun. But speaking of shotgun, what is the way to do this? So we'll have fast mover on the left. Oh, shit, but I picked up a box. Oh, my God, I wanted to throw it at him, and it picked up the other box instead. Oh, woe is me. All right, well, there was nothing to the right here. All right, we'll go ahead and open this up and just beat the shit out of this dude. You know, it's kind of a shame. I had a good plan there. It just got muddied by unfortunateness, I guess. All right, moving up. So maybe if I just don't... well, I have to move to get him moving. Then we'll pop that dude. Nice, nice, nice. So now we got one side of the room that I can kind of move through. Now we'll see if that woke... No, this did not wake these guys on the right up. Good, good, good. Okay. Oh, no, we traded? You're shitting me. He did not hit me there. What? All right. I don't know. I just did it a little bit better this time. I don't know. You know how it is whenever I get to die a couple times in these games. Okay, another very busy floor. Now, something that will get me killed. Those TVs you absolutely can pick up and throw. So, very nice, you know. No, shit. Oh my God, you're shitting me. You can even see me start to bash the buttons there. I started to get so worried. Alright, we're going to try it just a little bit different because I guess these do have a lot of forward momentum to them. So I could probably just like, you know, just throw it like that there. Oh shit. You know, the times I'm so sure that guy has bit me and the times I'm so sure he has not bit me are starting to overlap in a very odd way. Hey, we got a bunch of bullets for our shotgun though, so whenever like we got a problem that deserves the shotgun, it's gonna, you know, they're gonna eat it. Yeah, I don't know. This has been a fine... I like that it was kind of like a superstore, you know, there was like the gym equipment, and then there was the electronics shit, and then the cafe. Alright, we'll finish these two off. Yeah, and then there's like appliances, probably another cafe. Holy schmoly, there's a lot of dudes here. I'm gonna probably shoot the... Nice, perfect. We shot the guy who explodes, and he blew up. Very cool. So we handled that just as well as we could. We are pretty well completely out of pistol bullets, unless I can run into more. I don't know. I like that you can play those instruments there, but they only play the same tune over and over, so not much to play with. We could probably handily deal with this guy. See if they got anything to loot here. Probably he has some money, and we also got pistol bullets off of that guy. You know, for a place that has guns outlawed. There's an awful lot of bullets laying around. Guardian, Fact or Fiction, What Honest Citizen Taxes Are Really For by Irvin B. So that's like a, like probably a piece like, I wonder if the Guardian's even real. All right, I think I'm just going to use the shotgun there. Are we in the, no, this is just a computer area. This looks like apartments that we're coming up on. Got my gun out and ready. Welcome to Peace and Quiet Resort. Patrons are provided 3 meals and recovery activities. So this place must be a kind of, oh, what do they call it? Like not like is that what they call a rehab center? Yeah, rehabilitation center. Whoa, that's some pretty mechanical shit in the background there. What's this note say? I knew something was wrong with this house. Nobody believed me. Last week they came for Matthew below, and yesterday they came for the guy upstairs. I heard them come in. I'm the next one, no doubt. So maybe this place is not so good. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. Another note that says pretty much the same thing. We've got our gun out and ready just in case we run into trouble. Report 403. The specimen is handled, immobilized, placed in general storage. Tidy up the room, change the sheets, new inhabitant in 3 days. So yeah, this place is probably not good. Also, black gunk there. I wonder if these are people who... I don't know what to think about this, actually, because, this place probably wasn't running, like to infect people because these capsules are kind of new. So, all right. Oh, boy. Anytime I see those kinds of enemies, like they always kind of, I don't know, they do something to my brain where it doesn't work quite right. Oh, great. Okay, and I still died anyway. Okay, let's see where the checkpoint is before I decide if I need to cut. Okay, so we're all the way out here. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. Alright, I got my shotgun at the ready this time, so there we go. Handled it just as easy as he could. Now, as long as we don't get any more real trouble. Nah, this room's an easy one. This has just got... I don't know, maybe we'll call them dork zombies, just because they're so easy to deal with. The fast-moving ones, big ones that spit at you, those ones are trouble. So lots of people alive here. It says, hold still, are you from the train? So they must have saw the train come in. Well, I'm sorry. We've got 2, maybe 3 in here. You gotta take them. So yeah, we'll talk to these guys and see who's going where. He's not going anywhere. He has unfinished business here. So these are like, people who are alive. He says, nope, I have my ammo. Just worry about yourself. So he doesn't need ammo or anything from us. This guy says that he's dead weight, so he doesn't want to come with us. Damn, that sucks. All right. And the lady here is willing to come with us. And this guy who's a little bit injured is willing to come with us. So very cool. Anyway, I'll leave these guys to it, I guess. They are, they're gonna stay here. They don't want to come with us. So anyway, moving on. Oh yes, there is one last thing I wanted to show while I was down here. Damn it, I was hoping these guys had moved a little bit by now. Son of a bitch. Okay, let me think, because I want to show off this node here. Alright, okay, we got a lot of guys coming in hot. Okay, I'm going to get reloaded, and this note, hold up, I'm going to light these guys up a little bit. I could probably melee these last 2. It kind of sucks that I wasted all those resources, don't get me wrong, but there is a note down here I wanted to show off. Peter, if it's true and you hold information about a person who came from across the border of the first visitation, I'm going to wait for you in the subway at 2:15. You know who it is, so... Peter was going to meet somebody, but that Peter character is dead, so I guess whatever. Anyway, we got one full clip of shotgun shells and 1 pistol bullet. We use the pistol bullet to take out any explodey guys. We use the shotguns to take out big waves of enemies. And whoa, wait, let's see what this guy has to say, actually. Does he say anything? Move, he says, faster. I'm not leaving without David, so he's waiting on... David, but I don't think this David character is going to come. In fact, maybe David is the guy who even has the gun that was protecting those people in that house. Kind of sucks for these guys, but whatever, that they don't want to come with us, but fair enough. So 7488 was the code, and we are now leaving to go to the next station, which I believe is a drop-off station. Let me see how everybody's doing. He's good. This guy's a little hungry. This guy's kind of injured. I better get ready with a med kit for him. I think it's actually giving me the notification, yeah. Amanda Wind Grab is good. John Cocker is fine. This lady, oh, very hungry. I've been kind of neglecting feeding her quite a bit, so I'll just go ahead and feed her. We'll do the little mini game, get the lever pulled down. Whoa, and you hear the explosion. So there's an explosion going off right now. A very white screen. And these guys are all like, whoa, what was that? And we've got like a Geiger counter type sound. There, you know, the thing we were transporting was, at this point, very obviously a nuclear bomb. So you can see the mushroom cloud in the background. So that's what we were moving, was a nuclear bomb to try and kind of, you know, slow the enemies down a little bit. I don't know, maybe we should look at the new professions of our guys. Oh, hey, we're where we needed to go anyway. Freelancer, this guy is. Writer, librarian, retiree, okay. A waitress, a shop assistant, and unemployed. Maybe I should, I should bother to give this guy a med kit, even though we're probably fine considering how close we are. We're about 3/4 of the way to the next area. I'm probably not even going to feed Martin. Like I said, because, you know, we'll get there, we'll drop these guys off, and I don't want them to be a drain on my resources any more than I absolutely have to have them. I think everybody, well, I guess Liam Nelson is not looking great. How close are we? You know what, fuck it, I'll just go ahead and heal Liam, and then I don't even have to worry about it. Sort of feeling the same way about John Cocker a little bit. Let's see. Nah, we should be fine. Let me look at him one more time. No, we got plenty of time for John Cocker, actually. So yeah, we are now arriving at the next safe city. Not too many of those left, we are coming to learn. At least where we live, anyway. Alright, so there's a factory here. And it is it's got quite the output. It's got a lot of smog around. You can tell how well the output is. So we made it to Ristol, the city of the factories. We got $100 from the lady, 12 bullets, and 60 from the John Cocker, the complainer. 6 pills. I'm just kind of looking at anything that isn't money. And then 2 bullets. All right, whatever. We made $650 overall. Very nice. So we can talk to everybody, see how everybody's doing. The girl thanks us again. Excuse me, I have a few things to discuss with this man. Nobody here knows what's going on, it appears. Alright, fair enough. Oh, she's probably talking about how calm it is here relative to, you know, where we, like, all that shit that we were just in. You already figured out where this is going, says the writer. Grab your family and save yourself, conductor. Wow. He's like, oh yeah, you have an order. I forgot about that. Alright, and we've got the businessman here who was a real complainer up until now. He's probably shell-shocked. Bleeding is now stabilized. Ambulance will soon arrive. So he also, I believe, says something, yeah, our bandaging skills are lacking, matter of fact. Yeah, so, hey, we're not the best at it, but hey, he's alive, so you can kiss my ass, I guess. This guy says he has work to do, so isn't going to talk to us much. Oh, hey, here's a guy. He's got like a little conductor hat like us. Routes to the north are canceled. I can kind of see why, considering that there's nothing but bad up that way. Are you driving from the north? Is everything okay there? No, I'm sorry to say, it's probably the complete opposite of okay up there. Did you hear that strange noise an hour ago? They're probably talking about the nuclear bomb. He's like, what? Nuclear? No, I don't understand what you're saying. There's no nuke. Lovely weather we've got, don't you think? Yeah, it is kind of nice here. I kind of like the sun in the background there. This would be a nice little place to take a nap to, but it'd definitely be one of those times that I'd take a heavy nap, and I would probably sleep until it's like at night, it's cold, insects are biting me. I'll have your code printed by the time you're back, this guy says. So we've got to go report to, I think it's Adam Thornton, I can't remember. We got to go report to somebody. Somebody wants us. We got a newspaper here that we can buy, might as well, we got a bunch of money. The Ristol Police Department, under Adam Thornton's orders, has investigated and confiscated a ton of electrum. I'm not going to read every little itty-bitty bit of this, but basically, electrum is like this super conductive, not even conductive, but it outputs energy. It's basically like a real-life, well, not, but how to best to describe it? It's like a magical battery, if that makes sense. That's a good way to describe it. Newspapers get more expensive by the day. Yeah, that one was $50. Far cry from the 50 cents. My granddad told me they were at one time. Far cry from about the $1.50, $2 that they are now. Anyway, let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, hey, here's a lady. She says, hey, Jack, your buddies again? I don't know, maybe we're just passing through. I like that guy on the roof there. He looks like he's kind of chilling. Then there's like a lady who apparently was hit by a car down below us. All right, so this place is really calm. We got this guy playing his little guitar. We probably told him he did. We like his guitar playing. He says, oh, a phone? Yeah, there should be a call box in the back alley. So we might as well go there. We'll go buy medical supplies and ammo and stuff here soon enough. All right, so we've got just some buildings and stuff. Oh, here's a lady. She says, oh, it's another visitor. So apparently they get visitors a lot here, which is kind of true because throughout the game you can find people who want to talk to this guy. This guy says, visiting my grandpa, are ya? Well, he's in his room. Please be quick. Oh, and spare him questions about settlers. His family had it rough back then. I think I've already talked about it, but like settlers are like immigrants. So this guy very, very uniquely has one white eye and one red eye. So the bad guys have white eyes. The normal people have red eyes. And this guy has one of each. So he says, yep, I was there, the first visitation. I get asked to speak about it a lot, but I notice that hardly anybody really listens. After all these years, I suppose nobody needs the truth. I guess if you say so. I think this guy's 107. So these capsules fell out of the sky, and one of them landed a block away from this guy, and gas came out of them and started affecting people, very similar to those capsules we saw before. He's like, oh, good, you know already. Yeah, but a lot of people ignore this detail. Not everybody was affected the same way. Okay, so this is where we learn a little bit more. He says, sorry, talking isn't very easy for me now. Anyway, basically, maybe we'll read this and it'll tell us. Everyone who got across the zone of visitation was treated badly. So the very first night, locals burst into our tent and attacked us. They beat my father to death and dragged my mom somewhere. I never saw her again. Jesus Christ. It appeared that none of the locals took the story seriously. They thought we were just migrants in search of a better life. A month later, Vermin White came to power. Immigrants did not get treated very well during the war that they had in the first visitation. That's crazy. Anyway, we're using a payphone now to call some mysterious person, but we got a busy signal. So the gas affects people differently. Some people it turns into those monsters, as we saw before. Some people it causes to become hyper intelligent. All these guys are just down here drinking. Whatever. He says, could you please shut the door before we're seen? Whatever. Anyway, yeah, so the gas, I don't know, there's a lot of exposition about the gas and what it's used for and stuff, and I don't want to jump the gun too early, but the gas is like, it affects people differently. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, so this barkeep says they're not open yet, but if you want a room, go upstairs. So we can kind of look around. This lady says, well, we have 2 rooms vacant right now. The first one needs cleaning, and it's to the right of me, and the second one's upstairs, and it has a leaking pipe. Okay, we can look at this one. It still needs cleaning. I met the old man today, that old man all the way to the right. Looks like he lost his marbles. Nevertheless, he told me something very important concerning the first visitation. He has to get to a canyon, but the train is only heading west in a week. I'll go north in the morning. Okay, so this is somebody who's talking about a canyon of some sorts that they need to get to. Nothing really up here. I guess we could talk to this guy. Oh, he says, oh, hello, run, where, what for? So we're like trying to warn people. We're like, you got to get out of here. There's monsters coming. And then he's like, what? What are you even talking about? What monsters? Okay, so there's just some random shit to loot there. And that has been this little back alley area done and over with. I kind of like that. That's short enough. I've been seeing a lot of edits lately of like people on like tops of like skyscrapers and stuff, kind of like looking off as it's snowing and shit. And that looks really, really cool. If there's a place I can buy food, yeah, we want to prioritize food and then probably ammo, but let's see what they got in medicine. 2 in meds. Let me see what we would have here to purchase. So this is an extended clip upgrade for the pistol, maybe. Laser sight's probably more important. Let me go ahead. I got the laser sight. I know it didn't pop very well there, like where you could see it all that great. I'm going to buy all the pistol bullets, and then we're going to exit out of it again so that I'm able to buy... I guess we'll have to break out the mouse for this one. We'll buy these shotgun bullets, and then I'm going to see what... we can buy from here. We got 2 med kits, I guess I'll take. Is there anything else? Yeah, it keeps saying I could buy more shotgun bullets, but yeah, I guess we can't. Anyway, let's talk to... I already talked to the medicine man, and we can talk to this guy here. He says, what? Oh, sure, why not? I'll ride your train. I'm not busy for the rest of the day. So we've got a new passenger, or our first passenger, on our way out of town. Now, this seems like the most safe place to me. And this guy's like, yeah, I'm not interested in riding your train. This place seems kind of cool, you know? Oh, hey, and we've got a character here in a black suit. He says, get in the car, you're being waited for. All right. So continuing on, we've got a blonde-haired lady who's like a, what do they call it? Oh, Jesus Christ, I almost said waitress. Oh, no, what the fuck are they called? They're like a clerk, maybe? The door is to the right, sir, she says, to meet with our old Adam Thornton. This is kind of a cool room. You can see there's like this big crystal... I don't know what they call it. I guess it's kind of like a hexagonal cylinder a little bit. This crystal alone powers our plant and the whole city. Wow. So this is the electrum it was talking about, like a big electrum crystal. And it's what is powering these factories in this city. So we can go talk to a Mr. Adam Thornton here. Don't worry, I know about it. Electrum dust in the air blocks out radio. Population has little idea what's going on outside, so he even knows about the, like, we come in and we're probably like, there's monsters all over the place. He's like, wait, I already know about it. Like, my people don't because radio's fucked up, but the fog isolates them from the outside world and they tend to avoid this place, but that's none of your business. So, like, the monsters aren't coming here for some reason. Warn them if you want. He's like, I doubt they'll believe you, so I would suggest we get down to business. Time's running out. A contract with the council binds me in case of a second visitation to give up the factory power core. So, they're going to power up the Guardian with it. The council was to provide transport, but we know that your train's the only one running for miles around, so it's going to be my job to take this power core and bring it to wherever this Guardian is. Blockers are a stick in the wheel for sure, but that's up to you. He's complaining about the new blockers that are on every route. Anyway, that has been that. That was a meeting with the head of this town, where we got the job to move this big battery motherfucker to the Guardian so that we can hopefully fight back against this second visitation. I should kind of preface this, you know, I've this is the last time I'll try and mention it because I'm sure it's annoying hearing the same thing over and over. Almost 10 year anniversary of this game, and they have mentioned, the people who made this game, that they are making a sequel, or they have plans to anyway, so that's cool. All right, the cargo's already attached. Have a nice day. So they also made this other game. It looks kind of boring to me. It's not really my kind of game. I feel like I've seen like a million clones, like not like identical clones, but just that kind of theming. I think it's like some magic shit. You're like a thief, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember much about it. But regardless, they do seem like they're going to be making a Final Station 2 at some point. So that's really, really cool because I like the story of this a lot. So we can go talk to this guy. He is an unemployed alcoholic. Where are we going? He says. So we're headed to Metropole, where the Guardian is. We can watch the pixel art kind of glide by in the background. Very pretty. And this guy says, hey, I've always wanted to see the Guardian, and they say when its engine starts, the whole world will hear it. Whoa, that's interesting. So they made mention of it, but the crystal has some very particular needs in terms of management. And it's nothing special for us. It's just a little mini game for us, but we have to manage it similar to we manage all the extra cargo mini games that have come so far. So this guy is a settler. He says that we're being oppressed all the time. He says that every damn day. So all he does is really just kind of drink and lays about, which is really unfortunate. It's not my fault that my country was destroyed. So these people are like immigrants from other countries, and it was destroyed, and they end up in this country where they're really not wanted. And I don't know. The settlers are really sympathetic, but he's like, yeah, sure, I would understand if we were attacked by another country, but we weren't. It was a political, it was these aliens, basically. So we've got in contact with another conductor here. Tim, please, any news from the north? We're talking to him. And this guy's like, I'm sorry, friend, I'm stuck in Metropole. They don't let anybody out here. Let's say, is the council still silent? They pretend it's just connection problems. That's crazy that they're just saying it's connection problems. I never understood in a time like this why you would ever lie to people. I guess if you're so sure that you're going to lose, maybe just so that you could save your own bacon, but this guy needs food. Yeah, let's go ahead and feed him and then we'll close out because he'll still be hungry when we come back, so might as well feed him. Yeah, I never understood why you would ever want to lie to anybody during a situation like this, because like if your plan is to actually pull out of it like alive, I don't know why you wouldn't want the help of somebody, and I think that you should be transparent with them when they want help, but that is not does not seem to be the case. It's why like in a lot of like post-apocalypse, currently apocalypse movies, you know, they have like what am I trying to say here? They have like the government lying to people. Code red, please retire to the shelter immediately. So there is a shelter around here. I got my kind of guns ready to go. It's kind of locked over here, so all right, maybe we'll run into some people at this shelter who want to come with us to Metropole. Another note, Mike, I haven't solved the school cook problem yet. We need 1 more month to recruit him. Another misspelling. And if we don't have it, elimination is the only option. So they think they're probably going to kill this school cook, which I don't know why you would do that. I'll tell you, man, I'm thinking back to some middle school meals. Lots of mid meals, lots of absolute fucking fire meals too. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to use the shotgun there to clean things up. Little yellow paint on that, what looks to be like a water tower there. All right, I'm going to get my box ready because I'm sure that we're going to have trouble here. And then I'm just going to pop these guys one at a time. Very nice. So, Bay 1. It kind of looks like a barn in here a little bit. Any bullets? No. Gunpowder, rag screws. And trust me, if I know you guys cannot see that because I can just barely see it. And I'm right on top of my screen like an old man looking at his phone. Just like press it right up to his face. Okay, stuff to buy here. So this is a record store. Rubik Fake Music Mixtape, $12. BBNG XX1, 14. I don't know. I don't even know why I bothered to read those, just because like oh, this is a cool little album cover. We better be careful to just shoot that guy one time, light him up. He's basically like dynamite, I guess, if you want to imagine it like that. See what the note says. Mary, I'm not just a record seller. I've got other things going for me, but it's hard to explain. I can't tell you everything just yet. P.S. Send more photos. So that guy's talking to some girl who probably thinks that he's a loser because all he does is sell records. And he is trying to convince her that he does other stuff. And I don't remember if he actually does or not, but I guess it doesn't matter. All right, let's just toss it and see who it hits. I missed everybody. You're kidding me. Is this the way I go off? No, I go down, I guess. Oh, but there's a chair down here too, so that's good. We'll hit the fast-moving guy at least. Then I can kind of time my hits better with the shotgun, so I'm going to use that where I can. We're doing good off bullets. I haven't crafted anything in a while either, so I'll need to remember to do that whenever we get back to the train. I almost said the car. Okay, door is locked. All right, we got a chair here. Probably trouble coming up. All right, let me switch to the shotgun so that I can pace it a little bit better. Very cool. Let's see what this note says. Dennis Morgan, known as Blacksmith, born in Winston, and after his parents' tragic death was placed in a local orphanage. So this is a guy called the Blacksmith. This is the dude who makes everything good here. He's making the Guardian right now. He made the trains. This is like the bomb.com in terms of like people who make stuff that can actually hurt these monsters and like protect people well enough and stuff. Damn, this place is really bloody, not gunky either, so that's weird. All right, we could beat this guy's ass. So yeah, the Blacksmith is like, I don't know, he's a really, I don't want to call him a powerful character because he doesn't have like superpowers, but he's very intelligent. He's able to actually construct things that hurt these guys. Peter, I think you're overreacting. The whole city can be involved in a conspiracy. Just think about it. Who would need a simple school chef like you? Signed, Janine. This guy's house is like covered in dirt. I got my gun ready to go. Easy now. Okay, so there's a key and a note. Do not forget to give the key to the kitchen staff before leaving. All right. It's very, I feel like I can hear like fluorescent lights like very quietly in that house. I don't know, something was eerie about it. Oh yeah, isn't there supposed to be like a Yeah, like a facility around here now that I'm kind of looking around and stuff. Maybe like an underground facility. I will go on burrowing under his house tomorrow. There'll be nothing. No, wait, there's not much left now. I think we'll have a wiretap by Tuesday tops. So they're like digging under this dude's house. So obviously he's like, people try and make him think he's like a crazy conspiracy theorist, but he's actually right. Okay, I'm trying not to get hit there. Switch to my pistol, and then I'll switch to my shotgun to beat this guy's ass. GG. All right, continuing on, pistol, shotgun are both doing fine. So here is the little bunker type deal. It's kind of locked down there, and we can read this. Shelter status is closed. There are 0 civilians in there, 0 military, and 1,214 unidentified objects. So, this is one of those underground bunkers they were talking about, and it's apparently full of those monsters, which we kind of get the added context of later on, but there's no way that we would like remember it by then, so I'll just mention it. It's full of the monsters. No civilians, no military, just monsters. You know, something I haven't seen here is an alive person. Maybe we'll come up on one here soon enough. All right, more locked doors, lots of locked doors. Here's another bomb. I have sent Jonas to base A1 on Metropole outskirts. Hope they will teach him some good manners there. P.S. Remove the graffiti. All right, if you say so. And there's like an explodey barrel here. This kind of feels dangerous to me, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Wow, damn, that actually worked out. Only have these guys to deal with, which these guys are like, as I mentioned before, chumps. Okay, so like a weird sort of like room with like a map and stuff. And that kind of looks like North America, sort of. It's got a big-ass land bridge between here and Greenland, but the rocket is ready to launch. Await, and then this guy says, await the order. So they've got like a rocket of some kind ready to launch. Oh, hey, we got a character here. Hey, don't shoot, he says. Metropole. Oh, thank God. Okay, so he is very happy to go to the capital, and I cannot blame him. Probably safe there. And this guy's an explodey guy. I'm trying to aim. This isn't so clean. On controller necessarily, and I am playing it on controller. I don't know, I just thought it would be a fun little game to play on controller here. Okay, Monday transcript. Are you sure? Wait, sure now is the time for all this? Yeah, if not now, then when? Okay, so they're like talking about doing something sometime, and you know, like maybe sooner than expected. We are in Hazelborn Station, and speaking of Hazelborn Station, that is it. GG, we're done completely here. We're kind of running out of bullets, but we've got a lot of the heavier bullets available to us, like the shotgun bullets. Also, like I mentioned before, we do have to craft a little bit. I'll make sure everybody's like full, everybody's not too hurt and everything, and then I'll look at crafting here on the train. All right, slowly pulling out. Looks like a coastal town somewhere. Probably on the east coast. I need to check my map too. Firstly, let's take a look at these guys, make sure that they're all right. Adam Miller is classified. And then I guess I'll make sure that this is balanced. So that guy who's like the unemployed alcoholic is just going to be chilling. No, this is the South Coast. Very cool. I wanted to look at this. Previously a military base. It was turned into a resort town after it was closed. Additional information is classified. This is a Praxi agency rating. Wait, Praxi agency rating puts Arden as a runner-up to Metropole on average wage. Damn, so that place is very... not what's the word, not expensive, but probably flush, not culturally, economically. There we go. So I don't know, this guy is real cryptic, this classified character. He says some very odd things. He's like, no, I'm a civilian, even though I call people sir, and I like use like a lot of military lingo. And you know, our drunkard, he's quick to sniff him out. He says, you're very suspicious, and I don't like suspicious people. He's like, I can't tell you anything. Sorry, I got an order. Well, at least these guys, or at least these guys aren't injured, so I don't have to baby them with med kits the whole way. Anyway, I'm going to drop that guy's food off, and I'm going to... I want to do that mini game. We're going to craft some stuff. Med kits. So we are up to 7 med kits. That's very good. And I want to craft shotgun bullets over pistol bullets. There we go. Because obviously they're more powerful. All right, so these guys are still just chatting. This guy says, "Sorry, I only have half a bottle left, or I'd share with you." And then this guy goes, "No, I don't want any." And I was like, "Are you going to the shelter?" The translation, or not translation, but like the localization to English is not perfect, but it is funny the times that it's not all that great, and then you draw the connection. So I can see why this place is an economic powerhouse. You saw how big the city was while we were approaching it, so maybe we'll, I don't really know. Maybe we'll run into more people here is maybe the first hope. We got a bunch of shotgun bullets, so I might go crazy off those for a little bit. I got a fair bit of pistol bullets as well. Could you maybe take a day off? Tell your boss we have an anniversary spelled wrong. I can't. He left early today. He's got important business at the pier, he says. He's been frequenting that place lately. Okay, so we're looking for the pier, because that's where like the head of this place is. You can also get an achievement for shooting the birds. I already have that achievement, so I'm not going to try to push for it. And like I said, I've mentioned this in all my kind of Let's Plays, but I don't give a fuck about achievements. I just kind of do them every once in a while. All right, Joe, it's done. Everything works. The council must let me work on the Guardian now. You can have my house, sell it if you like. I'm going to Metropole. So whoever this character is created something. And you can kind of see its hand here. At first, I was like really convinced that this was alien tech, but I don't think that's right. It just doesn't kind of look like alien tech to me. I'm giving you all Delta conductors we got. Don't know what you're working on, but best of luck anyways. This is from the Electron Appliance Store, so I don't know. I wonder if this is not well, I actually don't know. It's just somebody who's obviously working on the Guardian. And it's probably not the blacksmith as he was called either, or else, like the blacksmith, I think his history is kind of in the past. This is more recent. So more Chinese Chinese lettering on billboards and stuff around here. All right, we got some food and such. I think, the exit's to the right. Okay, we killed that one. Oh, man, I got hit just a little bit there. All right, and note, that idiot, we've leased our room upstairs, stole 2 books from us. Damn. All right. Well, that's weird. What's his room look like? Okay, it looks good up here, I guess. Same dreams again. My next stop is Ristol. I heard of an old man living there. So this is like a person that wants to visit that old man that we talked about, or like that we got to meet before. So a lot of people interested in meeting this old man character, and I don't super know why. Although didn't somebody say like he told them to go to this canyon or whatever? So maybe that's what he's doing to these people, is like certain people he's telling about this canyon. Oh, wow, and I got hurt in a big way there. Oh well, we just crafted a bunch of med kits and stuff, so I can surely afford it. Afford a med kit for myself. Tell Jack I'm not lending my car to him. I only have one and I worked my ass off to get it. What? There are no taxis in Ristol or what? Okay. Well, we got some scraps from that car. I guess he's probably not using it right now anyway. Continuing on. Whoa, easy there, fella. I didn't expect you of all monsters to be behind that door. All right, we got a bunch of shotgun bullets, which will be nice if we ever need them. All right, so we probably got a computer here. Martha, they need to wait for another hour. I have an urgent matter in the storeroom. All right, interesting. Some kind of a storeroom dilemma, I guess. 1, 2, 3, perfect. Then we'll knock his hat off and blow his head off. All right, nice big screen TV in this house. All right, and then this lady I think has stuff to loot. Dear Dad, I know it's very hard to work as a cashier at your age, but it's the only option we have. Damn, when Mark and I marry, we'll have you living with us. Well, that's kind of sad that she's dead. Didn't get to mail that off. Oh, hey, this guy's alive. Did you kill them? No, 2 or 3 have made it upstairs. Yeah, we killed him, don't worry. And he says, all right, I'll be waiting on the train. So there was a character here. I didn't expect him to be alive. He had a machete. That's cool. Head of Arden Station. Gotcha. Well, I guess we'll be taking the underground path back out of here, huh? Stay back, says that little sign. I could probably use my shotgun for this. Like I said, I just have better pacing with the shotgun. I don't think it's any different, but I can kind of feel it a little bit better. Oh, that's locked, so... Oh, great. We got this explodey guy here. I wonder how this will work out. Probably not great. Yeah, not great, but that's fine. We took about half damage there, so more locked doors, more bunkers leading under people's homes. Oh, great. There we go. Whew. I was just a little bit worried that we wouldn't win that one there. 3 fast-moving guys. All right, load up our pistol. There's a guy sitting in a car, and we tell him the train is here, and he's like, are you sure it's safe? Can you guarantee it? Okay. Yeah, the train is the one place that's been swamped in monsters and has yet not had any real problems yet. I was kind of thinking about this. Okay, hold up. Let me think here. What is the best way to deal with this? Maybe like bait all these guys into this ledge over here. Okay. And then we'll shoot whenever whenever we can see the, that like explodey guy. Here, hold up. Over this way, you bastards. Oh, and I couldn't hit him there either. All right. Well, let's blow this guy's head off. We'll shoot this guy. Well, we'll talk about that later, I guess. So we'll talk about like the trains and stuff because more kind of comes up about them, which is kind of cool. Trying to melee this guy. Don't have the best angle on it just yet, though. We have to be really, really close to the How to Save Money and Make a Million by DK Miller. Have to be really close to the back to the train, I would think. Okay, yikes. That one did hurt just a little bit. And we're killing these guys. Nice. And we'll see what we got up. Whoa, easy now. It's locked. All right. Anyway, continue on. How fucking far is this? I feel like the station wasn't that long, but walking back to it's been like, holy moly. All right, cool. We are very nearly back to the station. Remember, this is where we saw that weird alien hand type thing. And a big path leading us back out of the city. Some flags kind of in and around here. And, yep, this is where the station was. 4832. Kind of crazy that our guy has probably seen all these places like normal. So, like it's probably disheartening for him to retravel these cities and then they're all destroyed and shit. But anyway, that is that. Continuing on to the next city, and I think we've got an injured guy to manage and stuff here too, so let's take a look here. This guy, I'll have to heal him very soon. That guy's fine on food. Oh, the more the merrier, he says. Is he drunk? Asks the injured guy. How can one drink in such situations? This guy says, oh, I'm afraid he doesn't know what's happening. Okay, I think I'm going to get that med kit ready for this guy because he's going to need it very soon. There you go. And this guy's annoyed that they're all inside of here yelling. And the guy says, oh, he's a great travel companion, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Who's going to need to eat next? I bet Richard Bronx is going to need some food by the time that we get to the next place that we need to go. So might as well grab him some food and get ready. They're all debating where they should go and where they should stop and stuff like that. They're like, this guy wants to see the Guardian, but it's like, would you not like to get to a bunker instead? Like one of the safe house bunkers. Anyway, this guy says they can't start the Guardian without the central processor and the core. So we've got the core here, and they decided to create a central processor. So it's basically an electronic brain, this guy says. So it's like a kind of like an AI chip sort of deal. I don't know. It's it's kind of beyond me. Whenever we can see it and talk about it a little bit more, it'll make a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's like an electronic brain. This guy says it's too late to change anything anyways. Damn, that's a really disheartening. The fact that he thinks it's too late in this war for us to win. Also, a tunnel. What the hell? Maybe I should go look on my map real quick and see kind of where we're at and where we're going. Down to the southwest, we're messaging Tim Lanning. We're like, hey, Tim, are you there? Did you switch my route? And then Tim immediately logs off. So, yeah, it looks like we are in the southwest. We lost connection to wherever we're headed to next. I don't know, very eerie, this being a very dark station and stuff. All right, let's continue to the station. That guy's injured, and I'll have to heal him here very soon, but I'm not overly concerned about it right now. We got a lot of shotgun bullets, got a fair few pistol bullets too, I'm sure. I am going to switch to it here real quick and see, maybe not a fair few. So we heard somebody say earlier on the... or I guess not heard, through the text messenger chat on our on our train that there was like not supposed to be a tunnel here, and we're pretty well saying the same thing. So Josh, I'd like to warn you, there are rumors of an unscheduled inspection next month. Ventilation problems are solved, I hope. So this place has an inspection coming. Just trying to keep my eyes around everywhere, because especially since it's dark down here, it's very, very easy to, very easy to, you know, miss doors and stuff. And of course, I want all the loot possible. We're just starting another recording day here, so if I sound a little hoarse as my fucking voice starts up like a lawnmower, you know, that's why. Switching back to the shotgun, because as I mentioned before, it's easier for me to get melees off with it. Yes, very, very dark around here. Got a key there, though, so any locked doors, beware. I guess this is kind of the dead end for here, so we might as well loot it. Lots of stuff around here, not very many enemies in relation. Oh, we got a box, so probably some trouble behind this door. Yep, we got a fast mover and 2 slow ones. Hey, maybe this would make for another area to try to do the no shots challenge. Henry, my intel claims they are inspecting our station in 2 weeks. Try and get the kitchen up to spec by then, please. Up to spec, Henry. Well, we picked up a food there. I'm trying to think if oh, nice. Look how weird this place looks, and this guy with his white piercing eyes. Oh, I guess we could talk to him. Didn't realize. Says what? No, I don't need to go to Metropole. So that guy is being very weird, and we're in a very weird place. Oh, lovely. Maybe this wouldn't make for the best place to do the no-shot challenge after all. I don't even know if this is going to be worth it. I feel like there's not going to be loot that really justifies coming down here, but we'll see. Nope, absolutely nothing. Rags, shotgun ammo, old books. So we basically kind of got refunded, minus the pistol bullet we used, so... Alright, listen, I understand you, I really do, but I earn good money here, and somebody says, you never list to me. Well, I gotta go, I got an inspection this week. Alright, well, lots of talk of this inspection, and I don't really understand the significance of it. Unless maybe this is supposed to be like a rundown, station, so it's been closed for some time, but I don't know. We'll maybe look around the text and see. So we've got weird kind of more moving white lights down here. I don't think there's anything to loot. No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, headed further down, and like I said, yeah, we're doing just fine on ammunition and everything. I don't like the positioning of that barrel. If I could maybe bait this guy in the armor. Yeah, that was not happening. Oh, I'm choking here. Hold up. I don't know why. There's always just like, whenever I get back into the groove of things, or even whenever I wasn't, because that first recording session ended up being about an hour and a half long or so. I just choke so badly. Here's another thing I wanted to point out that I don't know necessarily that I've ever seen anybody point out. So this appears to be like a train map, right? Where like white is kind of spread out across some points and black is not. I wonder if this is like all of the towns that have been taken over by the invasion, because, you know, obviously it kind of mimics a train map, but the other thing is they aren't all interconnected the way our train map is, so maybe that's not the case. It was just something I was thinking about the last time I played. Bob, as I mentioned, there's an inspection in 2 days. Do you think that we will actually die if the vents stop for whatever reason? Yeah, probably, I would guess. It's like down in like mine shafts and stuff, right? I imagine you have to have air this deep underground, even in tunnels and stuff. Alright, heading further down, right? I'm just kind of looking around here, wanting to make sure, checking out the walls, making sure that I'm not missing anything. Alright, a note. Do not forget to put a lock on the door. Entrance to the warehouse will require a password from now on. Oh, a pass. Oh, nice. And then once again, we've got the moons up in the air. Kind of beautiful music here, in contrast to, like, the no music that it has been. It's really serene. You know, obviously you can tell it's the night sky because there's stars and stuff. I was thinking, though, that if this is like Earth, obviously Earth doesn't have 2 moons, so it makes me wonder if, like, the invasion is kind of by, like, you know, moon people and not the Moonanites from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. But oh, hey, we've got a character here. What's up, man? He says, oh God, please be quick. So somebody here is probably thrown off by the strange events similar as we are. I'm gonna try and nick this guy and then just go down here. I know we don't have a bunch of HP to play with, but It also looks like this map is very, very nearly over. Lisa, I've been fired. Just so you know, the inspection found 54 violations. Not going to wait for an official dismissal. I'm leaving here with the first train. They can all go to hell. You know, it's kind of weird. Let's see. Head of / lost description. I don't understand the purpose of this place unless it was just kind of like wiped off the books. But even if it was, I don't understand why the inspection went so shit. Like, there's no... Obviously, okay, the kitchen's fucked up. The vent's fucked up. The administration here seems to be fucked up. But it doesn't really, like, say why. Is it just gross incompetence? And if so, what's the point of even bringing it up? Just to show that people here are shitty at their jobs. Alright, anyway, got a lot of injured people, I remember, in between yesterday to today. Not a lot of injured people, I guess, but, you know, injured people, hungry people. We got a new injured here, and Peter Glean, the driver. That's an interesting character. Lots of people talking. This guy here, he's like, our resident alcoholic says, like, what's going on here? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know anything about this. So he's pretty clueless. Somebody says that there shouldn't be a tunnel here. Could we have taken a wrong turn? Brother, we're on a fucking train path. What are you talking about, wrong turn? Did you see me make a turn anywhere? I guess they have switch tracks, but, like, it's not like you can turn on this thing. Alright, let's go ahead and craft some stuff. We got screws. We got, hot dog. A lot of medkits there. 7 medkits. I'm just going to leave the other thing for right now. So we can't see anything on where we were before. Same way with here. So I guess we're not getting a lot of information on the previous or the next stops that we'll be making. That guy's getting a little hungry, and he's also hurt. Damn, actually everybody's kind of low. You know what? I might just do we'll do like a little giving spree here because I don't want to lose anybody, obviously. We're getting into the thick of it now. Our new guest needs a med kit, which I'm A-okay 100% with. We gotta heal him, of course. This guy's not too hungry yet. This guy's gonna be hungry. How close are we to the stop? Oh, yeah, we can give him food by the time that, we need to get there. This guy says, I can assure you there are no military facilities around here. Of course, supposed to be military. I'll give this guy a med kit, and then I'm sure that I have to do that minigame. I'm sure we're very, very, very close. And 7 volts. I guess, you know, we were close-ish. I'm going to do one more round, and I'm sure we'll be where we have to go by then. Okay, everybody looks very nice. Yeah, I don't know what to make of being back here. I know, obviously, we had to have been, like, transported here. Like, I think we end up in some goofy-ass place on the map, but I don't know. And it's also becoming clear that one guy on our train is, like, some kind of, like, a military official, even though he keeps claiming not to be. Anyway, also another dark station we've made our way to. The lights start to crack up at the top. You know, it's kind of interesting. They look a bit like the moon, and then it looks a bit like the moon shattering. A little bit. Now, the music gets kind of ominous here, really low and stuff, but don't worry too much about it. So, I bothered to translate this because I was like, what the fuck is all this Chinese I'm seeing around here? The Chinese on top of this building actually says secret meeting. So, okay, we enter in and we have got a crew of people, a mix between White Eyes and the guy with the shotgun we saw earlier. And, I can't remember who this red-eyed guy is. I'm sure he's important. Let's see. Is spared. That's all we'll be left with. Armand. They do understand this. Okay, so we've got an Armand character here. Oh, greetings. We meet again as I promised. Oh, okay. That's the guy from, I think that's the guy who gave us the battery. This guy says, how did he get here? This place, it's, this is because of the train. I told you about it. So the train has some kind of special property that allows us here. And this guy offers us a drink. He's like, hey, I have some left if you want it. The train. He is supposed to be carrying the crystal. So why don't we take it now? We cannot interfere just yet. It's too early, this guy says. Okay, so maybe these guys are like, you know, they kind of want to jack our... It's obviously these guys are evil for the most part. Oh, he is the smart one, says this guy. This won't change anything, driver, I guess. Our man, better get back to business. So, this is kind of weird, I guess. And we get kind of like transported back to outside. The door is locked. Their secret meeting continues. I don't know. I'd kind of like an interdimensional little place I could have that looks like it has like... Well, I'm not necessarily interested in the booze, but maybe some food around there or something and chilling with the homies. But, you know, it's few and far between, I suppose. Okay, farewell gift. P.S. You still have time. 6327. 6327. Yeah, interdimensional portals, I understand, are a hot commodity right now in the world. Anyway, moving on from here, this was a real short, cheap and easy station to travel through. Didn't cost us a bullet. Of course, you can't get the no shots fired little achievement here, so I need to check everybody's stats and then maybe re-look at my computer, see where we're going and stuff. I'll release the pressure on this thing and continue on forward. Let's take a look. I think I'm going to craft the smaller bullets. Yeah, it looks like I can craft about 7 of them. And then well, I doubt a little more. Okay. I doubt we'll have any more information on the upcoming stations because whoa, look at all these pods. Oh, okay, those look like capsules that we see outside and stuff, and they're releasing the air. It has the same sound effects, so that's very, very weird. All of our characters on the train are saying very odd things. I think they continue to say odd shit. Please, yes. This guy says he needs a doctor because his HP is low. Don't worry, we're gonna heal you up. I saw he'll need food here very shortly too. I guess we could also feed the security guard. Kind of looks like maybe bodies back there in the back right. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell rubble from bodies with pixel art like this. Obviously, a lot of these shattered pillars all around too, or maybe those aren't really shattered. It's like black tendrils are climbing them. Okay, so these guys are all doing fine. This guy's a little hungry, I guess, but and then solo lights up in the air. Kind of reminds me of like when you're going through like a tunnel and they have lights a little bit. Stop the train, says this guy. Nah, I'm good. So these guys, it almost seems like either we're hallucinating or they're being mind controlled a little bit. Let's continue on. I need to check the HP and everything on these guys one last time before I check the... Okay, this guy needs food. Peter Glean needs food. I'm going to feed him, and then we're going to stop. I wonder what kind of station we're going to end up in, because the first one was really not hard. The second one was easy as it gets. There weren't even enemies. Now this third one, I wonder if this is where we'll see a difficulty ramp up now that we're used to this dark area a little bit. We'll see. Shotgun loaded up, pistol loaded up. Actually, we got pretty good bullets all across the board. Ooh, looks like this is our dead end for the area being food and rags. That's good. We need the food really bad. Hopefully we run into our last passenger here. Charge 0% requires connection to a power supply. So this place is pretty well out of power, it looks like. I see we've got one of those fiery enemies here. I'm not sure how I'll deal with him exactly. What if damn it. Okay, hold up. We got to come up with something. Well, shoot, I've already got him really close to the ladder. I don't really know what the play here is. I guess I could probably do something like that. That actually was probably luckier than it ought to have been. But we killed him, and that's that. Doing pretty well on ammunition, all things considered. All right, this is looking to be a very cramped sort of level. The same way as the underground ones have been so far. That's kind of cool in terms of level design. Like, you know, certain levels feel open and certain levels feel particularly claustrophobic like this one does. Oh, I was about to say, of course the computers are off. They don't have any power. And then he was told that night descends upon the world, and he and those like him stars in the night sky. That is one weird dream. He also had a rifle and wore a hat. Like a cowboy? No, like a hunter. So that's kind of interesting. Obviously, probably talking about the guy who had the gun in that secret meeting we were just in, probably. Now, something to think about that is white like the night sky. I wonder if that is represented by their eyes. We can see like a very weird train here, and the sound effect of the air here is very similar to whenever air is being released on one of those capsules. Those dreams again, the symbols every night. Ooh. So it makes you kind of, well, I guess it doesn't really make you wonder. I guess the symbolism is kind of on the face there a little bit. Oh, hey, this guy says, help me. Well, get on the train. There's a battery here that seems to be pumping into a heart of some kind. I don't really know what to make of this kind of stuff, I guess. Oh boy, this is a troublesome type area. Let me knock the helmet off this dude. I probably need to Let's see, what's the reload button? X. Okay, that's right. I'm going to probably come down a little bit and pop that dude to get him to fiery. I was lucky there. I knew that I would miss my opportunity if I wasn't careful. Now it looks like we're starting the slow trek back to the left and probably going to see a lot of enemies along the way. Once again, even more cramped now that we're down underground. So, shit, I didn't want to have to use all that ammo, but that's fine. Kind of looks, I don't think those are capsules, but I don't really know what those are. Maybe like power generators or something. All right, continuing on forward. I think, yeah, this is our, which way is our dead end? Down here? That's right. Okay, some more screws. So we'll have maybe some stuff to craft some stuff. Lost description, Metropole upper house. Okay, at least they got the blocker codes here, so that's good. We'll never get like stranded somewhere. And I guess we're powering up something. Maybe we should look at that computer again now that we've got it booted up with power. No. Maybe the pad that we would use would be out of power, but I don't really understand why they give you alternate objectives in this whenever they're going to be pretty well side by side, like the blocker code and cutting off the power. I don't know. Now that locked door we saw at this station right underneath the train, to my knowledge, you can't open that. There are like no keys on this level, and starting that power up and stuff does not do anything for it, so I don't know what the idea is there exactly, but anyway, moving on, let's check everybody's health real quick. Gotta make sure everybody's in fine shape because I'm sure we'll have a stop here very soon. Wait, who doesn't feel good? Oh, okay, these guys are like, yeah, I feel like I haven't slept in forever. This guy's got gunk all over his body. He's a little bit hurt, but he's not actively injured and bleeding like everybody else. Yeah, he doesn't look good, to say the least. We still have the power crystal on us, looking good. Yeah, it looks like somebody is bleeding, our Glean character. Nice. And if we go from all that black, hope that didn't hurt your eyes. We're recording in the daytime here for once in a long time, and it is not too bright in relation to the rest of the area I'm recording in, but that's really pretty. I like in the back it's got that like kind of like a light. Is there something in the ice there, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so, you know, you kind of ask, like, I wonder what that might be. Who's the hungriest? Probably this guy who's kind of injured, right? All right, I'm going to stabilize this crystal a little bit, and then I'm going to look at our map and stuff. Can I see anything? No, lost connection, so we can't even get a readout on these maps. We're coming up on the L Labs bunker. Got hair on my tongue. Anyway, better do one more check on everybody. I bet this guy needs to eat. Yeah, I think this is the last food I'm going to hand out. Obviously has to be because I don't have any more food to hand out. But on the bright side, we are coming up on the objective we're looking for. So maybe I should go ahead and craft some stuff. By the time I get done crafting, I'm sure that we'll be at where we're going. So the light to denote, like, whenever you're actually able to craft something, like you're over the craft icon, is so fucking faint. It's actually kind of crazy. This gets way worse in the DLC, but whatever. Anyway, we are here at the L Labs bunker. Welcome. Everybody made it. Everybody survived. Another 6 survivors dropped off somewhere safe. I like there's a calmness to this area, but then there's also a prettiness to it. I always kind of like that. A little bit like the mountains. I guess there's some danger in real life, like bears and stuff, but whatever. So, Alan Yates, unemployed, he made it. Adam Miller, Alan versus Adam, classified. Richard Bronx, security guard. Justin was a developer, and Peter Glean, the driver, and all of these guys are giving us assorted money and items. All right. We've got a guy here who says, yes, sir, he's reached the bunker. Okay, so, yes, the cargo is with him. So he has like a little radio. He's obviously like a government agent or some kind of good guy, I would guess, thankfully. Where did I get the second bottle? We settlers know how to get by. So that guy's been carrying a second bottle of booze with him the whole time. This guy says, I gave you everything I had. Hopefully we don't need money in the shelter. This is just a scratch. Why did you even wrap it? Damn, I've been told you were dying here. Why'd you even call for me if you're fine? So this guy is injured, I guess. And you may have noticed one of the upgrades we got from him was a gun upgrade, or one of the rewards. I've tinkered with your gun a little, so it has a better piercing rate. Cool. So we've got a better piercing rate on our gun. We've got this guy here who's in a black outfit. I can't thank you enough for saving me. We'll get better context, actually, to what that black outfit probably is. Do you understand us? Says this guy who's covered in gunk. Oh no, that's the doctor saying that to him. Looks like this is the missing link, they say. That's kind of interesting because I wonder if that means that he's like kind of like a hybrid. You know, like the missing link for humans is supposed to be like the transition between like us and primates that is like an evolutionary step that we can see. So, what took you so long? Ristol's not that far away. And he's like, what the fuck? A tunnel? There's no tunnels on the way here, buddy. You only had to pass 2 cities and that's it, so that's weird. I guess if you say so. Anyway, we can talk to the scientist here. Sure enough, we'll take care of them. Don't worry. There's still room in the shelter. So these guys are pretty optimistic and nice. You go down and tell my boss. He has something important to tell you. Okay, let's see. You got anything else to say? He's like, oh, you're asking about a phone. Yeah, I think we have one downstairs. So they've got a phone all kind of queued up. You can see we've got a bunker here too. I'm obsessed with bunker media. I always have been. Alright, don't forget to load emergency rations. We will close the cargo elevator soon. I think what that means is that we don't really have a lot of food down here to buy. Civilians, they're about 12,500, 64 lab personnel, and 1 unidentified object. So we get kind of an idea of what that is. I used to think that that was like a bad omen. The fact that they had an unidentified object down here, because the same way as we know that the unidentified objects are like monsters and that they infected that one bunker and completely took it over, I thought that was kind of like a prelude, like a warm-up to like this place getting completely overthrown, but I don't think that's the case. Nice view, says this guy. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's very pretty. Yeah, this place is beautiful. Like I said, another level of calmness, and I love bunker stuff like a ton. Alright, please do not touch anything, if you say so. I don't see a reason to mess with anything. This guy's like, only smoke in hallways. Who even came up with that rule? I guess. Okay, probably which way we want to go? Left here, I would guess. There we go. There's our unidentified object. This guy says, we captured it in the locally. So, like, they captured it locally. He was really hard to pacify, I'm sure. And I'm sure he's probably not pacified. No news yet, says this guy. Here we've been figuring out, why would the gas affect people this way? Apparently, it's designed to encourage positive cell development. So, kind of like a cancerous thing, maybe? Put simply, it's meant to make you smarter, faster, you name it, but it only works in a very minority of cases. Most of the time, the results are as in the jar, so it seems like this gas is supposed to do something positive for people and help them, but it very rarely does that. It mostly just turns them into monsters. There's a capsule there. I can't tell you much about them. We can't even identify the materials these capsules are made out of, so don't even ask me about the gas. Hey, fair enough. They don't even know what the fuck the things are made out of. Out of 42 experimental subjects affected by the gas from A1 and A2 capsules, 41 of them became hostile, the monsters, and 1 is currently being monitored. Okay. While we wait here at the phone, it makes me wonder, since we saw a warehouse full of capsules, it's like, were we like in space there, like interdimensionally, if that makes any sense? Like, obviously, okay, so we know the capsules came from space, right? And we also know that, I'm just going to sit here and buy a little bit. I don't think I want the upgrades. There's faster reload and extended clip. I would buy that if I had the money, but I'm like hella broke for some reason. You know what, though? Maybe I'm not that broke that I can't afford it. There we go. So we got the extended clip upgrade. So our shotgun's doing better. Now, granted, we cannot buy the meds anymore, but whatever, fuck it, we're fine. It seems they're yet to load the food container, so they haven't loaded up the food. So we know the capsules come from outer space, and that, like, we were just near a whole bunch of capsules. Or does that mean that the capsules come from Earth, and there is no invasion from space? And I guess kind of like the invasion in my head, maybe I'm projecting a little bit. Maybe it never was explicitly stated it came from space, but I assumed it because of the moon and stuff. I don't know. Something to think about. A lot of stuff to think about there. The council was unable to decide which nation is going to control the Guardian. That's why we created a neutral central processor. So they couldn't decide who should control it, like who should be in charge of it. So they made a big brain to control it automatically instead. I guess that's good. Alright, so we're in a big storage facility of people. I guess that goes down. I think to the left is our dead end, actually. Wait, okay, whew. Going up there, I got hung up a little bit. Alright, so we've got 2 scientists. Oh, okay, it looks like everything we need is loaded, says this guy. Are you sure the food container is in? No, it's probably not. You can see a guy in a capsule back there, and for the longest time I was like, I wonder, are they just loading civilians, like, into this shit? Like, you know, do you just get put in, like, a cryo storage? But maybe that's the guy who, is, like, the positive subject that got infected, if that makes sense. So this scientist says, I know we don't have much time. This is the Guardian's central processor. Looks like a brain. Council's assigned us to develop it. Now you need to deliver it to Metropole as soon as possible. To think of it, why would Thornton give up the power core? As far as I know, he's not on our side anymore. Okay. My assistant will accompany you. So Thornton maybe has even said that he's not on our side anymore. He's like a bad guy, the guy who gave us the crystal. But we learned a little bit about that in the DLC. So they're loading up the brain onto our train, and we're bringing this assistant with us. He is actually really good for exposition. I always thought eggheads like this were really boring, but later on, as I've been like playing these games and stuff like that, like I really like this guy. A lot of people seem to know him and stuff too, so that's really cool. Anyway, we are leaving the kind of relative safety of the L Labs bunker. We've got the code here. Let's see what this guy has to say. Everything's loaded by now, I guess. Stay safe. All right. Good time out of any time if you're going to be a worker for the railway station to be near a bunker. Am I right? At least you can. They'll probably let you down there whenever the time comes to lock it up. So that, you know, we've seen our first solution to the invasion in that is what a bunker looks like. And that one specifically looks pretty good. All right, continuing on forward, we can go see what this new scientist guy is about. His name's Mark Settle, senior scientist too. It says, fantastic train. I remember my boss discussing its construction with the blacksmith. Oh, okay. See, it's not very stable yet. He's talking about the power, surely. You can see we've got a new sort of addition to the train there as well. But I hope they can still start mass production. Hey, buddy, we're in the middle of a war. I'm going to say, as much as there are wartime productions, I don't think we're going to be using it all that much here. So this thing, like, scans back and forth, and we have to like ping these little red dots that were there. Let's see what we got in the messages. We got a machinist. Somebody says, how was it? And we're like, what are you talking about? You passed the border and you're still replying, so we must have been down near the border. This means you have passed through something for sure. I guess I'm going to say I don't know, because I really don't know what all that was. Tom told me strange things about his first time, but he didn't come back after the second time. I'm fine. We're approaching Metropole. Good luck, brother. Cool. Let me look at the map here real quick. I think we're headed towards, like, the centralist area, so... Alright, let's get this thing a scanning again. Oh, nice. I got two of them at once. Very cool. While we're alone, I wanted to tell you something. Okay, go ahead. Take your time. Tell me whatever you want. You got feelings for me or something? I know people don't believe in the Guardian anymore. Oh, okay, a little bit less intimate than that. I understand them. I mean, listen, he should have launched after the invasion started. I agree 100%, but, you know, I see we need the power core and the brain. If we deliver the power core and the brain in one piece, we might as well see what he has to say. We'll have a chance to resist. Alright, just keep away from the capsules. Yeah, no fucking doubt. Anyway, we're at whatever city we need to be at. It kind of feels lonely on the train, but hopefully we'll get this stocked up here very, very soon. So, we have probably a fair bit of bullets. We got a lot of shotgun rounds, extended shotgun clip now. Our pistol should have, like, a piercing a little bit. Went to get some firewood. Oh, alright. Okay, let's try these lockers, and the doors unlocked. Very nice. So, looking for whoever went to go get firewood from wherever. Alright, a very kind of quiet town, to say the least. Amanda, if that guy from the station comes again, don't give him any firewood. We don't have much ourselves now. Our stockpiles are low. Okay. Continuing on. Oh, here's finally some monsters. I figured we'd open up strong with a little shotgun blast. Oh, great. And then he's gonna also open up strong with a blast of his own. Alright, let's see if they got anything good up here. Nah, it kind of doesn't look like it. No, oh, wait, a book. How to make a tie-in pipe. I don't understand plumbing at all. I'll leave it to the, experts. I'm sure there's, like, I can't remember if this place is, like, a very plumbing-heavy-esque, place or what, but I do remember that book being in a couple places. A note, this idiot thinks he can steal my heat. Good luck. He probably came here and asked for wood again, I guess. Oh, there's a big guy. I'm just going to shotgun him, even though he doesn't really need a, fully shotgun blast. How to protect your pipes. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can see a lot of pipes in the, in this area, but I don't know. I guess it is hooked up to an O2, so presumably, water is what it's hooked up to. I don't know why this place is so pipe heavy relative to other places, but whatever. I guess maybe it's more important in a place like this where it's going to be so cold, but, damn, that guy only took 2 bullets. Yeah, maybe that shotgun was hella overkill. Okay, we got a note here to the left. Went to fight. We'll be back late. I had the key. Buy some beer for the evening. All right, fair enough. I think we're going to head... I actually think this door is locked. I should probably try the door, shouldn't I? Yeah, it is locked. All right. Lots of pipes down below there. You can see here there's a little wooden cross on it, presumably a grave there. This light is green. A couple of enemies here, but nothing really worth worrying about. We could probably, just headshot that one. All right, continuing on. We're just flying through this place. Seems like there's something in Midgar. If not, I'll check on the old man in Ristol. No news so far. So somebody in Midgar who is similar to the old man, not the same. And that's just a presumption. Similar in terms of connected to this invasion or whatever. And I guess my thing is I doubt that there was a ground invasion. You know what I'm saying? I always thought that these guys came from space, but now I'm wondering. Stay still, this woman says. Nice, pretty blue eyes and blonde hair. Do you promise? She says. Okay, so we're just telling her probably that we have a train and it's safe. Come along. Come along on my fantastic train. I covered the camera. Why do you need a camera in your bedroom? Who's the owner of the place? Some pervert? I don't know, but the rent is low. So permanently recorded. Let's imagine this. You can see there's a little... a towel on the camera. You're permanently recorded in your house, but rent is $100 a month. Is it worth it? And I mean permanently recorded. I don't know. Well, I guess it kind of matters a little bit who's going to see it, but alright, the camera on the first floor is not responding. Well, she's not that hot anyway. How much material you got? About 300 hours. We have to pick through the best parts out. So there's they're obviously recording for not great reasons here. Oh, nice. There was a little bit of music that played in that room. Oh, it's continuing to play. Cool. I don't know. I wish these guys would release a rock album. That'd be kind of cool. I like the guitars and stuff, and whenever you can play with them here in this game. The truth behind my research is so simple. I still can't believe I found it. They are crossing the strings. Genius. How else could they traverse such distances and come here? Static on all frequencies we experience is an additional evidence of that. I guess, is it? I mean, presumably he's talking about the aliens, right? This proves another thing. Since it's impossible to, while being in the same part of the universe, cross strings in a different spot, as such, they should appear in the same place as before. That canyon to the west precisely. Now that I really don't understand, other than, more talk of this canyon to the west. It seems to me like they're talking about the ability for people to, teleport and stuff, and, get pulled through realities and shit. Which we'll see a little bit more of, but that's kind of justified in universe, I guess, is I don't know, strings. I wanted to talk about this. So in in the book and movie, A Wrinkle in Time, I don't know if you've ever read it or heard of it. It's a children's story. It's kind of dumb actually, but they talk about being able to cross through time by, if you imagine time, the beginning of time and the end of time are a string, crossing it would take a little while, right? Going from one end to the other, if it's all of time, you can presume it would take a long time. But if you move the state at which the, if you kind of close the distance between the beginning of the string and the end of the string, you bring the two ends together, then the string still exists, the rest of time still exists, but you brought the ends closer to one another, and you can still connect them, you can put the two ends of the string close to one another. And that's kind of what I understand this to be, and I know that was explained so shit. I really just don't, I don't know. Maybe the best way to Google it is how does time work in A Wrinkle of Time? You scum, if you're not down by round 3, I'll drown you in the red pit myself. Damn. Okay, so it looks like there's some kind of a competitive scene here. Lots of monsters. Oh, I didn't realize I was actually going to pierce that guy. Uh-oh. All right, fair enough. He's dead. I don't know any other great way to explain it other than kind of how I just did. If you still don't understand it, maybe either reread that note if you want to understand it in this universe, or like look up how time works in A Wrinkle of Time. So there is the blood pit they were talking about. You can see it's literally a blood pit. So that's crazy. They have like crazy fixed fights and stuff where it's kind of like wrestling, I guess. Here's a note. This idiot didn't fall in the third round as he was told, so get rid of him. As usual, put his stuff in the boxes. Anything valuable, be it money, keys, or whatever, leave it for me. So they made hella money here. $32 plus 54 is what we took. Kind of a shame that we don't get more than that. You presume that there's more than $80 in that stack of money, huh? But we did get a key while we were down there, so we can continue further through this area that we were before with the locked door. All right, we got some troublemakers in here. Yep, there we are. I was just wondering if that was going to work. Very cool. We took a little bit of damage here. I think it was from one of the explodey guys, but we're still fine. Got another monster dude. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it looks like it takes 3 pistol bullets, which is the same as the little fast guys take. So, all right, so this guy, to Ethan Forrest, head of Modeline Valley. He came out to get wood, I guess, and that's where all the wood is. It looks like he has like a lot of fucking wood down there, which relative to everybody else, I wonder if he's been like hoarding wood, and that's kind of like the joke. I don't know, because like he's asking everybody for wood and he has all that wood down there. Anyway, no, we already got the code and everything, so I don't have to read anything else. 2793, 2793. Perfect. All right, let's get on this train and get to moving. I don't really think that there's a little bit more to think about, like I said, in terms of like, and maybe that guy is even wrong. I mean, they don't usually put context in a game where like, you know, somebody is like entirely wrong like that person would have been that was writing that note about them traveling across like space via strings, but I don't know. So I've already fucked up and accidentally like screwed with this thing here. So that woman's like asking about you know, how this train works, and he's like, okay, firstly, it doesn't let the gas in here, that deadly gas. And also, it keeps it warm. And she's like, I don't care about the temperature of the monsters, but what if we stumble upon them? Now, this is kind of interesting. Realistically, we'll have a chance to survive, okay? Hopefully, whatever you're talking about. The train was built with such situations in mind. Well, that's good, I guess. We can talk about this a little bit in just a second. What are our chances? He's like, about, 0.1% chance to survive the first attack. Oh, it sounds great, she says. Not great odds in mine and hers opinion. Okay, so they keep referencing them, and we're going to see like I don't know when best to pull the trigger on this because we're in a complicated situation here, but they are still in the north. So we kind of get very, very rare references to what they actually are. They are like these giant 30-foot tall monsters. Now, we won't ever see a single one in this game, so you know, don't get it kind of twisted, like we'll never see what they look like ourselves, but we'll see kind of like references to them in and around. You know, like she's asking, does this train move faster than them? Can it take a hit from them? So apparently they must move like extremely fast too, up to like 100 kilometers, because that's how fast we're going. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. The kind of context we just got there. I never read into some of that. So apparently they can probably just break the shit out of this train for one. They're crazy fucking fast, and they're huge too. And we get that 30-kilometer reference from a cook in the DLC if we bring him with us. But I'm just going to reference what I'll bring him up whenever we get to him, because there's like a choice that we have to make at that point, and it's not going to involve like him saying that dialogue, but we'll bring it up then. I don't want to confuse you. Basically, understand that part of this invasion is 30-foot tall monsters. I'm getting my books from the janitor, signed Martis. So another motherfucker who's not at his station. Who'd have guessed? We've got a locked door here, so we can't continue on. What else was I trying to say there? We just dropped the bombshell about all that stuff. So, you know, she's asking, like, And it makes kind of more sense because it's like, you know, surely the military could handle like all these like little monsters that are on the ground, right? Like they're probably not that troublesome. Send Ronald, maybe he can fix the radio. There's some noise on every frequency. So I mean, we're getting more context about the radio, so I would say that that guy is at least writing in terms of like, these things are the problem with the radio. These guys teleporting all around and shit, but again, don't really know. Damn, I was hoping that would kill there. Oh well. That door on our right was not locked. Whoa, shit, lot more enemies. I think I'll go left here, but I do want to try this door on the right. We're obviously, to get back in the current time, moment or whatever, we are on some kind of like a drilling platform. It kind of looks like that is an extremely fucking deadly position to be in, right beside that barrel, I would guess. Let's see, going down. Oh, hey, here's a little guy hiding. Do you want to come with us? He's like, well, actually, I'm fine here. Look, I got a box of canned beans just for me. Anything like that on your train? Well, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I mean, people are eating fine on my train, if that's what you're asking, and we take his little box of canned beans for us. Martin, I see that the paying job is luxury for a settler, especially if it's working for a council member's son, but you didn't come home for 10 months now. So this is like a woman like pleading with her husband, like, I understand the work you're doing is good, but you're not home. Why don't you come home? Okay, cool. We got the little exploded guy. Oh, Jesus, that's going to be a big one. Okay. What else was it? Okay, so, and this also is a council member's son who apparently runs this, so we might be able to get some context for that soon enough. I didn't realize we could come down through here. Well, good thing we went the high road on that there then, huh? Because we had a really good angle on these guys. Not really clear what they're mining here. I guess, or not even mining. They're probably, this is probably like they're jacking oil. No, I guess I can walk, says this guy. Thank you. All right, so we are getting our train full up. We got 4 people on the train now. What do you know about that? Not doing great on shotgun rounds. I've been a little bit, I don't know, greedy isn't the word. I guess using them quite a bit. Okay, we just barely killed those guys. Guess we'll put a bullet in that dude. We're not doing too bad. Like, I know I choked there a little bit at the beginning of this re-recording session, but since then, I've not been doing the worst, you know. Lots of locked doors all around. Oh, brother. Okay, so I could probably get to him on this other side here and shoot him to light him. And I would like to see what's behind this locked door. We'll probably get key up here in this. It looks, I mean, there's like a big screen TV. It's probably like the manager's office or something. There's like the secretary, Director Peter Thornton. All right. Let's take the key and we'll read the computer. It's not my fault the old man left you with this trash of a plant while Adam is sent to Ristol. So I think Adam Thornton is the guy that we ran into who had the battery, I think. And this guy says, I've asked you again not to say that name. The old man has nothing to do with it. He's like, well, you got to start small. Like, fix that place up that you're working. Get yourself a small team of professionals and a small loan and fix the main workshop at least. He's like, okay, I get that. Who should I ask for a loan? And that guy's like, don't get mad, but Adam. And this guy just like rage gets off his computer. He's like, fuck that. So this is his brother's place. I guess I don't think that there's a super significant subtext to it. It's just his brother. I guess we could maybe explore here to the right. I still haven't got my blocker code, so oh hey, very nice, here it is. To Martin Wren, head of the oil platform B85 station. So it was oil. I guess I probably could have read that somewhere or whatever. I just didn't know. They talk about a workshop so much, I just maybe assumed that this was actually a production facility. I didn't really know. So white on white is not really the move here where I can't see anything, but maybe it's a bit of a choice, you know, considering how kind of black, white, and gray are some very prominent themes of, or like color themes of this game, so it's probably intentional. 8644, very nice. Let's hop on the train and get to going. Anyway, we got lucky in that we got this experimental train that keeps out all the gas and stuff. I should probably check in and see how many trains are still in, you know, working, I guess, still in running. All right, so let's take a look at everybody, see how everybody's doing. So this guy, very hungry. I better go ahead and get him some food. That guy just said, darn, about something. I don't know what he was even talking about. Oh my God, says this guy. Did you bandage that arm? Oh, I think his arm is whole ass gone, so he must have lost his arm. Doesn't really help. This guy He's a little hungry. He needs a doctor. Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. I'm afraid the only doctor you can find is one in Metropole. You mean you don't know anything? You know that bandage is bad, but you don't know how you could fix it? All right, buddy. All right, let's go ahead and do this little mini game here. So at least the place we're headed should I need to go to Metropole, he says, should have a doctor there. Like we're going to the place where that guy could get help at least. That girl said, then hold on and stop whining. I'm interested. We're coming up on, actually, hold up. Where are we going? As a matter of fact, Rail Factory E5. Oh, we're coming up on a rail factory. Gotcha. There was something else I was looking. Oh yeah, I wanted to see how many train people there are still in. Okay, so there's 2 operators and 3 machinists. So I mean, it's not good. I would call it about the furthest thing from good, but oh, somebody's injured. I bet it's the injured guy. Yep. All right, we'll take you a little med kit here, get you all patched up. Don't worry. There we go. And then I can give Bob Porterfield his little can of box of beans. Let's see how close we are. Oh yeah, he's going to need his box of beans before we get there. Very pretty. Any news about the president, somebody says. Were they able to find him? The girl says, I don't think it's a good time to discuss this, says the scientist. So probably nothing but bad news. Armand is a damn coward. I'm sure no one abducted him. Oh man, if only they kind of knew. We get kind of, I think, some explanation of what happened to Armand in the what's it called? The DLC, that's right. Anyway, where we need to go. I think we're at a rail station, aren't we? Kind of looks like a military base a little bit in the background. I don't know. We'll go in and see. I have no doubt. All right, we don't have the most bullets, but we got enough to get by. I get by with a little help from my shotgun. That's kind of what I'm worried about, is like any spicy encounters I have where I need the shotgun. Go to David, second facility. This is urgent. So there's going to be 2 facilities at least. And I'm keeping my eye towards the bottom to see if there's going to be an underground segment, but I don't know, probably not, right? Well, there's a panel underground. Okay, so that's where the train production is at. Damn, that guy hurts whenever he hits that big guy. Maybe that's the real danger. Break that glass just for fun. Damn, shame I went all the way up there for like $14. Anyway, we'll handle some of these guys. Alright, so that guy's gone, and I'm gonna melee this guy. Alright, so we can see like kind of how the trains are made and stuff. Sometimes they have like context on the little panels there, so that's why I went near to it. Okay, I want to light that guy on fire. Alright, we've actually spent quite a few bullets already, but I think we're going to be fine. So that place is done. Like we looked at that train. So this is the second area. Damn it, and that hurt us a little bit. Okay, stage 2, status done. The foreman's comment, the frame is installed. Check the damper system on stage 3. We had it misbehaving yesterday. Yeah, the damper system is fucked. I assume that's the shock absorption that they're talking about there because, well, actually, let me bait this guy at least over here. So I can take his helmet off and then maybe deal with the other guys. Yeah, I think that's the shock absorption system that they're talking about there, and that is extremely fucked. Alright, we were able to finish both those guys at once. No thing to read on that train. More enemies. Actually, you know what? I can get the high ground here and just pop this guy. Oh, easy. There we are. Whoa, don't get off the ladder because we'll get hit if we don't. Alright, stage 4, status done. Foreman's comment. The diesel engine is installed, so it runs on diesel, I guess? Damn. The equipment is connected. Everything is ready to be tuned. There are still issues with the manual brake. Check the carriage mounting. Alright. Well, at least the foreman seems to kind of know what he's doing. And that's stage 5. That looks like the end of the like production line anyway. Now, I feel like I remember this being a kind of deadly area, but we'll see. We got a key here and a computer. Why is there a delay? The blacksmith didn't leave any records, and we can't set up mass production without him. So what are our options? Well, obviously, he's too busy building the Guardian now, so I prepared a proposal for shutting down the experimental train production. And then I guess is what will David say? So, you know, they're working on these experimental trains like we have. We got the only one that was produced by the blacksmith. So that's, I guess, well, definitely fortunate for us. You know, shame they didn't get it into mass production, but all right, we got a TV here if we run into trouble. Let's see who we get first. We got that guy there who's empty. All right. These guys don't, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is all that bad. I need to save a shotgun shell in case I need it. Status done. Foreman comment, the base is ready, waiting for approval. So I think this is the experimental, you know, branch of like the production, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe up there is like the standard branch and this is the experimental one. Let's go high so that I can nick this explosive guy. Okay, perfect. Wow, that could not have been in a better spot there for 2 seconds. Right in between those two guys. All right, and then we got another big guy here. Hopefully we're about done with this area because I need to craft more bullets. Status done. Foreman's comment, the carcass is ready. Check the shaft fastening. All right. Do they normally leave a bunch of fucking trains in just random positions of, what are we going to call it, production on the line? I guess this is like a production line, like an assembly line, so maybe that makes sense. All right, there's another one down. We only have the bullets that are in our guns, which is very off-putting. All right, so status delayed. Production is being shut down. All work in the second facility is halted. The Bellis AX02 reactor is to be placed in the isolated container for personnel safety. Waiting for further instructions. So it looks like that's like an alien hookup there. Like that's one of the alien, something from the aliens, because it makes the same sound that is, you know, in these experimental trains. So, and then this here is like, you know, unfinished. Like they're probably working on that one. So, anyway, moving on here. So, you know, they shut down, what we understand from here, they shut down the production of the trains, right? The trains, the experimental trains, like the one we have alien technology that kind of expels, it seems like, you know, this gas. David, I understand, but we don't have a single operational Bellis yet, which is the kind of train we have, I think. This guy says, I've sent one working train to the north for evaluations and tests. And he's like, as soon as I have information on that, I'll send it back to you. And they're like, but listen, we don't want to back a project that leads nowhere. And this guy's like, do you realize the price we paid to get our hand on these reactors? Out of thousands who were sent for it, only 7 came back. So there are only 7 of these engines even to make trains. This guy says, we're reviewing our legislation banning any tech from the first visitation area from use. Damn. So like they're going to ban like first visitation technology. So they like reverse engineered alien technology, it seems like, to construct our train is the idea. I don't know if I confused you in this train area or not, but that seems to be the case. This guy's like, wait, what is this train? He's like, no, it can't be. So like, you know, our train is kind of mythical a little bit, if you want to imagine it like that. Good thing we are done here because I don't have any bullets at all. Hopefully the next place is not very troublesome, or hopefully I have a lot of crafting materials. All right, headed back to the train proper now so that we can head to the next city. Hopefully we're only like 2 or 3 cities away from Metropole, just off of the fact that we don't have very many bullets. All right, headed out. We better check on everybody. This guy is just fine. He's an engineer. This is the guy we just picked up. It seems I took a little nap, says Mark Settle. Senior scientist. This girl's a little hungry. She isn't going to give us very much money. Everybody else is generally kind of fine. So I said that the scientist knows a lot of people, and he like knows like the head of this facility here. And you know, the worker there just told him that the head of this facility resigned the other day, and he's like, "What? That's odd." He like was so committed and stuff. Like I don't know why he would have resigned. Anyway, let's go back over here so I can keep juggling these guys. See, Mark Settle is hungry, or he's getting hungry. The girl's getting hungry. That guy says he thinks they found somebody to replace him, but he was the first engineer, says the scientist. So it's time for a new generation, says the factory worker. So it seems like that guy who was head of that facility got kind of muscled out, probably with the revelation that they're not going to be able to use alien technology to design these trains. I think old David can easily be replaced. Damn, this scientist is like shit. You see your friends come and go from like their important positions, and then you're like, damn. Okay, what is the... Oh, that guy's injured. Okay. I was like, who's having trouble already? So I guess this guy is hurt. Yes, we'll heal him up. Just kind of looking at everybody. I guess I better feed Olga Williams. And probably by the time we get to where we're going, I'll have to feed the scientist guy too. Maybe we'll see. Let's go see how close we are to the. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just sit there with food, and the second we get there, I'll drop the food off to him, and then go get us where we're going. So you can see where we're headed there on the back. You've got like this weird manor. This guy says anything could happen there. You're too young. You don't see what's really happening. I guess if you say so. I don't know. The girl here seems to be wrong to me, like just based off of what I can understand, but like I don't know, it's hard to understand who's wrong and right here. Like the girl holds like a lot of contrarian beliefs, this Olga, but not like directly in contrast to what's happening. She's just like I don't know. Whenever I look back at her text, it's just like she seems to be butting heads with these guys. All right, like what? Play snowballs? This guy's got, I got a bottle stashed from yesterday. Oh, okay. So that guy's like, hey, you want to get together and mess around? And he's like, what do you mean? Just play snowballs? And he's like, no. I got booze. Oh, okay. They have interns practicing at such stations where trains arrive once a year. Okay, so that's here. They have interns apparently. This station is very weird though. It's commissioned for an old man living in a mansion on a mountaintop. Remind you of anything? Maybe he sleeps in a coffin and drinks blood too. Oh man, they're saying he's Dracula. That's funny. So we'll go up to his little mansion type deal. We saw it from the train tracks there earlier. Let's see what we've got. This is like a little home, probably where the station manager stays. So let's take a look here. Well, let's go see if we can figure out the mystery of this motherfucker on the hill. How's that sound? Damn, there are a lot of checkpoints. Not like real checkpoints. You know what I mean? Like little houses on the way up to this manor. Real steep mountain, apparently. Don't really have the best count on ammunition, but so we've got like, I don't know, like kind of a religious reverence here. One must still have chaos within oneself to give birth to a star. I guess. So that's like one of your, I guess, religious preamble, or not like preambles, but like things to say, I guess. But yeah, there's like candles, and then they aren't like pews. They're more like sofa cushions, and then like a statue here. So I don't know, weird shit going on. Now I don't remember. Can I open this? Okay, yeah, I can. Chairs and like a big dining hall here. Stuff to loot, a little bit of food. Let's go up here, actually, because I know down is where the end of this area is. Random shit to loot. Reports prohibition of vivisection. So I guess the banning of like cutting kind of people open to study them a little bit. I don't know, a very odd place this place is. Theodore, regrettably enough, I shall decline. Even your position and personal connection with council members can't affect my decision, I'm afraid. So the guy who is here, Martian, is saying this. So this is like the Lord of the Manor saying this. Do be informed that that letter with your proposal was passed directly to the general prosecutor. My hopes are that he will not spare you. Investigators will arrive. Prepare to welcome them. I don't really understand. I shall decline. Even your position and personal connection with council members can't affect my decision, I'm afraid. I don't know. So this guy has decided to do something here, and somebody else was like, nah, you probably shouldn't do that. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm super powerful. Like, you know, it doesn't matter to me. So we've got chairs here, and they're all hooked up to the switch, and it kind of looks like people would be eating, and then somebody would flip this switch down here, and it would drop them all down here. So, and presumably the kind of people who would be down here, like, worship religiously like these monsters. So I don't know, very very odd kind of context we're getting for this area. I'm just trying to maybe preserve my ammo a little bit carefully. We got like dead bodies and stuff. Like you can see a very thin, or like very shaded body there. I'm trying not to you know, go in the wrong directions here or anything. 1, 2, 3, perfect. I like that those guys take kind of 3 bullets as long as you're able to hit all 3 of them. All right, more of these XL containers here too. I don't really know what they mean. Even now on like a repeat playthrough, I know it's obviously a company. So to Simon Davies, head of personnel station O2T. Maybe I can read on the train and get some context to this area. Oh, that's a big one. That's a even faster monster. I think there's only one of those here though, so there's obviously more fast ones than regular enemies, but damn, I need more bullets stat. Damn, another empty one. Okay, well, might as well use the shotgun on these two guys. Okay, so we've got... I'm trying to debate how best to do this without having to do much backtracking. Yeah, that guy's just going to have to stay down there for now. Oh, great. Oh, here comes the monster. It's on top of us. Okay, maybe the best way to do it is to let them get a hold of me and then just melee the fuck out of them. Lots of, like, experimental shit you can see here. Like, you know, kind of looks like they took the head off this one, maybe. And then in here, they've got, like, an operating table, and it's got, like, black gunk all inside of it and stuff. So, you know, and then they've got, like, jars of the black gunk around. So it's kind of like... I don't know. This place has a particular interest in these monsters and, like, creating them, or but more so maybe just, like, taking and collecting them. We'll get kind of just a little bit more context here soon. Call the sky, it says in text there. We're going down. You can see there's, like, a big vat of that black gunk stuff, and it's all kind of, like, culminating down here to this guy. It didn't work, it said. Can you even understand me? It did not work. So this is probably like the Lord of the Manor, right? And he was trying to do something here. Now, as best as I can understand it, he was probably trying to become a monster by consuming this black gunk, a concentrated black gunk to be precise. Like, this is my presumption here. Like, this is like, I don't know, the best that I can kind of draw from this situation. And it didn't work, meaning like, okay, so it probably isn't that hard to transform into one of these monsters. You know what I'm saying? Like you could probably just go outside and you would transform. But what else could you want from you know, these monsters necessarily, like to become a monster? Well, what about the hyper intelligence that comes along with it, right? You know, because like it's a coin toss, right? You can either become infected or you can become hyper intelligent people with the white eyes. And, you know, it seems to me like the only reason you would want to try to compress that is to get like, you know, like a super unadulterated, you know, concentration of the, concentration of that mixture of like the black gunk that's inside of them, thinking that maybe that would give you the powers, having like the best of all those monsters. But it did not seem to work. So that guy's kind of, I mean, I doubt he's infected. I don't think you can get infected just from the black sludge, but it seems to me like only the gas really does it. Anyway, let me check on everybody because there was something I needed to do. I wanted to read. Oh shit, this guy's really hungry. Oh, and he's injured. Oh, no good. They're all talking back here. Shame I didn't run into anybody there. Does anybody have any food? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've got you food, and I'm going to get you some heals here as well. All right, moving the med kit over. I wonder if anybody needs anything else urgently, too. This guy's a little hungry. That guy will be injured probably by the time I get done here. Let me look. I want to see on that map if there's any reports about where we just were. So many secretive places. Station built to the order of a local citizen who chose to remain anonymous. Huh. Where are we going? Oh, great, a classified place. Well, probably going to have more bullshit coming up. Yeah, I needed to do something about that because I knew that the voltage on that was getting really high. Okay, nobody else is life or death. I can probably go ahead and do this little mini game here real quick. All right, we got let's do that last one, and that'll probably last us until we get where we're going. All right, and then surely somebody will need food by the time I get back over here. Who wants it? Who wants it? You hungry there, Bob Portfield? Maybe we could look at everybody's job. Senior scientist. Olga is actually a coach. That's cool. Henry Willow is an engineer. Bob Portfield is unemployed, and Martin Zimmer is a electrician. I wonder how Bob is unemployed, considering that didn't we find him in that factory? All right. Anyway, they're talking about I think the blacksmith, like, leaving his position as the constructor of the trains. We're about 3/4 of the way where we're going to this classified place. It was Vermin's order, for him to leave there. Okay. Vermin ordered him to come create the Guardian. Damn, I actually don't have very much food for these guys left. This is, I'm about out of it after this, so... Alright, that guy is injured. I am going to go back and heal him with a med kit so that I just don't get here and have a lot on my plate. And I think the next stop we'll have is surely going to be Metropole because our train's almost full and we're running out of supplies, which those two things usually go hand in hand for when we are to the next place where we belong. So anyway, we are at a classified facility. This will be really interesting. Shit, I just remembered I do not have any bullets at all. All right, very dark area, kind of like pre-cut structures around here. We are almost out of water. I'm going to ask the commander if we can have more. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Okay, so they're looking for, excuse me, with some water. Like, this is I think this is like a deserty place. So where is the Guardian? That Morin from the eastern base is not getting it. I filled out a dismissal form for him. Let him return to Metropole. Okay, so this is like, I think this is like a military base. They're talking about like commanders and stuff. So, all right, we might as well do that. Oh, great. Now I got monsters up here. Looks like we're going melee, at least when I have to. Let me maybe... Oh, I didn't expect him to insta-explode, but we didn't get hurt by it. So, I mean, you know, it worked out. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll go melee on that guy. Big emphasis on water here, but I don't think it has really any big storytelling to it or anything. It's just we're in the desert, I think. There's a tank down there. Jeremy, hang in there. I see it is tough and very hot in there, but you should soldier on for double pension after retirement from Mom. Ah, man. So sometimes moms are like that. They'll just like, they understand that like for your future it's good, but like for right now it's awful. I don't know though. Something to think about. And it is cool. They keep talking about double pension. So like you could probably work somewhere and just get like general pension, but like they talk about like people getting double pension a lot in this. Like you get double pension for working on the Guardian. You get double pension for, you know, I guess being a military guy. So that's kind of cool. Double pension is crazy. Although I guess it's kind of like how it is in real life, isn't it? The rocket is ready to launch, says this character. Await the orders. Let's see, we've got a rifle now. So this replaces our pistol and is basically the pistol with a faster fire rate and lower damage. So that kind of sucks. We can press this and it fires a missile, but I don't think it does anything. So we've got guys here with white eyes. So they're bad guys. Our man was right. There are only useless weapons here. Huh? Hello? He's like, no, thank you. We don't need a ride to Metropole just yet. Best of luck to you too. So we've got these guys here with white eyes. And they're coming here. Like they were sent here from Vermont, I guess. What was I just talking about? I feel like it was really important. Double pen. It was like talking. And it's not to be like ignorant. I just don't know. But isn't there like a military? I'm waiting for the doors to pop open. That seems like lovely. Okay, we'll do 1, 2, and then just light up this side of the hallway so we have an escape route. But don't they have like a military pension that you get for working in the military? At least in the United States, anyway. I don't know either. I'm not. I only ever. I think I mentioned this in my last Well, maybe not. Damn it. Maybe not my last Let's Play, but. As like a teenager, I considered going into the military, but really didn't have the gumption for it. I guess I didn't have the metal for it. So got a lot of respect for people who do. I just admittedly do not. So all right. Anyway, we are continuing on here. I like this military base. It's really cool. I don't know what the purpose of it is, and I guess it really doesn't matter, but that explosive in these tight corridors are not meant to be hand in hand, I don't think. Hey, we got a little guy here. Looks like a soldier boy. I was going to blow this place up. Okay. So he's willing to come on our train with us instead of blow this place up. So that's good with me, if that's what he wants to do. We got a lot of bullets for our rifle, our formerly pistol. I guess that's cool. And I guess it's like kind of reminds me of a Tommy gun a little bit, but I guess it's more like a submachine gun. 6, 2, 8, 6, and continuing on. Anyway, we got 2 food there, so that's good in terms of keeping our people from dying. We also only have 2 medkits, but I've not crafted in a while, so another thing to think about is I could probably craft some supplies. We need to check and see who's hurt, who's hungry first. Let's see, this guy, Robert Ripper, is fine. I actually don't think I'll have to feed him or anything. Olga, I probably won't have to feed, and this is all presuming that that guy's asking how he got hurt. He got into an accident. That guy is injured. I need to heal him. This is all presuming that Metropole is actually where our next stop is, so we'll have to make sure that that's the case. Metropole is close, says the military guy. Let's see if that is true. Are we headed to Metropole. Oh, yes, Metropole Manufactory, the stout capital of the surviving world. Very interesting. I wouldn't mind sitting down and reading some of those and kind of understanding the story of the world a little bit. You understand the story. The story is told through, like, you know, obviously all the text that we can get while we're in game, obviously, like these people talking and the actions that we perform and the pixel art and stuff. But we can also learn a lot from, like, the kind of area, if that makes any sense at all. I don't want to confuse you because I can't think of the word, but all right. So we can craft 2 med kits. Wow, this is really not good. There's 2 med kits, and I want to craft as many shotgun shells as I can. I might just fuck with the mouse here for just 2 seconds. I'm getting so tired of this UI, and no pistol bullets to craft. And there we go. We got Metropole in the background. I'm gonna get my mouse off the screen. So I'm not going to feed these 2 guys on the right since we're coming up on Metropole. This guy is hurt though, and I can justify healing him. And I have not been doing the mini game here either. Hopefully these guys don't get too injured. It must just be close. There we go. Yeah, I don't even know if that one could get maxed out. It was 7 volts there. So Henry Willow is hurt. I don't know. It's gonna be a closey. Let's see what we got here. We're almost there. I think as soon as I can, I need to pull the lever. Once again, more Chinese kind of text in the background, so that's interesting. And also, even further back, a statue that has Russian on it, I believe. So we have arrived in Metropole, the big goal. Time for them to soup this Guardian up and have it get to work. Wow, and I can't wait to see the Guardian. It's so fucking pretty. The art here is, I've talked before about the pixel art, and I love pixel art. There's something about it that just always gets my gears a grinding. We made $657. We're good. We got a gun upgrade. We got some bullets there. I think those were pistol bullets. Everybody made it, which is good. Save Us is written on this piece of machinery in the background, which we can understand to be the Guardian's foot. We're safe, it seems, says this conductor guy. All thanks to you. You traveled so far. No kidding, we traveled far. And we say like something to him. We're like, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, what? Why go? Where? And we're requesting permission to go north. And he's like, well, listen, I'm not authorized to do that, but you should go ask at headquarters. Take the Y7 bus. It's the green one. If they give permission to open the gate, I'll wait for you there. Hurry up. So we're asking to leave the safety of Metropole to go somewhere else. The Guardian is almost ready for takeoff. Oh, okay. The power core is loaded. They're setting the brain right now. So this is exciting. No need to distract the blacksmith now. He's getting ready for the launch. So I don't think we'll actually get to see the blacksmith. I don't think this is him. Yeah. All right, let's continue on. System launch is ready, engine starts ready, ammo supply available, communication with Metropole available, mission, order 24B. So, this is our hope here. It got launched a little bit late in relation to the invasion, but better Nate than Lever, right? Okay, so we've got a ladder here. I can kind of, continue looting and exploring because I think this is the last chance we'll have to buy anything. It was so funny. Whenever I came here last time, I was like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Are they like cutting cigarettes? No, they're eating, of course. This is a cafeteria. All right, so we can talk with these guys. Yes, deliver them to headquarters, but go. Wait, but go. All over them first. What the fuck? That's weird wording there. So I think that they're saying, like, deliver these guys to headquarters, but, like, go over and make sure they're not infected and stuff first. In this scientist says, I offered my help, but I was thrown aside. Blacksmith knows best, I guess. So the scientist apparently is not needed by the blacksmith. You've asked me to look at your shotgun, and he messed around with it, and reloading is much smoother now. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You're welcome. Determined to ride there after all, huh? So we're going somewhere, and we must have been talking about it. Finally, we're safe, says this guy. Yes, sir. Oleg says, these 2 guys are talking. How are you? Nobody's been harassing you there? I guess. So the green one is the one we can take to go to, like, the end area, but we're going to take the blue one first so that we can explore all the area kind of around and get all the loot we can and buy stuff. Here is a newspaper. We might as well buy that. We bought the other one. Great commemoration. It is Arkady Strugatsky's 134th birthday. It's hard to believe that before the first visitation, he and his brother Boris were aspiring sci-fi writers. Now they're heroes. Brothers are in large part responsible for the creation, the great technological leap at the dawn of the new century. Okay. So it's because of these guys that they were able to kind of retrofit, like, what do they call it? Like where you take something and you remake it from an enemy. Reproduce the enemy's technology, kind of. I can't think of the word for it. I'm sure that somebody else can. This is like a market type area, but we're not really buying food or anything. A friend of mine has a great farm nearby. You'll never have better corn on the cob. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll get to see it. You can see that Russian statue in the background. I'm sure it's like the brothers, if I had to guess. Let's see what this. Oh, just a blonde bored lady, I guess. Continuing on here. All right, we're all the way to the left, and I guess we can go down here. Let me make sure there's nothing to loot. I really thought there was stuff to loot here, but I don't know. We'll just keep going and see what happens. So this guy says, like, oh, what's your business? Oh, okay, yeah, come on in. So I don't know what we're doing here, but presumably something. Let's see what these two guys are doing. Do you think it's possible to pull this off? This guy says, well, I guess they put a real squad together just to intercept him. I don't know who they're talking about here. It's kind of weird. Maybe like a guy. Were you looking for something? No. So this is like a black market, I guess. So what is this I'm selling you? Ask friend. I don't know who could have let you in here if you had to ask. If you have to ask what I'm selling, there's nothing. You don't need to buy it, I guess is what he's saying. That looked like maybe like bombs or something here to the left. And then this guy is selling probably bootleg booze. This guy's selling probably electronics. If you have any spare tech, you know what I'm saying, then you bring it here. There's no spare tech. There is another guy playing guitar, and he says, oh, no, I'm just rehearsing. I'm going to replace my brother upstairs here soon. I don't really understand what that place was. I don't think it meant anything. I mean, it's just like maybe saying that there's a black market here. But I don't know. Anyway, moving on to the green car next. We've done the blue one. I thought there was more to loot there, surely, but I don't think there's anybody to talk to. Okay, here's one. Youth is occupying these clubs now. Back in my day, we had none of that. Whatever. Well, you got to remember, you were a youth one day. Probably the time you were talking about that was back in your day, dude. Anyway, we've got a guy down here with a piece of paper. He says, wait, are you new here? I didn't see you before. Now, I presume that this was a library, but the rules are simple. 1, have some vitriol here, which I believe is like a substance. 2, relax. And 3, choose a book. 4, do not be any trouble. That's it. You can pass. So, again, vitriol is this purple stuff, and I don't really understand what it does. Not even crowded today, this guy says. Okay. There's like ambient music. It kind of sounds like shit. Alright, so everybody is in here presumably drinking this vitriol and just reading, and I really don't understand what this fucking place is. The music's so loud. It truly was something. Linda was right. When you're new to this, fantasy is your best bet. Should we buy 1 more hour? And I guess you pay money to be down here and read. I really don't. I mean, I get it in theory. Like, if you just take it on the face value, like what it is exactly. It's obviously a place that you go to drink this stuff, which puts you in another state of mind. The blacksmith is a traitor. Oh, I never saw that text before. It puts you in like an altered state of mind, like probably some hallucinogenic, and then like you read a book, so it must give you enough consciousness to like, continue reading. And then you read, but I don't know why those things are paired. Like, are books rare? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue talking with people as we can. I don't think there's any reason to buy any more food. I didn't want to spoil it up until now, but I don't think we have any more passengers. The administration is down this road, he says. All right, 10-4 off that. Well, that's what we're looking for, is the administration, apparently, so that we can go ask them for the Metropole administration to ask them to go north. I don't know, maybe it's left here as the dead end, I think. Alright, here's a guy. Oh, there are 2 floors upstairs. Oh, they are 2 floors upstairs. Here's another guy. How could I pick this apartment? Turns out it was a furnished corridor. Yikes, everyone's walking around your room. Yeah, that's a toughie. That's toughy. I bet the rent on that was real cheap. Kind of crazy that this Metropole, like the HQ is... It almost looks like housed in a fucking apartment building. What the fuck? Oh, yes. Here on the left, we can get a good look at the face of the Guardian. Kind of looks like the Evangelions from, Neon Genesis Evangelion. yeah, I don't know. It looks really cool. You know, I'm just going to wait here just a second because this is what it was all about. They're plugging the braid into this. They already got the battery in it. And this is going to be the thing that saves us. If we presume that we're 5 feet tall, obviously it's way taller than those 30-foot tall monsters. So hopefully that will save us. Mark, dinner isn't ready yet. Go play with your friends a bit more. All right, that's another thing we haven't seen in this world really are kids anywhere. All right, a note. I don't think she pushed him down the elevator shaft. She got all the property after the divorce anyway. The main suspect is the new council's gang. Everybody knows about their despise to settlers. So the new council's gang, maybe it means the new council's gang. So it's like a gang from the councils. And maybe that's what those guys under there were even talking about anyway. They're going to intercept somebody because they're like the council's gang and they have to intercept somebody. Are you here to get an autograph? No? Oh, I'm sure you've heard of me. I wrote the book, Guardian, Fact or Fiction. Well, I would assume you would think it was fact if it was right outside your window like this. Anyway, continuing on, you can see the Metropole office looks to be right here, and they've got a lot of train tracks in the background. Let's see what the note says. Listen, Roger, should the council find out that you opened the main gate without their permission, I won't even have time to warn you about them kicking you out. You don't have to risk everything just for one damn train driver. So, you know, that guy sent a note, that little snitch downstairs. He was like, he's like, if you open up the gate to let him out, they're going to kick you the fuck out of here. And that guy's like, yeah, David told me. He's like, listen, I can understand what you're wanting to do. But are you sure this is a good idea? You're safe here. And he's like, all right, fine. I'm sorry. I'll open the gates. So this guy is a cool ride or die. He's a hero. Like, he doesn't care that he's assuredly going to get kicked out off this bullshit. He's like, you know what? Take your train to the north, buddy. So anyway, time to go back to our train. And I think we've got cars to the right that are actually closer than the ones to the left. And we'll take our train back north. So we've still got some fight left in us, some gumption. I think we take the blue one back. I really can't remember now, but I'm sure we'll get there. No, not the blue one, but we can take the blue one back now to take us to where we're going. All right, so all of our little companions have been released, it looks like, to go wherever they want to here in Metropole. This being the capital is probably really nice. They'll handle this war very nicely. To Martin Pillar, head of Metropole Manufacturing Station. We can see what this guy says. Hurry up, the facility is going to be evacuated in a moment. The Guardian's about to be launched. Good luck. Very, very cool. All right, so hopefully the Guardian, I mean, it's a big motherfucker. You'd assume that this thing is like, I don't even know. I can't even like in real life, I'm trying to think what I've seen that could even be this big, but it's literally more like girthy and like terms of like a cylindrical body, like, you know, size. It is like girthier than like several buildings, presuming, you know, how big its like legs are and stuff even. I don't know, bigger than skyscrapers. That's crazy to me. So anyway, train's a lot shorter, a lot less to manage here now. I guess I could maybe see about crafting something. I like that sign in the back that says, if you can read this, you're in danger. Okay. Well, hopefully not for very long. I guess I'll just craft some shotgun bullets. I'm sure we'll need them soon enough. We can see who all's left online. Only one person, Gary Locke, the operator. Where are we going to next on the map, I wonder? Lost connection. All right, well, if you say so. So anyway, pay attention closely to the background here. We get kind of like a, you know, the fact that we don't have to juggle anybody on the train gives us a bit of an opportunity to look at the background and stuff like that. I guess I can maybe open this up to keep an eye on how close we are to the next station. But yeah, don't get distracted by like the bottom right here. Just keep an eye on the background there so that we can see the launch of the Guardian. It's going to be really cool. Oh man, we're even like leaving the city. It almost looks like it was constructed on ruins a little bit. Wow, very pretty. It's like whenever you watch in real life, like rockets launch, like what do they call it? Like the ones that go into space rockets. But yeah, there it goes. It launches, and they said, if you remember that guy, he's like, they would hear the launch of the Guardian from all around the world. Wow, very lit. So that guy's gonna go save us. And I guess another thing I kind of presumed with them being from outer space is the fact that you know, it went up in the air. Like, you would think if it was just the Guardian, like, you know, just kind of getting up and stuff and, like, walking around to fight these things, that it wouldn't have a reason to fly. It would be a little bit like, oh, I can't think of it, something Prime. What the hell? Liberty Prime from the Fallout games a little bit. That's how I would imagine it anyway. All right, we're close to our stop, and I don't have to juggle any, passengers, so anyway, we are stopping somewhere, probably just to get the blocker code and get the hell out. We got a lot of pistol bullets, which is really good, and I also happen to know that we have a lot of, well, I thought we had a lot of shotgun bullets. Enough for a clip anyway, damn. Just kind of looking here, because I really don't remember what we kind of do from here. Looks like there is a little well we can go down under. And this one here with like the new rifle, I can kind of pace a little bit better, similar to the shotgun. It swings very similarly too. So you can see our train here, the 4D. I'll have to pay attention to see if that's our train name. Kind of looks like us in the background, but like I said before, there are a lot of people that kind of look like us. So we'll have to look back at the train whenever we go back later. 4D, keep that in our mind. So we've got chairs that we can throw at some of these guys anyway. I need to, pop that guy. AX02, that's the engine, I believe, those kind of engines that are in those things. So they're studying a lot on something they probably shouldn't have any knowledge about. Let me just, I was a little worried about that, but that actually ended up better than it could have. These guys, most people probably don't have knowledge about these kinds of trains, and these guys are studying all up on it. And of course, they have a picture of us, which is weird. Chief, we've put together a decent team. We have a detonation expert. Lisa previously worked on the train plant and installed AX02 engines. I'll take care of the electrical engineering when we take over the train and deliver the engine to the shelter. So this is like a group of people who are, it seems like, gonna blow up, maybe the train tracks or whatever, and then jack the train, at least from what I'm able to gather. And then probably steal the engine and deliver it somewhere for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna leave that guy be for just a second. I don't want to heal unless I kind of have to. Not that we have, we don't have any more, passengers, but, I'm not gonna, do anything that I don't have to, waste supplies that I don't have to. We've got a lot of really weird kind of intrigue going on here, and I don't I don't necessarily know how many answers we'll get. Also, what the fuck? I must have got kind of turned around there. Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe we could go on the road like we can do in some places, but maybe not. Oh, okay, here's the door. For room 3. Lots of dead monsters, and then this guy sitting here. He says, well, it's my turn finally. It seems to take a ride on your train. Let's go. That just has the code written down. So, oh boy. Is it even worth... I'm thinking so hard if it's even worth fighting these guys or just go around. You know what? Fuck it. It's kind of lame if we don't try to fight everybody that we can, I guess. Not everybody that we can, but... Anyway, we've got the hunter on our train to transport now. I guess it's a good thing that I went this way, or else I wouldn't have been able to loot these houses. And here's a basement. I think these are the other conductors from what I'm able to gather, so maybe I'll look into their names, but I think there are 3 conductors and 4 pictures, so probably, motherfucker. I think there are 3 conductors and 4 pictures, so that doesn't add up. I almost got them. Do you understand? The police should be dealing with this, not you. No, they don't believe me. You should try to get Martha back instead. So I guess maybe this guy kind of caught on to what was going on here in the town, maybe all this crazy ass shit, or maybe that's what these pictures are all about, because it's in his basement. Now let me I'm not gonna sit there and hyper reread it. I almost got them. Do you understand? Yeah, these are probably people who are maybe betrayers or something, bad guys, double agents maybe. I don't know. Never really thought about it too much until just now. I just always kind of figured that they were studying other conductors, but I think there are only 3 other conductors and that there are 4 pictures there, so it doesn't really make sense. We're very near to the end of the main game here. I think maybe we got 10 minutes of the main game left. And then on to the DLC. What is it? It's the only traitor or something like that. Kind of cool. Anyway, the hunter is here. He doesn't really have a name or a description. Must be so great just traveling along the railroad. He doesn't, don't have to make any decisions, don't have to pick a route. Just maintain the speed. Yeah, this guy is very weird. He doesn't have a hunger bar, or rather, I think it fills up as it drains. Same way with his HP. So there's no reason to even do like the little mini games or whatever. Oh, nice. We've got little lights in the background. Maybe I'll see how many conductors there are. Yeah, only 3 operators and a couple, like almost a dozen machinists, but they're all offline, so they're probably all dead. Don't worry, he says. You can't escape this. This is gonna happen to everybody. I don't know. I don't know what those lights are either. I kind of thought maybe they were like underground bunkers before, but I don't think that's right. Your train will soon stop. Engineering is not my strength, but I recognize very well what this engine's made of. So the alien technology or whatever. Its radiation has protected you for a long time, but it's time to move on. So we have ran this train kind of ragged, I guess. No, he says. I wonder what we're saying back to him. It's not a virus. It's a medicine, is what he's saying that this gas is. It's just too powerful for some people. All right, if you say so. Let's take a look at the, maybe the map. Where are we going to from here, actually? Let's see where we just were. Oh, lost connection. That's no good. Okay, we're probably not even connected to, like, the main system anymore, so that's not good. Oh, and our train is on the fritz. He's like, whatever happens, I'll be waiting. Ooh, how eerie. So our train... completely fucked. We're, you know, I guess we could talk to this guy. I'll keep an eye on you, he says. All right. We've got our med kits. I guess we're just going to travel on from here. You can see kind of some dust blowing in the wind here, I think. I don't know. It's kind of peculiar. It's weird to not have the train and walk all this distance. Definitely won't get where we're going nearly as fast, but hey, what can you do? So we are already here in a town. Good thing we didn't break down too far from a town anyway. I also have like kind of more than enough supplies. I probably should have crafted some stuff or whatever just to get the last little bit of supplies, but what can you do? Damn it. All right. We'll just light the rest of these guys up, see what's on the left here. Dead body. Yeah, I don't think, I think we encounter a few odd people left, like, and they're still weird, but, like, I don't think we encounter any more normal people, so, this is the corn farm, corn on the cob that guy was talking about, so surprisingly enough, we do end up in that guy's corn farm, despite the fact that, you know, you probably thought it was like a throwaway line. No reason to even get supplies here besides maybe med kits. And I just kind of wanted to waste bullets there. I don't know. I didn't want to have to deal with all that. I should have went shotgun though. We'd have been able to conserve more, I guess. But all right, 24 petrol. Yeah, I can deal with that. That's not that big a deal. This guy has a key on him, which I believe leads to a deadly-ish area down here. Oh, nice, and some coins. All right, let me switch to my pistol, or my, like, a little machine gun, so I can just nick that guy a very little bit and then move on. I figure an exploding guy next to a petrol station probably isn't great, but all right, I guess we'll light these guys up here. The thing I really don't like about this is it does use a bunch less ammo, so that kind of sucks. But gas in one tank, H2O in the other, and no reason to even have the explosives. Maybe if I'd went in that room and got the explosives and killed those guys in the left room, it would have helped. But anyway, moving on here. This is real quiet. I mean, there are enemies and stuff. I also Google translated that sign just out of curiosity. I think it says like angel path or heaven path or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe, is it like to denote that like you're coming up on your death or something? I don't know. I would like to have like a full clip and a half in my shotgun though, like to bring that with me to, you know, like if I run into any trouble or whatever. But yeah, really no reason to loot anything besides like med kits and bullets, I guess. And we've got the cars here, these like kind of corporate looking cars, the XL, the CX. You know, obviously it's not like an XL size. It surely stands for something, but I haven't seen anything that holds the brand name XL. So I don't know. Continuing on through the town, we've got some, you know, blood leading up to whatever room this is, and then a bunker down below. So I guess maybe we'll go down here and see what's going on. All right, climbing down, and I guess there's a wall that we can break through. Cool. This guy, it's funny. He has a bunch of money, $100,000, but all the money in the world isn't going to help us now because there are no more merchants. I just thought it was funny that it gives you such a stupid amount of money for just like no reason really. I mean, they could have gave us $10 billion in that briefcase. Also, it's like, who is that dude? Does it matter? Is it just some dude who has a fucking briefcase full of $100,000 out here? All right, and time for some bad news. The Guardian is destroyed. Now, before I thought a missile hit this thing, but now that I'm seeing like rips and tears in it and stuff, I'm wondering why I ever thought that. I don't know. This thing is torn all to bits. It's destroyed all the shit. The Guardian was a failure. So we have no real way to fight back against these monsters. I guess the only consolation is that there are a few bunkers in this area that are still functional. And, you know, I don't know. Even places like Metropole, like that was their big gamble there, was to beat the Guardian, or to use the Guardian. That guy is like, of course, making fun of them. He's like, the giant robot will save us all. All right, it didn't work out. We don't need the Grand standing there, Hunter. All right. Yeah. So no, no good that happened. Like, our one and only hope is destroyed. Continuing on here, I don't know what this facility is. Oh, that'll open up the door. Okay. To continue on to whatever it is. Oh, okay. So it's like an actual place we've got to walk through. Gotcha. We've got one food. Not that we'll need to use it, but I guess if I want to snack here before the end, I could always eat it. More med kits. Hella med kits. We got yep, I figured we'd have a monster, but he's gone now. Oh, and a locked door. I don't know what to think about this game. It's very, I usually don't like games that tell like a, not even bittersweet story, because there's like never any good news in this game, if that makes sense. And I don't know any other way to put it. Let me kind of bait this explodey guy to the edge here. I don't like games. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to tell like a good, happy story, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of what I like on the whole. But like, this game tells a story that's like kind of fucking depressing. Like, it's like about like, you know, people who survived like the first visitation somehow, and then like, oh, I think there's going to be monsters here. Like a lot of monsters at one point. These people like survived like a first visitation and like just barely, and there were like technological leaps that allowed them to fight back in a second visitation, but it was kind of all for naught because, you know, oh great, we need a key. Oh, okay, there's a key. All right, so we'll pump a key into both of these and see what we're supposed to do. It kind of looks like, yeah, like a little underground bunker that we'll be going in. All right, I guess we'll go up to the next floor. I don't know. It tells like a very fucking depressing story, and usually I don't fuck with that, but this one isn't so bad. Alright, so this was a containment chamber for something, presumably. Very white down here. And I really don't know who this guy is. Oh, greetings, he says. Could you please help me? I've been looking for a dining room. Took a wrong turn, it seems. He's very funny. Don't trust me? That's fine. And he says he will release me. So he's got like white eyes, and he's got a shirt on that has like a black on it and then a white in the middle. That's important for the DLC. We get some more context about that. Those kind of people that wear their shirts. Also, we had somebody earlier on who had a shirt like that, but we'll talk. Don't worry, that's all going to round in on itself later. So we kind of see the different kind of types of personalities that make up for a monster in this. So this guy, we're just going to really look at the traits. This guy's obedient and passive, so that makes for a normal type of monster, I guess. And then we've got another one here, rude and introverted. So this guy is here. I'm just going to blast him. Continuing on further, he's like torn up the room that he's in. Traits, aggressive. Okay. Well, let's hope that this isn't, oh boy. Let me get a little bit of distance before I fire. All right. You can run all you want. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what this, like, obviously it's to house and experiment on these guys, but I don't know. The weird stuff happening here. So the fourth one, purposeful and highly intelligent. Okay, this guy has symbols written all over his room, and under his bed is a hidden tunnel. Let's go left. It's locked. Son of a bitch. We'll go right. Oh, okay, there's the hunter, and a guy with white eyes is there. He says a lot of work he has put into his great breakout, but it doesn't matter now since he has accomplished nothing. So this guy came all the way down here. I don't know if the hunter killed him. Probably not. The hunter really doesn't kill people necessarily. He kills monsters, but, well, you'll see. Anyway, there is black gunk all over the ground here, and there is a sign leading us probably to the next town. So I don't know, weird kind of stuff going on the facilities and in the places that we're going through, even though they're abandoned now. I guess I have like a fair bit of ammo. I don't know how much fighting we actually do from here on out, but I've got the bullets for it still if it becomes a problem. Very pretty place this is. The juxtaposition from all the towns that we've been into to straight woodlands is very, very nice and refreshing. Not gonna last for all that long, but this is there's monsters in here, but this is a very fucking funny shopping list. Tent rental $40, 4 beers $20, condoms $5, total $65 for an evening like that. That's fair, I guess. Anyway, more black gunk on the ground here. And I don't know, it's getting kind of darker and more overcastish a little bit. This guy, or presumably whoever lives here, has been like killing these monsters and cutting their heads off. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, but there's a capsule releasing this gas here. We'll try our best to go across it very quickly. Oh boy, now we're coughing up gunk. So already we're laying the groundwork for being infected. We haven't been from the train for 10 minutes and we're already infected. I don't know. Still a pretty place, but I guess there's some weird shit going on in the woods between the that guy's cabin and the capsule, and I can't remember if there's anything else. Obviously, the like pawns are infected with that gunk, but all right, locked. I guess we'll be taking the upper way into the rest of this building. Oh, more monsters. Very nice. They're all dead. I don't think there's anything really to loot around here. I might rock with the shotgun. We are... Oh, boy. I was just about to say we are kind of running out of ammunition here a little bit. All right. Let me get those guys a-going. And we've only got one dude left here. I'm thinking, yeah, fuck it. We'll just use the shotgun. Cool. And we got refilled on bullets there. So this is more stuff here, like the corn. It kind of looks like... Or at least like a corn... I don't know what to call it, a corn cabin. Where would you store, like, your crops to sell? I guess maybe a barnish, and we're still throwing up black gunk. No bueno for us, huh? Anyway, continuing on here, we are... I don't really know. Like, it's crazy that you don't really understand any of the context up until the very last second. That's why I have to kind of preface this with, like, you know, my viewers surely wouldn't have any idea if they haven't played this game. They're like, why the fuck is he just continuing on? He doesn't have a mission. But he does. That's why I have to preface that we're at least going north. So we're in a town. We got a little bit of food there. We've got people with white eyes all around that are just kind of chilling. Oh, hey, here's the hunter. The TV is not working anymore. I wonder if it's because all that teleporting around you've been doing. Oh, and I'm still coughing up more gunk. Oh, hey, here's a guy eating. Good afternoon, he says. All right. What's the note say? I'm leaving you for Alan now that you have all the time in the world for your stupid music. Now you have all the time in the world for your stupid music. Damn. So, somebody who was not seeing the vision. Let's play a little tune. Whoa. Oh, yeah, it sounds like that IKEA Jonathan Colton song. Dear tenant, this is a formal notice of your eviction. You are granted 6 days of withdrawal from your apartment. He has not paid rent, is why he's getting evicted. I wondered if you took that, like, a crate there and threw it in the wrong direction, if you could soft lock yourself here. Okay, note, I don't know what these are. These look like times for music a little bit. On the wall here, we've got an album, 400,000 copies, album on top of the world. So, like, this is kind of like a washed-up musician's apartment, I guess. You know, somebody who can't even make rent now. A one-hit wonder, kind of. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, this guy's just chilling, reading a book. He's reading it super fast. I guess that's what comes with the white eyes, huh? Oh, this is a nice big building. Oh, but I'm coughing up more gunk. That can't be good. Couldn't guess it would take you so long. Who the hell are you? Not offering you drinks this time. Oh shit, this is that guy from before who offered us drinks. You're running late by any means. So this is, he's now been infected. I mean, in part, that's kind of lucky though that that he got infected by that stuff. Oh boy, because most people don't get the smart side of things. Anyway, lots of white-eyed people. Let's see what this guy says. Once the portal is in place, they can send everything required here, but we should take down the barrier first. Once we cut down its power, we may unite with the neighboring area. Okay, so they've got some kind of like a gate around here, keeping those guys from like teleporting some shit here. This day goes down in history. I guess, really does not look good around here. This is very, like, the cultist shit has definitely taken over. The, like, wide-eyed people, they're just all over the place. That guy's even playing a saxophone, so life has kind of returned to normal, and whereas the monsters were the minority before, they've become the majority, and we normal humans are not so much. Anyway, you might recognize this from the very beginning of the game, and in the room we couldn't go in, this is what it looks like. There's like a little drawing here of like a little girl with blonde hair and us with our cap on, and as we kind of continue on through here, you can see we're like starting to cough up more and more, and you can see the phone there has a little blinking light denoting probably the messages we've been leaving, and our eyes are white, and we are turning into a monster, and the hunter is here, and as he promised, you know, he'll end things for us as we turn, and yeah, I don't know, he says, I'll take care of her, probably meaning that little girl of ours. So that was our whole mission there at the end, was to get back home and to try and, you know, save our daughter from all these monsters and stuff. It probably is super disheartening as you're returning home, seeing all these people with white eyes, and they're all like normalish, and you're like, no, because there's something that sinks in your stomach about that, I think. But that has been the main game. We're going to cut back to the menu. Wow, all these kids, like the not like crickets chirping, I don't know what this is, like a cicadas chirping, and children just kind of running around is very surreal. But anyway, we're cutting back to the menu so that I can play the DLC next. I will see you guys in 2 seconds. Alright, we're back here ready to start the DLC, the only Traitor DLC. Let's see, the DLC save data will be deleted. I couldn't even imagine how old these saves are. Probably like, I think the last time I played this game was like 2019, so probably, I don't know, 6 years old now. Anyway, and I kind of forgot to explain what we're doing here. So in the top right, you can see for every map, instead of a blocker code, we need water, food, and gas, and we just got water there in that little cabinet. And this has a much heavier emphasis on the melee combat. I guess he has like a little monster here that we can kill. He has it like all tied up, and it looks like we're kind of like, you know, mapping out how these will go and stuff. Again, gas, food, water for every map that we'll have to collect until we can continue. There's our nice hot rod car with no food, he says. So yeah, we got to have it for the road. Food, water, gas. That's the last time I'll say it, unless it's mission related. Anyway, we've got to, like, you know, explore this, and we're playing as a new character, which is something that I haven't really mentioned yet. Again, he has a much heavier emphasis on melee. Based on these facts, I believe that the council members are just figureheads. Knowing Vermin White's intentions, I speculate that he must have a serious reason for hiding their real names. If Vermin White himself is willing to deceive us for the sake of these people, then who are they? So, like, there's some kind of question, you know, we've heard about the council a little bit, but there's some kind of question, like, you know, why are they, like, so secretive, and do they have secret aliases? Even if the cops raid the apartment, they won't find anything. All of our data is stored on our server, and then so this person has like something on their server, and they're like, well, you know, it's held on like an external server, so if they get raided, you know, they aren't going to be able to access the information on it. Data transfer 100%, so it looks like there was maybe something kind of shady going on here at this apartment. Now, in this game mode, the DLC, our HP actually acts as a resource that will transfer between levels, and I can show that off a little bit here in a minute. But right now, look, we've got symbols on the wall, so we might see something occultish kind of coming up. A book, Phantom Symbols of the New Fate by Remus Woods. So yeah, very cultish. And again, you can see there are these robes with a little white symbol on kind of the center of them. And for a while, I've got my own theory about what it is, and I'll talk about it here shortly. Our country went through many hardships because of an enemy invasion, or so the government told us. But if it was a hostile invasion, then why are we still alive? I don't know. So they're like, these guys might be our friends, you know, like they're trying to give us a gas to kind of enlighten us. It kind of reminds me of the Reapers from oh shit, what's it called? The Mass Effect joints. Anyway, here's a guy. He's still alive, thank goodness. So transferring survivors works a little bit differently in this game. or in this DLC in comparison to the real game or the normal game. So we can choose to take or leave survivors with us. It doesn't cost us anything to take survivors, but if we run into any more survivors, we've only got a 2-seater car, so we can only take one survivor with us. I've got one survivor in particular in mind that I'm going to take with us. For people who played this game before, it's the Historian, which I think we can get on map 4. I think there are 10 total maps in this game. Wait, there might be 11. But anyway, here we are in the car. The controls for the the controller controls for the car actually are really fucking bad. We get a little bit of context here. While we're in the car, I'd already made mention that health is kind of like a resource that we can use. So we can click on the heal button, and it based on our assistant, like whoever we have in the car's stats, it will heal us relative to that. So like he healed us for 50 HP. Somebody who has worse stats might heal us for 30. Somebody who has better might heal us for 80. I think you kind of get the idea. I don't have to hand feed it to you. Same way with crafting. Depending on our allies' crafting stats, will change how many resources that we can it takes to craft something. So like right now it would take 12 rags, 10 pills to craft. Extremely inefficient. But anyway, I think, let's see, I'm trying to move my controller here a little bit. So we can go through the text here. I think they surely are just about done here talking. They're talking about like the initial invasion here. They're like, was anybody left alive there in the apartment? And this guy's like, no, I don't think so. I haven't seen anybody living or dead besides you. And they're talking, I think that's the 4th floor people, and those people who were like the cultist kind of people, he's like, do you think they got some kind of like before warning and ran away? Lot of little stories going on in this game that are so interesting that make up for like a big story. I turned the radio off, but I just turned it off to advance the dialogue there a little bit. Alright, so then we hit the continue button to, well, continue. So we apparently aren't going to get any context for the places that we visit, but we will visit some old places, some familiar places. Alright, and I'm not sure what the first town it is. Okay. Opening up here, I'm sure that there will be a lot of monsters in the diner. Okay, we're coming up on 3 of them. We got a fast mover. The bat, I feel like that our character uses has a lot more kind of oomph to it, but at the same time, it's still dangerous to obviously, fight these guys in close quarters combat. So, all right, so we've got our food already here from the diner. Certain enemies, like it's kind of hard to explain, but they look like the normal dopey enemies, but they have an additional crawl phase whenever you get them down below so much HP. So I think we can, continue underground here. There's like an above ground and a below ground sort of area. Now, I think there are monsters right on the other side of this door coming up. Okay, let's give it a... Okay, and nice, we pitched it. I'm gonna kill these guys. That guy's a crawler. Like I said, they're just very slightly different looking than the normal ones. And I'll maybe try to point it out if I can. We'll show it here in a minute. Alright, so this is a movie theater. Return of the Guardian 2, The Last Battle. It's drama and sci-fi, directed by Alan Creed. So, this is like, I guess they made like a movie about the Guardian, which is kind of funny. And here, in the front row, we have this guy. He's like, sir, please wait. Please take me with you. So this is a guy who wants, obviously, a ride out of here. Okay, he's a much better medic and crafter, but his sociality is a little bit lower. Generally, what I take sociality to mean is how interesting a person they are, and that's like not. I don't know. It's funny that they can put that in a stat, but people who have high sociality in this game really are a lot more interesting to talk to than people who have low ones. Like I think the lowest sociality in the game is like this cook who just like literally sleeps in your car the whole time. Alright, so we've got 2 out of 3 of the items. We just need gas. So let's see, we've got a note here. Can you at least win a refrigerator? We don't have anywhere to store the damn food. This is kind of like a short little simple dumb thing here. But these families like get together and like gamble stuff, like their appliances and shit. So, alright, so really the only thing I'm worried about are the fast movers. I'm not so worried about the lanky, kind of tall guys. All right, continuing down from here, I think, yeah, here's like the poker table. So the Derby family has a refrigerator, stove, couch, bed, and the Jones family has 2 cabinets and 2 wardrobes. You can kind of see, like, if you look above us, you can see the outlines of the furniture where they've traded it and sold it, or, you know, to play poker or whatever, which I think is just kind of, I don't know, it's funny that these guys are, like, so embroiled in their, like, I don't know, gambling, that they have to gamble their household shit. Like, obviously they're out of money. So, and this presumably had to happen before this invasion, because I think this invasion, like, you know, if you take that guy's word for it, the guy on our first train who was saying that the first invasion took two days, you know, presumably this doesn't really take all that long. So, all right, well, we're not doing great on HP, but this other guy that we picked up in the movie theater, who I did swap out for, he is able to heal us up, so for quite a bit. All right, so we're beating this guy's ass. Thank God that was not a phase 2 crawler. I'm a little bit worried because I know we've got 2 of the little short crawler guys coming up. And easy now. Okay, so these are just like regular. I think the way to describe it is like the non-crawlers are like a little bit fatter than the lanky ones, or then like this guy, he like kind of leans back a little bit, like his neck is a little bit thinner. All right, so yeah, he's a crawler. Damn, he crawls real slow relative to some of these guys, but they're dead now. Looks like maybe, no, those are cans or maybe corn or something. Alright, so these are the fast movers. Oh, they got a box behind them. And I probably couldn't outrun them to the ladder anyway if I wanted to. Alright, 1, 2. Oh shit, we somehow beat their ass. I literally, that was like a full-on gamble for me. I was like, you know what? It'll either work or it won't. Alright. Oh, we also picked up a gun somewhere. Oh shit, no, I don't want to use that. Didn't we pick up a gun? We got 4 bullets. No, we've only got the bullets right now. The bullets in this one are a lot more... You know, you consider the first, like the regular game, like the bullets being a resource. This one, they're even more of a resource. So our new like compatriot Jesse Michael, the projectionist, he's going to be a little bit less interesting than our neighbor. You would say that our name is Peter. We've met a Peter before, but I don't want to kind of blow my load too early. I mean, if you know who this is already, then congrats to you. But anyway, everyone just looks out for themselves nowadays. So this guy is kind of like oh, thank you for saving me, all this shit. Listen here, Jesse. Oh, he's got something to say. I'm not gonna try to soothe you with any illusions. I'm not here to rescue people, unless you know how to make first aid kits or bullets. Oh, you know something? Did I heal myself? I didn't pay attention to how much I did heal, if I did heal myself. Yeah, I must have. You won't make it past the next town, so we're like telling him like, you're just a resource to me. Like, you either craft shit or you heal me, and if you don't do either of them, you're out of my car. Which is kind of funny because I play this game in the opposite way. If these guys aren't like interesting, I throw them the fuck out of the car, and we say, that's great. Damn, we're actually kind of cold, which is kind of funny in the grand scheme of things, because we get kind of like a little bit more warm-hearted, it feels, towards, well, as the game progresses. But anyway, if we presume that there are 11 stops, not discounting little break areas, which there are in this game, if we presume there are 11 stops, we are now 3 down. So there is, the entrance to the shelter should be around here somewhere. All right. So some kind of a shelter is in this area. I guess we'll check here first. This kind of looks like a, whoa, we got a gun finally. This kind of looks like a little, oh, I'm trying to think what you call it, like a little clerkish area. Like, you know, if you had like a factory, you would have like a little building out of the way that's for like clerical shit. That's what I imagine this is. Michael, a new batch of Electrum has arrived. Now, if you remember the big battery thing, that was like a big chunk of Electrum. Adam has given us leftover bits and pieces rather than pure Electrum. What does he want us to do? Experiments? Wait, does he want us to conduct experiments or dig through the trash? So please talk to him. So like these guys got kind of like shavings instead of like any real chunks or anything. So he's like, there's nothing like I can really do with this Electrum. So this is a laboratory, obviously. These guys we cannot kill with the bat no matter what, so we actually have to expend bullets to kill these guys, which is just fine. There are 2 enemy types primarily that I'll be spending bullets on unless I get a glutton of bullets, and that is firstly those guys with the riot helmets, and secondly the explodey guys. So this guy kind of has like the lean back lanky like I was talking about, so he's gonna, well, he's dead now, but he was a crawler. Alright, it looks like they've got black gunk here, maybe that they were studying as well. It's Let's go to the left. Any news? Hey, so Adam's talking to this scientist. We were able to achieve several new states of electrum by exposing it to Hermann's photon oscillator. I'm afraid we couldn't find any consistent patterns in those alterations. He's like, your goal was to enhance the effect of the crystal. So he wants the crystal to be even more powerful. And he's like, if you can't get me results, I'll fire you. So this Adam guy was like trying to figure out how to make the electrum crystal even more powerful. These guys aren't too bad. They're a little spitter, but if you kind of time your hits right, you can like knock them out of the air, kind of like a baseball a little bit. I'm trying to think of the best way to kind of describe it. And the other thing I wanted to say about it is it's also not that hard to like they don't deal that much damage. Like you can see I was hit down there, and so if you get hit, it's not a big deal. All right, comments on the manual. Note the following based on currently available information. Extracting energy from a crystal. Okay, so I can summarize this. This is like, they say that like, you know, whatever energy that the crystal outputs, you can extract at like a normal pace, but you can't extract any more energy than what it gives. So like the crystal gives 100% and you're like, okay, well, I want 110%. And it's like, okay, well, you start to run the risk of the crystal like exploding. So that is like part of the information they pass along. Speaking of the crystal, you can kind of see in the background like little chunks of electrum. This has like electrum dust, presumably on the right, and then like a big chunk, and then like a little chunk. So if you're interested in that, report. The effects of Hermann's oscillator on electrum is unpredictable and creates a new link every time. The only exception are impulses of 421 keV, which destroy the bonds between the electrum particles. That's a little bit beyond me. It's a little bit more techno-babble than I'm able to really draw any conclusions from. So anyway, we checked out the little lab. It turns out Adam was experimenting on electrum to make it more powerful than it was, but it doesn't look like they got any real results. Okay, we can read like files here. Amanda Higgs, like, I think again, like this is for testing purposes. We can kind of see these guys later on, but pay attention to like overall conditions. So that's like their health, and then suitability for testing, like 5 out of 10, like and level of commitment 7 out of 10. And then sometimes they have notes like this Amanda was pregnant. So to compare that, this guy is a little bit less healthy, but he's way more suitable for testing, and he does not like these guys at all. Continuing on to like the next one, this person's like a little bit less healthy again, super good for testing, and they're like whatever, they kind of like the commitment, they're kind of committed. Now I'm looking around to make sure that I don't miss out on anything. It looks like there's like a little down arrow there that we'll have to kind of go around to make it to. So I think to the left there is like a kind of deadly area, so we're going to hold off. We found fewer fully compatible specimens than we'd anticipated. Send all specimens with a coefficient of less than 7. So the kind of idea here, I'm trying to think how to explain this. It's like, you know those numbers for suitability that we just saw? Anything less than 7, they're going to send to the L Labs bunker. And he's like, right now, but the visitation hasn't started yet. We don't even know if it'll happen at all. So they're talking about visitation. Obviously, this is the second, visitation. I don't care about the visitation. Take them to the shelter and close it. I'll expect the initial experiment results in a week. So they're like experimenting on people for, it seems like, suitability in preparation for the upcoming visitation, or the current visitation for us. So I don't know, this is like a weird place for like testing on people. Our character says that they used to work here. The boss's office should be nearby, so I'm gonna kind of keep my eye around. Looks like this is a kind of deadly place. Let me throw the little bomb. Oh, and that even lit that guy on fire. How lucky am I? Nice. I think there's more trouble down here than just that, but I'm not overly concerned with it. We'll just continue on and see what happens. So we got this guy here. I think I can, beat his ass. Looks like maybe this was like a water treatment plant. I don't know. We'll look around a little bit more and be able to come up with a more definitive answer. I have a night shift tonight, so I'll try to hide the biggest chunk of electrum in the warehouse between the boxes. So they're like trying to smuggle out electrum to sell it. To the highest bidder, because I'm sure that people are trying to buy this crystal that outputs energy, even like chunks of it. It's kind of crazy though that the electrum is still so stable, even though they've like been chipping off pieces of it to test and stuff. So this here is our boss. He says, Peter, is that you? Hey boss, what are you doing here? He says, I'm trying to get to the shelter. So that's our goal. We're looking for a shelter to get to. And our boss is like, whatever, like, you know, keep looking for that shelter. So this guy is a pretty good crafter. Now, it looks like I'm not going to need medic, so I'm going to take this guy just to have him craft. And I think the guy I'm looking for to carry us through the rest of the game is located in the next town. So he's not going to stick with us very long, and my reasons for taking him are very greedy, but whatever. You know, I have a kind of plan in terms of people that I'm taking, so... He's a pretty good crafter. Looking around here, we'll loot a little bit. We got a little bit of water. So we got 2 out of 3 of the parts that we're looking for. And also, we found that electrum, so it's worth 40 bucks. Pretty expensive. One of the more expensive items that we've picked up yet. And again, we're 2/3 of the way there in terms of stuff that we need. We got water, food, just need gas. And like I said, I think this is considered the 3rd map. Yeah, because it's the 3rd kind of survivor that we can pick up, because there's a survivor in just about every map. I think there's like a rare exception, but I really can't. Oh shit, I'm dying. Well, and then I just got through all that talking about how I didn't need a heal. Oh well, at least our HP is so low it justifies using a med kit. So kind of looks like coal down here too, but yeah, no, it looks like a water treatment processor because it's got H2O there. Yeah. So that must have been what they did. This was like a water treatment plant. We must be getting close, we said. All right, to the little bunker or whatever. So, anyway, the bunker is locked down. It kind of looks like a hell of a lot of infected got here, and we're cussing our head off. We're like, this is bullshit. Fuck this. What? You know, we're obviously a hothead. We're kind of a jerk, which is. Like, I don't remember any time, like, ever thinking that this guy was that big of a jerk, but, yeah, so it's locked down. You know, we can't get a readout on how things are going in there, but, I mean, I don't know, I'm half and half. The elevator has a bunch of black gunk on it, so presumably maybe bad, but I don't know. Well, we won't see. We don't get any more info on it, but, you know. We can only make do with the info we have. Holy schmoly, this music's loud. Anyway, we'll heal. Thanks for helping me out, says our factory director, our boss. Old boss, not current. We're going to craft stuff up here just while we got him. He's not going to stick around for too long. Anyway, he's like... we're mad at him because we're like, why the hell did you lock the shelter, dude? He says, oh, they closed it a month ago. So it closed. That's kind of something if they closed it a month ago, it probably didn't have infected in it. Or do you think it did? Maybe it did. Nothing to do with it. Is this your factory or not? So he's like, you're my boss. You're in charge of the factory. He's like, why the fuck did you close anything? He's like, hey, I can shout too. He's like, listen, I didn't close it. Like, it's my factory. I'm like semi in charge, but there are people obviously higher than me. Like, we've seen the government run stuff and like the council run stuff. And he's like, listen, you haven't worked here in a long time. The factory is run by one of the Thorntons now. Oh, okay. So it's like ran by one. I think that's one of the council members and the lab techs as well. We just do what we're told. So like they kind of retrofitted that whole place. It looks like to be like an electrum testing kind of ground. And he's like, don't you think I would have taken shelter if I could? Like I wouldn't have just been sitting in my office like a dumbass. But yeah, so at least we got context for why that water plant was already locked up by the time we get there, which is good. It kind of sucks that to get all of the dialogue for every character, you have to play through like the entirety of the game with them. So if you consider, I think it's going to end up being like 2 hours, the DLC. That's kind of what I'm like, what a soft bet is for me, like what I'm kind of thinking. And if it is 2 hours. Oh, fuck. I thought I could get lucky twice. If it is 2 hours, it's like 2 hours you would have to play through to get just like an extra 6 lines of dialogue in this game, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Replayability. Maybe you just fuck with the game that heavy. What do you think of the Order of the Advent? And he's like, what is there to think? They're run-of-the-mill con artists. So this is like some kind of cultist, the Order of the Advent, and these seem to be the people that are like, worshipping this kind of invasion and stuff, and they're building their own shelter. All right, continuing on to the right now. We got a lot of bullets. I'm trying not to spend too many. I mean, like, I don't really have a reason to or to not spend very many. Let's see what this note says. The tunnel will be ready by Tuesday. We can begin the operation at night. John has the explosives and bags. Don't forget the painting. That's your main goal. So they're looking for some kind of a painting, I guess. And they're, like, constructing a heist to get it. Now, I'm going to look everywhere else before I take their little tunnel to go look at this heist. Something else I like about the spitter guys is like if you get close to them, they'll insist on running away. So we've got some of those orders of the Advent cultists here, and now that we have them, we can see them actually wearing the shirt. I think it's the moon that's on their shirt. We've seen like a couple different, not even references to the moon, but like you know, we've seen the moon here and there, and we're like, yeah, great, now that the infected aren't enough, now I've got to deal with these guys. But I'm pretty certain that the little white orb is supposed to be the moon on their shirt, judging by, you know, the weird references we've been getting to the moon, which makes you think it probably has some kind of significance, that second moon, right? I don't know. Anyway, we just got gasoline, and we can continue down through here through the tunnel to this little heist area that they were pulling this heist. Looks like there's money here, 200 bucks. That's pretty slick. And kill the riot guard guy. And we got oh damn, even more money and rags. Even had like a little surveillance drone here, or a surveillance, not a drone, what do they call it? Camera. Now this place to our left actually has quite a few enemies in it. This guy is going to be a little crawling guy, I can tell because of his lank. Oh shit, oh man, he started to hit us a little bit there. Okay, by order of Arden White's administration, the current exhibit is hereby closed insofar as it represents the dissemination of anti-government propaganda. So like, they're like, this thing here, this is completely closed because it's anti-government, like these paintings. And we could take a look at these guys. Here's Theodore E. I'm not sure what significance he has. C. Thornton, same thing. And then we have Vermin White, who I can't remember, that wasn't the president, I don't think, but... And then one painting is missing, so that's very odd. I'm going to duck my head down and light that guy while we continue on to the left here. This is the guy who's going to be coming with us for most of this trip. Vermin White's letters were presumably addressed to Christopher Thornton, who worked in the oil and gas industry at the time, and also co-owned some of the biggest casinos in the country. The letters contain detailed discussions of potential conditions for collaboration. So, I don't know. We want a little bit more context for that before I like spill the beans, but it seems like Vermin White, I keep forgetting if he's like the president or if he's supposed to be, but he's like he's trying to get together these important people after the first visitation to rebuild the country. So yes, we'll take the historian with us. He's very knowledgeable and intelligent, and he has a lot of things to say about a lot of people in the areas and like context and stuff. So we'll take him with us. He's a nice little storyline addition. An exhibit by Alex Midham, The Exposure. After decades of research, this guy is presenting the reasoning and evidence that he claims will reveal the real face of the council. The exhibition contains consists of dozens of photographs and paintings. So these are like real paintings of the council, and most people don't know that these are the council, if that makes any sense. And those are pictures of people on the real council. Alright, so we've explored the museum, and I don't have answers for you. I don't know if that's going to ever become clear, but like, I have pretty good assumptions on some of this stuff, but there are some questions that I just out and out do not have the answers for. Anyway, we have got food, we got gas, and the only thing left to get is water, and we're kicking our old boss out on his ass here to, I guess he'll be stuck here, but we've got the historian now. He's pretty interesting. Alright, that's right, we walked through the little washing, drying place. What do they call them? Laundromats, that's right. Kind of a dark-ass place around here. Alright, there was a market once here. We must have traveled here a little bit. We got, I'm sure we'll go, I think I'm going to go high and then I'm going to go low. Ooh, actually, you know what? Let me throw that. And then I could probably, nice, we got the little explodey guy there right in time. Are we going to get them all? Wow, lucky ducky. And then we can just melee the piss out of this guy until he's dead. Very nice. We'll go up here. We got the whiskey. And I don't know that there's anything to loot down here. We've got, again got XL boxes, the CX company. I'm not clear on I don't really think there's a straight reference to XL or CX, but we do see them in a lot of really shady places. So, continuing on here. Oh, great. Lots of spitting bad guys. I'm not too worried. I don't think... Whoa, I was wrong about that. I was going to say, I don't think I'm really primed to die to these guys. Might use up a couple bullets there. I think that might be the first time that I've used bullets here in the DLC. No, I used it on... No. Actually, that's grossly wrong. I've used it on a lot of the... lot of the riot guard guys. That's right. Oh, and I just... that was the last enemy. Well, I used a little bit more bullets to get back here, but whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, we'll kill this guy. Just the crawler here, I don't know, because I remember dying here a couple times the last time I played too, and it was like, I don't know, he's able to grab you pretty well, I guess. Maybe I just wasn't pacing myself great, because the guy on the ground is always, like, weird for me to swing my bat at. But anyway, that has been this town done and over with. We can meet our new compatriot in the car, get a heal, maybe craft a little bit. We're not going to be able to craft much shit in this car, because obviously we don't really have the setup for it. But this guy says, hey, thanks for helping me out. Damn, yeah, they're kind of high crafting rates, not too bad. He says, we say, oh, no biggie, and he's, you know, presuming our intentions. He's like, oh, I guess we're heading to a shelter, right? Good guess, we say. Okay. I think we can make it to the one near Ristol, which I think is the one that housed the crystal. And this guy says, I don't know. We say, what? And he's like, I hear it's only for the military. And we're like, yeah, so what? They're not going to leave us out here to die, you think, right? He's like, I'm afraid they might have orders to do just that. And then we'll force our way in. It's just as easy as that. And he's like, do you want to fight the monsters or do you want to fight the soldiers? So you have a better idea. The safest place is Metropole. So this guy says we should go to Metropole. Oh, and we're like, you think that's safer than a bunker? He's like, the construction of those bunkers were seen over by the council, just like everything else in this country. So what? And he's like, but that's where you're wrong. He's like, I would trust certain projects like the ones by Adam Thornton or the founders, but I would not trust the council itself. Okay, so we got kind of like, you know, conspiracy theories here, like don't trust the council, but you know, you can trust things built by the president. And he's like, well, if you don't want to listen to the truth, and we're like, I don't. So I don't know, he's just a conspiracy theorist kind of guy, but he has very interesting theories, to say the least. Anyway, continue on. So we are through 4 cities right now. It looks like we've got 7 more to go. Okay, so this is a town that we were in before. This is like where the train station was, like the big head train station. I got a fair few enemies here. I got a chair. Okay, this will actually help me take out a lot of them. So here's the difference between, if you want to look there, the difference between a crawler lanky guy and like a normal zombie lanky guy. I don't think, maybe they don't have anything to loot up here. I was like, just like, damn, you know, I can't believe we came up there pretty well for nothing, that there are enemies up there. But no, we probably also have food in this. Oh, there's this guy. He's like, oh my God, a survivor. We're like, hey, what happened here? The city was razed to the ground. Please help me get out of here. I'll tell you everything. I'm going to click no on this guy. But I had a problem the last time I played where I clicked no and he was still in my fucking car. So we'll see what happens here. Whoa, easy, we got them both. I can tell you what happened here. Those monsters that I described, I talked earlier that and said that, you know, there's a chance for context here, where, you know, we can hear somebody describe that these monsters are like 30 foot tall. Damn it, I'm wasting so much ammunition here. You know what, fuck it. Anyway, he like, if we take him with us, you know, he's trading us like what happened to the city, and that's the only time he'll ever mention it. He's like, there's 30-foot tall monsters that tore up shit. I don't understand why you're writing me again. If people are building homes in Sector 0, they need to be evicted. That's the council job, not mine. All of Sector 0 will be destroyed by the shockwave from the Guardian's launch. Oh, okay. So anyway, around Metropole, like whenever the Guardian launches, there would be houses that were destroyed. And he's like, yeah, if they, like, that's the council's job. I don't know why you're complaining to me. No, I don't know why the council stopped building the wall. I'm just a simple architect. My job was done a long time ago. Leave me alone. So they're asking him why they didn't finish a wall around the Metropole. Oh, okay, and we can kind of see the wall. We'll take a look at this here in just a second. I'll see if I got anything to kill. Yeah, fuck it, we'll toss it. Alright, please terminate my client agreement with the mailing service Keskus Mail. So, you know, he's probably tired of getting these letters of people asking about the wall and constructions around Metropole and stuff. So we can look at here on the map. So in the very center, okay, looks like a plan of Metropole. Interesting. So this is Metropole. You can see it down in the bottom right of that, you know, the map. In the very center there is where the Guardian is. Zone 0, I guess there are still people living around there. And, you know, that's where, like, the area that will, you know, be lit on fire whenever the Guardian launches. Then we have a first wall here on the left, which presumes that there would be more walls, but I don't know about that. And then the Consult T, I don't know what that is supposed to be, or the LT. Got a lot of, at least idea of how the Metropole is set up. You know, we probably traveled through a lot of that Sector 0 area that would be destroyed, especially considering how close we were to the Guardian that whole time. Martis, after studying your dampening device, I'm thrilled that you chose to become an architect because your knowledge of electrical engineering is deplorable. So, anyway, this guy has like a dampening device in his house. He's like, you know, we can kind of get an idea that this guy's kind of like paranoid a little bit. Oh, nice. We've got people with white eyes. He's like, it's a shame that the city suffered so much. These guys like don't say anything to us. They're kind of in their own little world. I don't know. And they're, I don't think, yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't say anything to us. We didn't plan to use the train station or railway. So they're like, I don't know how best to describe them, but you know, they're like people who, they have the white eyes, so they're like probably going to start reconstruction here shortly. These batteries are not powerful enough to dampen so much as a walkie-talkie. How are you planning to, you know, block out orbital signals? You need to consult with a doctor, not me. Believe me, retired architects aren't exactly the most important people in the world. Okay, so this guy got a dampener set up in his, you know, home or whatever, so that he thought he was being like spied on. All right, continuing on here. I was trying to use the explosive barrel there, but did not work out. I've been using a lot of my bullets here lately. See if we're coming up on any enemies. I want a big crowd of them to use this explosive on, but I don't know that we'll be so lucky. Poor guy, we say. I don't think there's anything else here, which is a shame because I would like to just fucking drop this, but I'm so scared that it will have upwards momentum and hurt me really bad. So, alright, there we go. We tossed it. What else was there? Oh yeah, we're actually gonna get to see like a pretty memorable place. Like, I think this is a place where like they had like food and stuff, and there was a guy upstairs who was like, "Is my order done yet?" And that like character down there that we could recruit, he was like, "Yeah, I've been searing your steak for for hours." All right, this is the ticket lady. This is the lady who was like, "Yeah, sorry, we don't. I told you we're not selling any more tickets." A lot of stuff to loot here, but a lot of bullets too. All right, take out the first guy and bat the second guy. This guy's going to be a crawler. Very nice. And so here is like the train station proper, if you remember, where there were like a lot of guys around. Damn it. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to charge this motherfucker. And again, you know, we saw like scratch marks, like tear marks, or we'll go with scratch. We saw scratch marks on the Guardian, and then here again, we're seeing scratch marks on the station. So again, you know, 30-foot tall monsters that have scratch marks like that. That's crazy. And maybe even they're bigger than that, you know. All right, so we were able to blow that guy up, and then there was like the little clock at the top there, and people were spread out all around, and here's the train timetables, and this is where we went through the little detector. So many wagons, but no locomotives. So a lot of passenger wagons, but all the locomotives seem to be gone. And there is the blocker code for here. I guess this town was called Central Station or Keskus. I think down here is where we saw those guys get busted, wasn't it? We got 23. Whoa. We got 23 bullets. I have one heal, which is a little bit, I don't know. I'm like, do I want to use it already? Probably not just yet. All right, let me, whoops, easy now. This guy is in a really shitty position. All right, and then we'll go up. A couple of metal doors down here. I don't remember, like obviously I think this is where they were arrested. I wonder if we'll finally get the context that we needed for why these guys got arrested and stuff. All right, I'm trying to be careful going into every room because obviously we don't have the best of HP. Shit. Now, I'm thinking here because we got the spitter guy. I knew I would get hit. Might as well, damn it, push him back a little bit every time that we can. Okay, he's spitting again. Damn it. I'm thinking how best to handle this. So he's backed up. Oh, and I just got my ass beat by that guy. Ugh. All right, for some reason, only the leftmost riot guys got, you know, attracted there. So we're kind of in a very similar position as we were before, but I just blew that guy's head off, so we're actually fine now. Anyway, they're all dead. I got a med kit if I were to need it, but I still even want my health to be a little lower before I would. I think here we're gonna have to, yeah, deal with some monsters kind of breaking through, but nope, we didn't get any more added context to what those people were being arrested for. So I don't know, maybe we already had our answer and I just missed it, but we're continuing on now in the car. I think that was the 5th place, starting to lose track a little bit. We might as well heal while we're here, and it does look like we were able to keep the historian. And we're like, do you have anything to say? Obviously, he's a little bit stymied by the fact that, like, he can't just kind of spout whatever he wants about whatever. We're like, how about the fact that all that's left of that town we were just in is ruins? And he's like, well, it's like I said, the council betrayed us all. Now they're going to save themselves, and the same thing that happened to those dark creatures is going to happen to the rest of us. So he thinks it's like a conspiracy theory where the council was like hidden away in bunkers and living their lives out great, and we're stuck out here. And he's like, why do you keep bringing up the council? And he's like, you really don't get it. The first council managed to buy us time against those monsters. Hold on. He's like, wait. What? There's a first council? We've always just had the one council. Are you saying there's more than one? And maybe he'll have some evidence. He's like, it's been 100 years since the council was formed. How old do you think the members are? We're like, well, that is kind of weird. 150? We're like, all right, I get it. So they're obviously new councils. So the first council managed to buy us time, and they were probably good guys. I'm not sure what they needed the time for, to finish the Guardian or Metropole or the shelters or something else, but you have to understand that other people would finish their plans, their successors, and then those successors presumably betrayed us. And he's like, listen, are you really that dumb? Haven't you noticed that every week there are new complaints on the blacksmith's work? Oh, okay. Haven't you noticed they stopped the wall construction around Metropole? There's only one military division left, Vermin's division. Okay, wait, there will be a stop soon and we can rest there. I need some time to process this. So, Vermin White's the only military arm left. So it seems like they've been kind of drawing back the strength of, like, if there was going to be a second visitation, they've been preparing to be weaker for it. They stopped construction on the wall. There's been complaints about the Guardian, so it's not going well, and also the military is really small. Anyway, we've got people here we can talk to. This guy kind of looks a little bit like a dude bro, but we'll trade with him shortly. We got a nice blue van. This lady's like, hi, are you coming from Keskus? And we're like, well, it's kind of destroyed. And she's like, oh my god, so they came already. That means they're close by? Yeah, probably. Most likely they moved to the north, but they haven't came here yet. Are you traveling with your husband? She's like, yeah, we're trying not to make long stops. Have you heard anything about the shelters, we say? We want to get to the one in the west. So they're going west to the mountains, which I think is the L Labs bunker. And we're headed to the one near Ristol. She says, oh no, that was the first one closed since it was for the military. All right, good luck, we say. All right, so we can go talk to this guy here and kind of buy stuff. I'm debating. I guess we really have the money to buy anything I want, so I'm just going to go ahead and buy, both of the med kits and then a bunch of bullets. Bullets are more expensive here, but what can you do? We also don't have nearly as much money because we're not really dropping people off or anything. But this does mean I think we get a second heal now that this is like our little rest stop. All right, so we'll go ahead and heal up again, and we're asking him. We're like, did you manage to get any rest? And he's like, I'm not tired. Okay then, what were we talking about? And this guy's, and we're like, listen, I don't trust everything that I hear without proof. He's like, didn't you trust the council all your life without proof? And so we're kind of confused. We're like, why would the council lie? Aren't we all in the same boat? I was talking about this earlier. I was like, why would they all lie like that? And this guy's like, oh, I'm not going to reprimand you. I'll just say you don't understand the nature of people, I guess. So maybe he's like saying that, they could save their own skin, but they couldn't save everybody's skin. You're about to discover a whole lot for yourself. It must be great for such a smart ass like you. Yeah, it's pretty great, he says. All right, I think that's all we'll have to say. So, like, I don't know. It's funny how much of a dickhead we are, but like we're still optimistic. We're like, nah, the council would save us. Like they're not going to betray the people. Anyway, continuing on from here, I'm thinking let's go right this time. We got a bunch of med kits, got a bunch of bullets, but I think I remember thinking that here, and I spent a whole bunch of them. So this looks like a farm. It's a little bit of a granary to our left. I always thought you had to kill this thing like it would bite you, but you can get an achievement for whacking it. So I don't know. It's kind of morbid, but it does have white eyes, so I don't really trust it all that much. I think in the achievement it says that it's a horse. So we got this guy on the ground, a little crawler. Very nice. They're both dead. just a simple little place to loot here and stuff. So I don't mean to overload you with information and lore and stuff, especially if I can't like show you diagrams and explain what it means and who and stuff like that, which I don't know. This would definitely be a good video to do a lore video on, but I haven't seen, there's a guy named Sasquatch Gaming, I think, who's covered the story, and I've not seen his video on it, but I'm aware that there's a video already covering the story, and probably more people by this point. So I don't know. I'm split because I don't want to sully like my impressions of the game. I don't want to get an idea from somebody else and, not have like a untainted idea. But at the same time, like, I don't want to, if he says everything that I say, it would be useless to make a second video like that. But I don't know, something that's maybe on the far off back burner, maybe something that I would even consider doing like after the second game came out, because it's been some time since, this first game came out. I don't know. These guys are pretty talented. I like that this person literally can fish from their kitchen. That's very fucking funny. I guess not funny, but it's kind of interesting. I've never been too much of a fishing guy. I like being in the area where people are fishing, but I don't care to fish myself. Anyway, continuing on, it looks like they were also cooking that, and since the stove is on, you would think they probably didn't die until here recently. I'm not, yeah. The fences actually denote that's the end of where you can walk to. I forgot about that. So like here, I could probably only walk to this room. Oh, hey, we got a med kit. Very cool. All right, so we've only got water, and we need food and gas still. Another one of those lanky type characters. We'll beat his ass. All right, he's dead. Maybe this is like a, not even necessarily like a granary distillery, or maybe it's like corn. Like can't you like do maize to make booze and stuff? I really don't know. I don't know anything about that. The only thing I know is like oh hey, we're gonna have cultists coming up. The only thing I know about is that I think you can do maize into like the biodiesel stuff. So I guess presumably, yeah, you could probably make an alcohol out of it. So these cultists have these cages on the back of their trucks, and we're like, what the hell are these for? The Order of the Advent is holding an assembly for those who wish to depart for the Shelter of Faith. So they're calling their shelter the Shelter of Faith. These people who worship the Second Coming are holding an assembly for it. And then that big middle paragraph is like spitting hate on the government. Transportation for anybody who's interested will arrive on Monday. All right. And we got a note. I put up with your insanity for a long time, but this is the last straw. So this is a woman who left her husband who's in it, like in this cult shit, and they took their daughter along with them. So this is actually a kind of interesting enemy. I call them like the nerds, because like whenever you hit them, they turn into like these big monsters. So I say that they like nerd rage. They're faster. They're a little bit more deadly, but they deal a lot of damage is really the problem with them. Well, not like makes them unfair, but that's like where their challenge comes from, is in the fact that they deal a lot of damage. And obviously like getting away from a normal enemy that deals damage is like kind of hard, and they're tough. But dear Mr. Diggs, we'd like to let you know that the publication of this book called The Council Exposed, which you edited, was denied by the administration. So this guy like tried to put out a book to talk about the council and like who they are, but they were blacklisted. Like they're like, okay, we're going to deny that, and you as an editor will be blacklisted. So more context about the council. That's just kind of there's something obviously strange going on with the council. Like they're not really truthful people. They're probably villains. All right, according to official records, the council is made up of the best minds in the country. However, we've determined, this is the book that got banned, we've determined that the council only has 4 members that work under false names. Vermin White had to find new supporters in order to rebuild the country, and many of these members were people the common folk weren't prepared to see in power. So then if we look here on the next page, for example, Arthur had connections to criminal organizations, and Thornton's corruption was known to the New World as well. So like this president made a council full of people who were all villains, and that was kind of like a deal with the devil that he made a little bit. Like, these people are villains, but they have the connections to rebuild the country. They have criminal connections for supplies, and they also have if you look here, it turns out that the architect's house was actually wiretapped, and this dampening device pissed them off. So these people had connections, they had money, they had the ability to get supplies and stuff. let me kill these guys. They had the ability to get supplies and stuff, but you know, it seems like this person's writing the book. They're like, I don't think that the president is okay now. So let me kill that guy. There we go. Very nice. So, you know, the country, despite, you know, kind of what it is, was built on criminals, or maybe that's a way to think of it, because you have to remember, as that guy said, that historian, that there has obviously been several, you know, iterations of council members probably, and it seems kind of like maybe the newest ones, or maybe the first ones even, were like villainous. Anyway, more fishing joints down here. I don't mean to confuse you with that information. I don't really know the best way to put it until I sit down and I would like write it out, but I think I gave a pretty rough idea, like that the council members were all criminals and bad guys. I can't seem to get rid of the fish smell. And they're like, I'm going to buy candles, and if those don't help, then you're going to have to do something about your hobby, because all the fishing around here stinks like hell, apparently. Anyway, moving on to the left, dirt mounds a little bit. Maybe these, yeah, I was just hoping. I was like, maybe this place won't be as deadly. Let me just nick that thing just a very little bit, get some distance on me and them. There we go. I got that guy. The explodey guy will be gone anyway. Yeah, I don't mean to overload you with the information here, and I know that it's funny, this has been like a lore walk through this second part of the game, which is kind of unfortunate, because that wasn't super intended for what it was to, like, that wasn't the intention coming into this. I know there's a person up there. I'll go talk to him in just 2 seconds, as soon as I use my little crate here and beat some ass in this next area. Alright, and it does look like this is a distillery, a brewery, or something like that. We can go talk to this guy. Hey, I saw your car from the window. Are you going to the shelter? And we say, yeah. He's like, will you take me with you? Bob Cross, Bob's Burgers, hell no. Although he does have a little bit of sociality to him, so maybe he would be semi-interesting to take, but again, no more interesting than this historian who actually can, like, kind of read into the story a lot. I'm thinking here how best to deal with these guys. Maybe close the distance and just beat their ass. That looks like that was a solid plan. Oh shit, I didn't expect a headshot and instantly blow them up, but what can you do? Little box up here to loot, rags and gunpowder. We're going to need a lot of supplies if we're going to craft anything. Alright, what do we got? I'd like to request a transfer from the second bottle labeling unit to the third beer pouring unit. So just a transfer request. Nothing interesting at all, really. Another nerd here. These don't actually take that many bullets despite being, you know, rager enemies. Okay, so we got gasoline, bottles of beer, glasses, just some random shit to pick up. Alright, so we can continue on here. I think we're kind of nearest the end of the map, especially now that we have all of the supplies and stuff. I don't think we can go any further left here. Nope, nothing to see there. So, humans, like, to be like a citizen here, you have a lot of enemies. You have the Second Coming monsters, you have, like, these cultists, and then you have the government, who are obviously not out to help you. So you don't really have very many allies. Alright, here's a letter. Send me samples of the crystals you found as soon as possible. We need to know how powerful they are compared to Electrum. Don't even think about selling them. So, Adam Thornton wrote to the guy who owns this place. Oh shit, I just got my ass beat. Wrote to the owner of this place after he found some crystals while they were mining, and he's like, you know, we can even pick them up here. I think it's safe to assume that they're also Electrum crystals. Wow, I'm getting destroyed. Maybe I'll have to use my bullets here. I'm only cutting because I know that the checkpoint is very friendly. Anyway, we're gonna just fucking blast these dudes. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I think they operate very similarly to zombies, which is kind of a shame because the zombies are not that hard to melee. I just can't really get the timing down all that great. Oh, and a little bit more gas. Let's beat this dude's ass. Nice. So they found more Electrum crystals, and just to refresh your memory in case you're lost in the story, are the like things that were the big battery was made out of. So alright, so it's a mine, and as we continue down into the mine, we surely see some Electrum crystals. That guy is hurt. Yeah, there's a little bunker going down, I guess. I think that we can get a little bit more Electrum, 46 bucks. Hey guys, I found a buyer for 3 crates. Don't say a word about this to Adam, or you know what I'll do to you. So it looks like despite that, Adam found out, and they were in the middle of kind of digging out some Electrum here to ship to somewhere else. So, you know, obviously having like an infinite battery, you know, it sells. There's a lot of money to it, and it's also important to have as somebody like Adam, who owns like the big factory. Well, I guess it's not the biggest factory, but, you know, a big factory. All right, so we're back in the car. We'll get some more context. We saw some of those fanatics again, those cultists. And he says, which ones? Maybe there's multiple of them, I guess. Order of something. Order of the Advent there, buddy. Don't get lost in the story just yet. Enlightenment or atonement or... Okay, Advent, he says. Order the Advent. That's right. It's better to stay away from him, he says. And we're like, no shit, they tried to capture and kill me. Do you know anything about them? And he's like, only a little. I can speculate who their sponsor could be, but why, I have no idea. So he might know who sponsors this organization. Anyway, it's important to understand that the second visitation didn't affect their plans. It didn't? That means their plans were outlined by someone extremely knowledgeable about the situation. Is that true? Are you just doing my job? Are you going to do the lore write-up for me there, buddy? This historian guy is like, I don't know, he's like Dr. Dirk kind of put into like video game form. He like has all this information on like obscure stuff in the games that like allows you to draw these like obscure conclusions that kind of make sense. So this is like an area that like was dammed in, I think. It's kind of hard for me to understand how a dam could do this because it's like the water is built up to the foundation of like these buildings. So all right, I'll let that go for a minute while I explore the other floors. Oh, another exploded guy. We'll let that go. Damn, I finally headshotted one of the crawler zombies. So I think we've got a like a computer up here. This is the last straw. And then they say, I think you're overreacting. He broke my collector's plate. And they're like, I know you was just looking for a reason to kick him out. Like the plate isn't going to be your reason. So yeah, you can actually see here on the wall that a collector's plate is gone. So I don't know. I think it was just like a tenant. It probably isn't a tenant because there's nowhere really for a tenant to live. I would assume that it's like a husband or something. Or I guess maybe, well, no, she said him. So well, I guess it could be two husbands, but probably not in this game. All right, Alex, the administration of Armand White has denied your book for publication. So anyway, this this is a letter from the guy who wrote who edited the book to the guy who wrote it. And he's like, okay, what's our next move for putting the book out since a publishing company won't do it and we've been blacklisted? Oh, hey, another nerd guy. I'm really not willing to melee battle these guys. Oh, great. More monsters. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll melee this last guy. It kind of looks like... I don't know why he's exposing the council if he's, like, interested in the, these symbols, these religious symbols and stuff. I never really thought about that. Something I'll have to maybe put some thought into as I think more about this game. Jesus, man, the like going down kind of thing is really sensitive. So we finally killed that guy, and we got page 14 in the book. So if you remember, the last couple pages of the book have all said that it was like criminals that kind of built this country. But I wonder if that's true, though. If this is the Order of the Advent and they're evil, I wonder if you can even take them. Well, no, I don't know. There's so many layers to this. Thanks to reliable sources in the administration, we managed to learn the names of the real members who formed the council along with Vermin White. It was Christopher Thornton, Arthur Vane, and Theodore Belfour. They are the men who overthrew Vermin and held him in a private prison where he spent the rest of his days. Well, now that's true. It makes you wonder where allegiances lie, because this seems to all be true. I don't know where the fuck I don't know where people's motivations kind of come from then. Oh, and we got a spitter. There we go. Oh, you've spit your last spat there, buddy. You're dead. All right, looting more here. We have yet to get a single, like, looted thing, if that makes any sense. Like, we don't have any food, water, or gas. Also, I'm not doing the greatest on supplies. That last area kind of drained me a little bit, so... All right, the guy who was supposed to take over for me is sick, and then so like presumably this guy's family messages him and they're like, "You're not coming home for the holidays?" And he's like, "Nah, I got to keep track of the weather. Tons of crops are depending on me." So this is like a weather station. At least this building is. We've been seeing like farming country, and this is like supposedly like a dam and stuff. So we're kind of like in an agriculture-ish area here. Yeah, we're on meleeing for quite a bit until we got a reason to use these last 3 bullets, like explodey guys or riot zombies or something. I would hate to live so close to sea level. It seems like it would flood very easily. Like, I don't know. I feel bad for people whose homes flood and stuff, because that feels like the one thing you still can't really control. Closed. I went shopping. We'll be back on Thursday. All right. Okay, so we've got food here. We got food, gas, and now the only thing we need left is water. Hasn't been too many deadly enemies around here, but we did just get bullets. So the boat will loop us around to the other side of the map. So like, I don't want to confuse you, but we went as far as we could right. Now we're as far as we can go left, if that makes any sense. This is going to be another crawler. I don't know, like a flood, I feel like there's no way you can even prepare for other than to live away from areas that aren't like, you know, can't really get flooded. I guess like a tsunami and stuff would, you know, there's nothing you can do for something like that. But like, and I'm like, when compared to other natural disasters, like, you know, like a fire in your home, like not discounting like wildfires and stuff, but like a fire in your home, I guess you could like try your best to prevent that. You're not going to work today? Nope, I called in sick. I wanted to record the guitars. Michael's already finished the drums, and now he's just sitting there. So I think this is another kind of like a washed up character. Yeah, you could see him here. Hey, friend. And we're like, what? And he's like, hey, would you take me with you? I can pay you money if you want. We're like, do I look like a person who needs money? He's like, well, I guess, yeah. And we're like, hey, wait a minute. I don't know. I have never brought this guy with me. I don't know what his deal is, so I don't know if he's an interesting ride along or what. I think I'm gonna hit these guys. Well, hold up. Let me try and maybe get a couple shots in on these guys. That guy is a one of the crawlers. Let's not get stuck on the door. There we go. We killed them all. Alright, I think we're pretty well good to go. Yeah, that's a kind of boring guy to grab, but I also have never grabbed him before, so I don't know either. There was nothing to read on this right side, right? Yeah, no, just some billboard in the middle of town. Now that we don't have the little descriptions on our... whoa, shit, easy, fellas. Now that we don't have the little descriptions on our, like, train to read, our, like, little train readout, it's, I don't really know what conclusions to draw. So, anyway, this is a church. You can see, yet again, there's this guy on the back wall here. Still haven't gotten his name. I don't know who this guy is supposed to be, but he's got, like, the little Baphomet symbol on him, so I wouldn't read too much into, like, the Satanist kind of angle on it. It's not really all that interesting, I'm sure. So the dialogue, it looped around there. Like, if we went left there, he's like, oh, I'm going to get all wet. But we went to the right, so we were already, like, soaking, I'm sure, by the time we got to that. The dialogue just played in an opposite way than it kind of intended you to, I think. All right, so let's craft a little bit. Damn, my shoes are really wet, he says. Let's see. He says, put some rags or newspapers inside. The only thing I'll say for that guy who I said that is like really boring and is the cook or whatever from that place is he literally is like, here, dude, take my shoes. He's really nice like that. Anyway, let's see. Where is my kind of mouse at? All right. Where is... oh, done. Okay, so we found some rags and stuff to suck up the moisture. Well, I hope this helps, we say. On a different note, who is Alex Medham? Medham? I see his name a lot. He's like, oh, he's a historian and a journalist. The only reliable information about the internal affairs of the government comes from him. Okay, so he's like an internal source. And he's like, well, he has a reliable informant. All right. How do you know that he's reliable? And he says, I would say his informant is a part of the council. Interesting, I guess. Wasn't it you who said they were all criminals and traitors? So only one of them is still trying to help us. So one of the council members is good. Damn, this is getting to be like one of those like liar games. I don't know if you guys have ever played those, but it's like where like 8 people are telling the truth, or there are 8 people, 7 of them are liars, and one of them is telling the truth, and you have to figure out which one it is by like context clues, or not context clues, but by the things they're saying. They'll say like number one will say like number 7 is lying, and number 7 is like number 3 can never tell the truth, and it gets confusing like that. But 4 council members, one of them still seems to be a good guy. So there is a big ass tree here. Lots of monsters around already. Might as well beat some ass here. All right, let's see what this guy says. Don't forget, no lumberjacks get out of this alive. If you miss one, you won't get paid. I'll expect a report in the morning. So some kind of a big tree here that they were cutting down. I think we're at like a lumberjack facility, or like a, what do they call them? Like, not like a timbering facility. What do they call like a place for lumberjacks? Wow, I really don't know. Wow, this guy is really tenacious. He was able to take quite a few hits. Hey, we got water there. All right, water, food, gas. What the hell happened here? So it looks like they were successfully able to kill a bunch of these lumberjacks. Lots of bullets in them, which is unfortunate, obviously, because they're just doing their job. We'll kind of learn a little bit about what happened here soon. We still have a lot of heals that we could take, so maybe I should go very melee heavy for the time being, since I got so many heals that I could use. We got a bunker down here. This is one of the lanky, crawly guys. All right, beating his ass. Okay. We'll see if there's anything to loot down in this lower part, and then we'll come back via the upper part. Like I said, now that I got the med kit, I'm just going to kind of go wild on the melee, at least until, or for as long as I can. So we got food. I'm going to, again, refrain from going up. Hey, here's a little lumberjack guy. He says, hey, dude, what are you doing here? And we're like, us? What the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing behind the planks? He's like, oh, I'm looking for my axe. I want to go back to the workshop and finish off those creatures. And we're like, hey, why don't you come with us instead? But we're gonna psych that and tell him he has to wait here, because I want the historian guy with me. He knows a lot about the upper players of this game. Yeah, I figured I was gonna get spit on there. Damn it, and I missed 3 shots. Oh, I actually don't have any bullets at all. Well, hopefully I don't run into any more riot guard guys. All right, let's heal up. Oh, I got an explosive here. Nice, we wiped him off the map. Maybe we'll run into some bullets here soon. Damn, we still have so much. Oh, I was about to say, I thought we had a lot further to go left, and I was like, damn, you know, I can only go so far left. Nice, we dodged, and I knocked that one out the air, and I just completely thrashed his ass. 6 bullets. We got a clip of it at least. All right, continuing on. This looks like the workshop. A lot of... Well, actually, there's just a few monsters, but I probably don't have to... Why would I fight any of these, actually? Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. There's, like, nothing to loot down there. So, here, though, I'm going to... Damn it. I can't believe that happened. All right. I'll be back in just a sec. Oh, no, we're right here. Okay, this is a really friendly checkpoint. There we go. It didn't give me control for a minute. All right, let's use the cardboard box. Blow that guy's head off. Okay, whoa. All right, this is really bad. Oh, I'm just getting fucked on all sides here. All right, let's use our med kit. I think this is the second one I've used for this area, but whatever. We have to go kind of heavy on the melee here, so... I wanted to use a shot there to take out that brute guy. He had me a little bit worried. A little bit more ammo. Members of the religious group known as the Order of the Advent have taken over a local coal mine in the south. We'll have to change the heating plans for winter. So the Ministry of Natural Resources contacts this lumber place, and they're like, well, we're gonna have to heat with wood because the Order of the Advent took over the coal mines in the south. So these guys have been probably ramping up the cutting of wood. You can see they got a lot of wood around. So, all right. Let's see what this says. Thomas, we're swamped at the warehouse. Where are you? And this Thomas guy says, I'm not coming back. All those threats, I don't think we should just ignore them. So Thomas quit because he was worried about these guys who said that they were going to kill everybody who worked at the sawmill if they didn't stop chopping down the tree. Thomas quit, and the other people did not, and Thomas is still alive. So here's the message saying, this is your last warning. Leave the tree alone. If you don't, you'll be sorry. So this seems just literally eco-terrorism. It doesn't seem like it's related at all to Order of the Advent or anything. It was literally just terrorism. Or maybe it was a strategy to make people cold for the winter by Order of the Advent. I don't know. You can start up some kind of distrust in the government by doing that, I guess. All right, so we are back in the car. I've kind of lost track of how many of these that we're through. Finally, we made it to Ristol. Yeah, did we make it to Ristol? Yes, but the main factory isn't functioning. The lights are out. Okay. What do you have to say about that exactly? There's no power in the city. Yeah. So this is the place with the battery. That means they've been here already, does it? And we're like, hey, slow down. A moment ago we were safe, and now he's like, well, it's better to be prepared for the worst. All you can get from this city now are the supplies to move forward. We're like, what if there are survivors? They might be able to tell us where the shelter is. He's like, if they survived and knew where it is, they wouldn't stay in the city. Okay, so, we're kind of like talking, we're like, if there's survivors here, we got to help them, right? And he's like, well, if there are survivors here, they left the city because it's full of danger. Anyway, this is where the big battery was that, we saw earlier. Well, in the main game anyway. Let's start by going left here. I just kind of got a feeling about this place. So I think this is the back alley where we were here earlier. Whoa, there's a guy there. This is where the back alley was earlier, where we took the little payphone or whatever and tried to call back home. This is a nerd. We'll see if I can actually beat a brute's ass. Okay, yeah, we beat his ass. I don't know the best way to kind of go through here because there's lots of twists and turns, it kind of looks like already. Shame that the city fell, especially after having that battery and stuff. Alright, so we finished that guy off and we got to, yikes, there's a lot of enemies there. Which way would I want to go? I guess right first, and then I can focus left. Damn, this spitter's really laying down the hate. Alright, so more to loot here. This looks like an actual normal guy, no crawler or nothing. Pistol ammo. So this is where we could rent like a room before, I think they were saying. So let's throw that at that guy. Very nice. I'm going to take the chair and go down to the bottom left here. Oh, hey, there's a guy. What's up, dude? We'll talk here in just a minute. I think that's one of the guys we dropped off. And if it is, then I think you can get not like a special achievement, because you get an achievement like regardless of who you take to the end of the game. This guy says, oh, are you from the train? And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, well, how did you get here? And we're like, oh, I drove a car. He's like, oh, thank God. Can I come with you? No, John Cocker. This is actually the guy who was like especially contrarian on the train, which is so funny. He was like being kind of a dickhead, honestly, on the train. But he is not coming with us, and I wanted to make sure that I had that looted. No, you get an achievement depending on who you bring to the end of the game with you, like whether it's like the cook or the historian or a military guy or whoever. And I'm going to, well, I've already gotten the historian to the end before, so see a lot of monsters down there. So this is where the old man was located. If you remember the man who had the one white eye and one black eye, he was located here, and he had like all his little books and stuff. Can we just go? Oh, nice. We can just, oh dear. I was about to say we can just fall off to the left. Yeah, I think that'll have a little bit of supplies in it. Oh man, it better have supplies in it is all I can say. Let me take out the spitter if I can. Oh no, we got a crawler now. Okay, I'm really not doing awesome on HP. Let's heal up, and then I'm going to rush this spitter. Okay, we'll knock one out the air. Nice, your ass is grass. Okay, no, there were no supplies down here, so huge waste of HP in general. But, I mean, I've got HP to waste now. Now, this is the payphone that we used, and right here is the like a new entrance with this car that wrecked into it for like the little battery factory place. All right, what do you mean you deactivated the crystal? Have you lost your mind? He's like, hey, it was a direct order from Adam. He wants to transport it by train. So this is like, this guy was like getting a message probably from like, maybe like a boss or something. I don't know. It's not exactly clear, but somebody who's like, why the fuck did you like remove the crystal? Like we don't have power here now. But obviously they needed it for the Guardian. So, okay, we're just going to really thrash some ass here. We didn't do half bad there actually for how big that room was. Yeah, that there is where the crystal was housed before. Must have been a big motherfucker. Like, well, now I'm trying to think about it, though, because on our train, it wasn't nearly that big, was it? I don't know. Maybe a cognitive disconnect in my brain or something. So we got another nerd zombie here, turning into a berserker. We just beat his ass. Got some more bullets. We're to the very end of this map, I'm pretty certain. We take the elevator up and do a little sequence, and then that's it. Okay, so that guy is dead. He had a little gunk coming out of his mouth. Okay, so we're headed up and up and up. My goodness, up. There's like the battery on the wall and then some alcohol and writing. Dear Adam, now that you and my son Armand have graduated high school, you have a bright future ahead of you. It's important that I ask you for a favor now. A man named Arthur Vane is going to return someday, and I want you to do whatever it takes to keep my son away from him. This won't happen for decades. Otherwise, the future will be impossible to change. From Vermin White, 64 year from the FV. First visitation. Okay, so then we look here. It says Traitor. That's the guy with like the hat, the nice little hunter's hat, and the shotgun in the background, smoking a cigar. So this guy is kind of undebatably bad. It seems like he's got Traitor written underneath of him. And Adam here got a letter from Vermin White. Because he was friends with his grandson. So the president's grandson was friends with this guy who we're about to run into, the guy who offered us alcohol a couple of times. He's a big booze guy, you can tell from the wall there. He ends up with white eyes at the end of the first game, so that's odd. You were supposed to damage the crystal. That was part of the deal. And he's like, I think they'll have issues with the Guardian, so does it matter with or without the crystal? And this guy's like, well, it doesn't matter to them. And I think that means his boss. He's like, what matters is you didn't pass the test. And he's like, oh, there was a test and all that? He's like, what's with the shelter? Did you leave it open for my people? And he's like, I think I forgot. I like this guy. I don't know if he's a member of the council or not, but he is like, I think this is the good guy, and it's kind of hard to understand because he does some bad things, but a lot of the important stuff he does good things for, like the crystal, right? He was like, yeah, he's like, I forgot to break it. He's like, I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to matter, that crystal. And then he's like, well, did you at least leave the bunker open? He's like, yeah, I think I forgot to leave the bunker open too. So, all right. This is like, obviously the hunter guy. He's like a bad guy. He's got all white eyes. He's like, let's go. I'll open the door. So they are headed out. So obviously we're up at the top of that, place where he was. This is from Adam. I don't think that machinist is a reliable option, but there is a chance he'll succeed. The blacksmith says, under conditions like these, a chance is plenty. Then Adam says, he is going to appear today. And the blacksmith says, aren't you afraid? He's like, I'm too important to them. I don't have anything to be afraid of. So Adam is kind of cocky a little bit, like this guy here. Not even cocky. He just kind of does whatever. And he's like, whatever happens. And he shuts us out, and we open the door, and it's right here if you remember where those guys were like analyzing the crystal and stuff from here. Time to grab our food, and we've got a note here, or a meeting scheduled for Adam Thornton. It says, this guy, the first guy, cancel. Richard Green, workshop manager. Vanessa Ridley, head engineer. But at any time, if the machinist shows up, Edward Jones, he's like, let him in. All right. Kind of odd, but we can understand, I think, that machinists kind of work on trains, don't they? I'll have to maybe look back and read if that guy that he keeps talking about, that machinist, if he was on our list of people that were in the game. Maybe the next game we'll get a play as the machinist. That would be kind of cool, don't you think? Because I'm sure they're going to ride off the popularity of the trains and stuff, but the only way they can even be train adjacent is if they probably use people that we already know, right? So they'll probably take the opportunity to make it that machinist, or the machinist character. All right. Anyway, continuing on. Wow, the music during the transitions is so much louder. We say, or the historian asks, he's like, did you find out anything? He's like, yeah, the shelter's also closed. Let me go to craft. Nothing there. And this guy's like, how did you learn this? There we go. I overheard Thornton talking about this, and he's like, oh, you heard Adam? And we're like, oh, yeah, I was at the main factory. And he's like, who did he talk to? There was some dude wearing a hat, and he's like, did he have white eyes? And he's like, yeah, what's up with him? He's like, oh, shit, this is really bad. What were they talking about? This is important. And we're like, wait, what dude with a hat? And he's like, I'll tell you later. What were they talking about? He's like, Adam gave the crystal to somebody, and the dude in the hat wasn't happy about it. Also, Adam closed the shelter, which made him even more upset, and then they left through some weird door. So this historian's like, okay, so he gave away the crystal, which means that there's still hope. Adam's your informant from the council. He's part of the council. He's like, I told you, the new council consists of descendants of the previous council. Damn, this historian's so good. There will be a rest area soon. Let's park. All right, fair enough. Let's take a little breaksy doodle, stretch our legs out a little bit. This car is really, really, really slick. I like it a lot. I don't know what it's modeled after, but of course I like hot rods. I think probably most guys like hot rods. Anyway, we've got a familiar face here in the blue van and the kind of hipster looking guy. We say, hey, where's and then he's solemn, and we're like, oh shit, I'm sorry. So his wife obviously is dead, which sucks. Kind of crazy, well, not crazy, but kind of unfortunate we had to meet again under these conditions. Med kits are more expensive, and we just, we're sold out, or we bought them out of everything. So anyway, I'm surprised that he's bothering to continue on if that happened to him. But anyway, since we're continuing on, we're back in the car. I better go ahead and heal. So it turns out, our character is saying, that Adam is on our side. And I'm interested to hear the historian's context here. So where does that leave us? He's like, he's buying us time for what? He's like, for everybody to get down to the shelters and stay there for the rest of their short lives. He's like, what do you mean short lives? Weren't shelters built to keep us safe? Okay. And he's like, don't you realize that this is never going to end, these guys up here, the invasion? He's like, we'll never be able to defeat them. There's so much more evolved than us. Even if the Guardian works, all it can do is buy us more time. So, like, this guy is like, we cannot beat the monsters. All we can do is buy ourselves time, which kind of is morbid and sucks. But, I mean, there's nothing that you can really do, so... boy, headed on to the next city. I think that this will make the 9th city that we're at, and I made mention that I think there are 11 cities. So the last one that we were in, Ristol, was number 8. So very dark here in the background. I don't think there's anything to do to the right. Continuing on to the left here, we've got a little side path we can take. I'm going to just go ahead and take it. I don't know. I think the right side here is actually where it's, completely kind of cut off or whatever. Like, we can't go that way, so... I don't remember what this place is all about, but I'm sure we'll find out very shortly. Alright, a little bunker type deal. Whoa, easy there, fella. Good thing I had my finger near the B button, am I right? Okay, so again, still more underground bunkerish. It kind of looks like there's like missiles and stuff around too. We'll continue up here. We've got a monster here right beside this. It looks like one of the wartime bunkers. So we've talked about underground bunkers where you live, but this kind of reminds me of like a WW2 pill box a little bit. We've got this guy who's a human, and he seems to be a soldier. He's like, hey, how did you get here? And we're like, through the hatch. And he's like, we tell him we're going to the shelter in the west. And you? So we can offer to take him with us. He's got high crafting, pretty high medic, and a little sociality. He won't really talk to you. His deal is like he's on some kind of a secret mission, and we never really figure out what that is. Let's see. Let's read this computer. Information has arrived regarding the imminent launch of the Guardian. Assemble all members. Our work is beginning. Yes, sir. I will reiterate your primary task. Track the precise location of the Guardian and the nature of its actions. The first time it veers from its prearranged course, launch a disabling missile. So... I don't know. It's at least what I gather. Let's read this note. I'm going to repeat my previous answer. There's only one person whose orders we obey, and that's Vermin White. We're going to refuse to render such services to the President's administration or to him personally. You know this is stupid, right? Vermin White disappeared without a trace decades ago. Surrender your weapons and we can discuss this peacefully. So it's kind of interesting. Vermin White is like the good one, right? As I understand it, like the last good one. And these guys are like, yeah, we're not going to obey anything unless it's from the President himself. And then they're like, are you stupid? Vermin White's been gone for years. And they're like, we're only going to listen to the President. Which makes it seem like President's good, right? And they have orders to launch this missile at the Guardian. So maybe that brain, because, you have to remember that the council was the ones who said that it needed a brain. If that brain was actually no good, if it was evil, then the first time that the Guardian did something sideways, that missile was going to launch. Oh man, there's a lot of motherfuckers in there. So to kind of reiterate it, the Guardians will be destroyed, right? This seems to be the missile that's going to do it. So if the Guardian was evil, fuck, man. Which way am I going to push? Left? All right, let's just keep pushing here. Oh, this is really bad. Let me go up here and heal. If the Guardian was bad, they blew it up, so it might not actually be a bad thing that the Guardian was destroyed. But the other thing that you have to remember, though, is that the Guardian seemed to have been destroyed by like scratches and stuff too. But this was a disabling missile. If you read it there, a disabling missile. So maybe it like, you know, got disabled and then the monsters torn it up. There are a lot of allusions to like a third. So they're like, you know, they're like humans and then there are like the monsters, right? But there's a lot of allusions to the fact that there is like a third kind of tier of people, because it doesn't really make sense to me. Like, why would the Guardian be anywhere near where it could be destroyed by the monsters, right? If it was just going to work, like, why wouldn't the machine just kill people? I don't understand why they would have the Guardian like be anywhere near monsters. So, you know, the Guardian presumably worked for the people, unless it didn't, in which case they hit it with this rocket to disable it so that the monsters would destroy it. Unless maybe the monsters are mindless. There's like a lot of weird levels going on here with that. I don't know, and I really don't have answers for it. I made mention earlier that I don't really have the answers to this shit. Let me just light these motherfuckers up real quick. Alright, we got rid of that one. I swung too early there. So I don't know. We have a lot of weird stuff going on with the council. Maybe draw your own conclusions about it, because that's something that I was just kind of thinking about there, and I'm gonna let it sit for a little bit because I don't have an answer. A lot of times I allude to shit like this because, like, you know, maybe I have the answer, but like, and I'll talk about it later on, but I really don't. There's so much of this story that's kind of shrouded in mystery that, like, I really think we're gonna have to get cleared up in a second game. So we've got a bomb here. I'm a little worried about using it. Big explosive barrel. The only thing we have left to pick up is food. So again, it's presuming that we would come from the left side and say that there's a bunker on the right, you know, because that was like a, and again, that one's more like a pillbox style bunker, not like a bunker, I guess. Now I still have this explosive and I am itching to use it on somebody. So first motherfucker that steps out of line, please come. I don't think we can go left here. Wait, can we get let? No, we got stuck on the wall. Also, dog barking. I like the nighttime maps where there's a dog barking. I don't know. It makes it kind of feel more, I don't know, real, I guess. I know that there's crickets and stuff, but that's never really done it for me before. So, all right. So there is, this looks kind of churches. So I'm looking around for any like, you know, big bad guys. I cannot cannot believe I wasted that explosive and that much HP on that little tiny motherfucker. Oh, and a little monster here. I think that this might be the last normal map. I'm not sure though. I don't know. I'm pretty certain that this is the last character that we can pick up, that soldier guy. So, all right, knock one out the air and then corner this guy and beat his ass. We've received data on seismic instability for the upcoming week. Tell the staff to be careful. Try not to send anybody up to the tower. All right, so there's some kind of seismic instability. I don't know. There's so many layers to all this stuff that I'm now even kind of getting confused in myself. Yeah, we'll just hit that guy with a bullet and go down to the next floor. This guy I can melee to death, or he'll counter melee me. There's a wall here we can break into. Oh, nice. We got a guy who seemed to be trying to escape or something. Damn, and he tunneled up and he only ended up in another one of the cells. I need to loot this topmost one, even though I don't think we have any more opportunities to buy and sell stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I'm also not going to tote that toilet around. I already did that with the explosive and it went horribly, so I have learned my lesson, don't get me wrong. A spitter, so I'll just destroy this motherfucker. Headed down here. Looks like I can't interact with the computer, so this seems to be like a prison in part, and then in the other part there's like a missile. I don't know though. Great, our character's like, oh, my legs hurt. Probably from all this walking around, no doubt. Let's try and, yeah, light the explosive guy on fire. The slowing down for reloading was not what I wanted to see there, but hey, what can you do? We're already at half HP with one med kit left, and I'm always the kind of guy that walks around with as many like med kits and stuff as possible, even though you don't really need them. Okay, we're gonna blow up that guy, shoot that guy. I think, let me look at this computer. Okay, are you sure it's necessary to lock the basement? This guy says, why not? What if there's an uprising? We need ammo. And this guy's like, oh, I've got a key. He's like, I know, but you're always on the top. So this is locked, this here. Presumably there would be like bullets down there. I don't remember if that's the case. Surely, I mean, if they've made mention of it, then that is the case. Damn, I'm actually really low on HP and stuff. So we'll get healed up and Reload my gun. Like I said, I think this is the last normal map, so we might as well spend. I mean, we can spend if we want. Yeah, we killed that guy. This is another, like, terminal here. I don't know. He's got, like, a little black mouth or mustache, maybe. I wonder if that's either the guy who, like, is over this place or if that's the machinist guy. Data deleted. So whatever was here is gone now. Okay, this guy's going to be a crawler. I knew that kind of coming into it. Alright, nothing to get there. And, oh shit, somebody in the bathroom. Didn't expect it. We should be getting fairly near to the top. I see we're getting closer and closer to the lights. Ah, nice, and we got our food that we're looking for as well. Pistol, bullets, and handcuffs. Whoa, shit, there's a couple monsters down there. We'll deal with that on the way back. There's a key and a computer over here. Let's see what it says. The old boss has been gone for a long time. He's like, did he retire? He's like, if you ask me, he just went nuts and they got rid of him. He's like, he was crazy. He used to mutter to himself about somebody coming to get him. So, I guess, whoever the old boss was is gone. Oh, shit. I just got fucking annihilated by these guys. Where does that start me at? Surely probably way down, right? Oh, brother. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Alright, I just beat their ass, those monsters. I was thinking, while I was kind of moving around there and stuff, getting back up here. You know, as close as this prison is to that pillbox, surely you would think that they're affiliated, maybe? Or maybe this is like, you know, they're so close because they're, like, trying to arrest those guys or something. I don't know. So, like, do you think they're opposing sides, the pillbox and these guys? Or do you think they're on the same side? Or... Okay, a couple bullets there, more bullets and gunpowder. So, really not that much ammunition, but some. This would be a really cool... I've always thought this about, like, a management game and stuff like that. So you've got like Project Zomboid, right? Which is like a survive as long as you can type deal. Like, you know you're going to eventually die no matter what. I always thought it would be cool if there was like a currently ongoing apocalypse simulator. Like, you know, you're in the middle of it kind of like this, but you're like managing, you know, like certain aspects, like maybe, you know, like trying to evacuate citizens and stuff. Basically, I'm thinking like kind of maybe like World War Z meets this game, kind of. But I don't know. That's something or an aspect for a game I always kind of thought might be cool. Is like damn, I cannot believe how many times I have fucking headshotted those guys. How unlucky is that, huh? And I think we're really close to where we were, so we don't have to. But yeah, I thought that would be a pretty cool, like a management during a type of apocalypse like this. You know, like aliens are invading and like, you know, you're pretty well you're going to lose. Now, there was a game at one point, a Flash game actually, that kind of emulated this a very little bit. Although, once again, it leaned more into the Project Zomboid kind of side of things, where it was just like you couldn't really manage anything. It was just like you know, it like rolled different stuff. Like it rolled like you get a vehicle at the beginning of the apocalypse. Is it a van? Is it an ice cream truck? You know, just like goofy little shit like that. And then it's like you get a companion. Who is it? And then it's like, is it a stoner? Is it like the president? You know, who do you get? And then how much food and stuff, and then like, you know, you try to manage like well, you don't even manage, you just kind of like wait there. I do think there's a level up system to it, like where you can level up your luck or your attack and stuff, but it's really basic stats. Anyway, here's another part of the prison. We break open the wall here, and there is a note here on the wall. N12, we've been ordered to stop the torture. We're walling up the prisoner along with all his junk. That cell won't be used anymore. Report to me in person when it's done. So there's a cell behind here, and there's a skeleton. Dear Adam, you and the blacksmith are the last people I can count on. Tomorrow I'll be dead. The other members of the council have decided to get rid of me. I knew this day would come. All I wanted was to spare a little time for all of us. Finish the Guardian and finish the wall. Now they'll do whatever they want to with the country. Please don't let me down. So this is Vermin White's body. He was apparently the president, you know. There was all that criticism at the beginning of the game, like, where the hell's the president? Why is he staying silent? Is he hiding and all this stuff? Well, there was the president. And I think it kind of gets a little more confusing, the president, because the president is on the council. The president isn't, like, over the council, but I guess you would kind of presume that he is, like, in charge, you know. Well, there he is. He's in charge from a cell that he was, you know, starved and tortured and stuff. Kind of crazy that they tortured him out of all things. I mean, just put a bullet in his head. Don't fucking make it life hell for him. I mean, Is it just because he was a good guy that they, like, you know, treated him like shit or whatever? I don't know. Damn, I'm fucking this all to hell. I'm gonna heal, and then I'm probably gonna run up there, and we're gonna get a different mindset on beating this guy's ass. There we are. That's all I needed. See, we got monsters kind of waiting out on that ledge up ahead. All right, continuing on, we got a clip and then 16 bullets in the reserve. We're full on HP, which is good. What does this say? Are there any prisoners left? No, they're mostly veterans of the first visitation. A lot of them are already over 100. I think we'll free up all the cells soon. 2 years tops. We'd be better off speeding things up. The council doesn't need this prison anymore. So this is absolutely the prison of the council. So at least now it makes me, like, you know, this is for sure, like, they had to have been at odds, that pillbox in this place, because that pillbox was like, you know, working, they want Vermin White. They're like, we only take orders from Vermin White. And then you've got this prison that's obviously for the council. I guess they were jailing any survivors of the first visitation. So I don't know. Kind of fucking weird. And of course they're all old, so they're like, I mean, you imprison them as much as I don't know why they tortured Vermin again, unless he's just a good guy and they're just like, yeah, fuck all good guys. And then they like didn't just torture or kill these second or first visitation survivors. I don't know, very weird. But anyway, we're traveling once again with the historian out of here. I think we've got one more stop to make, and then wait, why do I have the classified guy? What? Damn, these bugs are really fucking annoying. I just tried to like go back and maybe restart it or whatever. I mean, it's not the end of the world that I don't have the historian, but that's really fucking dumb. This game, I've said it before, but like nothing really irritates me the same way that like bugs in video games, like serious ones like this, kind of piss me off. And I guess it's not serious. Like if I had to restart the whole ass game, oh my god. But anyway, I guess we might as well kind of talk about the context at which this guy is here. This is a fucking bummer and a half. So this guy is saying that, you know, his command, like, has an order of some kind, and we're like, oh, you know, your commanders are probably all dead. It doesn't matter. He's like, no, I don't think you understand me. He's like, our division was created for this exact scenario. We do our duty regardless of the situation. I guess we'll at least get context for like the bunker or whatever. So, or that little pillbox that they were. So he's like, how are you doing your duty? Isn't escaping the bunker with me, like not doing that duty? He's like, oh, I'm not escaping. My commanders have perished, and I'm free to leave the defensive bunker and act on my own. This doesn't affect my global mission, which I guess is going to be probably killing some Order of the Advent guys. Well, here's Vermin's division for you. It's a shame. I wanted to find out so many things. There's a town ahead. I'm thinking to stop and check it out. Alright, whatever. I don't know. I kind of got my dick in a twist a little bit over the fucking, over us losing, because, you know, like, obviously I cut between the desks there, but I did not change anything at all. So, and that shit happened whenever I played, before with that cook guy too, because I know I didn't bring the cook with me. I wanted to see what the librarian said during my last playthrough, but anyway, whatever. I'm gonna stop bitching about it, and I'm just gonna get a new mindset about it. Continuing on forward, we got a bunch of bullets. Shit, but that guy became a crawler, huh? Okay, we headshotted that dude. Okay, I'm not getting any shots off on that other guy because I keep shooting his little projectiles instead. You can see train stations there. I don't know what to think of it. Any luck? A little. I figured out how to unload branch A7. You have to send a train on an adjacent route, but there isn't any room for experimental new trains yet. I see. Try to prepare a full report by Tuesday. So I think, I don't know. It's like, I think they're trying to figure out how the trains work, maybe, because I think this is like a very heavily cultist town. So, oh, great. Speaking of cultists, damn, I blew that motherfucker's head off smooth. I guess there's more, yep, more guys down here. I was just thinking, I was like, it surely isn't going to just be that easy. Kind of crazy how many, like, things they have built into the ground here. Like, there's a door, you would presume it goes somewhere, but, like, it's underneath the ground, so maybe not. I don't know, just some shit that you think about while you play, I guess. I think, I remember this being a little difficult, but, in like a little bit long, but there's really not that much exposition here, I don't think. There's a bunker door down there. I wonder if that leads to anywhere later on. Maybe I should have came from the other direction. You thought you was smooth with the spit, didn't you? All right, we got water there. Cleaning schedule. Don and Bill and Don and Bill and Don and Bill. So they work on alternating days, whoever that Don and Bill are cleaning. But I don't think, again, this is probably one of the least story-driven areas in the game. Like, I don't know. I don't want to eat my own words, like, coming up, and then it's like, it turns out the Guardian is a bad guy or something like that. Like, it's literally just written on the wall, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything to, you know, be said or seen around here. Larry, I borrowed your shovels. Richard and I want to dig a well. Okay, cool. So this guy borrowed shovels, and he, I don't know, dug into the wall. We say poor guy, but I don't understand. He just had a spoon and was digging into the wall. All right, we'll probably run into supplies here soon enough. All right, there's another crawler. And nothing up here. Oh, I see the little bunker door by the bed now. I was like, I have no idea where we're going to go from here if this is a fucking dead end. So, again, we only have water. We still need shit. I just tossed the box. Still need food and gas. All right, let's just get out of that area. The only thing, and I'm kind of like now trying to look for a silver lining, the only thing about the military guy picking him up that is like a good plus for us is he's better at healing and he's better at crafting. The only thing, I mean, we do actually kind of have some of those resources hoarded now that I'm thinking about it, just because it costs me so many resources to craft stuff. But all right, so that's where that bunker kind of led back to. We all got kind of looped around there, and we can head to the other side of the city, which I think is back past a path, if I'm not mistaken. I'm debating healing myself. Probably no reason to. I think this is the last little bit we're going to see of any real monsters, like after we complete this area, so might as well get what we can kind of done with it. Am I right? No, I guess there was not another path. There's just this left side. I thought like it was one of the diverging paths. So this kind of almost looks like a tower-ish type thing. Maybe we should go up here and take a look and see what's in it. Oh, nice. We can just blow the head off these zombies. I don't think any survivors here either. The one about your wedding? No, not that one. The one about the underground tremors in your area. Maybe you should move in with us for a while. So, like, they're probably talking about, like, articles, and he's like, did you see something in the article? He's like, oh, the one about your wedding? He's like, no, the one about the tremors near you guys. And he's like, but I guess, I don't know what the point of the tremors are, unless they're related to this canyon we're getting ready to come up on. Something to think about. Definitely something to think about. And like all the cultists, maybe. Whiskey and cigarettes and more stuff to sell. But again, we don't have the opportunity to buy anything else, so all kind of for naught. There is a bar there. They probably got the good eats. Maybe we'll get some wings or something there. All right, a note. Final warning. Continue to perform unsanctioned excavations in a seismically dangerous region could lead to a landslide. So they're telling this guy to stop digging, I guess. Oh, wait, maybe we can bring somebody. Did you drive a car here? And they're like, yeah. He's like, hurry up then. I know a shortcut to the shelter. Get in the car quickly. Hey, slow down. I might just take this guy with me. Fuck that military guy, dude. This guy's a little bit sociality. I haven't gotten the achievement for this guy before, so might as well. I mean, while they're just fucking me on, you know, giving me different random guys. I'm gonna, use my gun a little bit here. We got the bullets to kind of spare. Ooh, we got a lot of money there. Shame that we didn't get that $100,000 at the beginning of the game, like, or didn't get it at the beginning of the game this time, like how we got it at the end of the game. During the main game, you know what I'm saying? Trying to make a dumb joke. It doesn't matter. It's lame. It landed on its face. Oh well. I don't think there's any monsters left around here, so I don't know why they gave us a chair. I think I remember getting the chair at this point. Nope. That's probably the last monster whose ass we'll have to beat. We got rags, cigarettes, got the rest, or the food that we needed from the bar, I'm pretty sure. All the water we needed, and gas too. But yeah, I always thought a game like managing the end of like an apocalypse where you aren't supposed to win, like you can't win. There's no like, oh, you know, here's how you win. You have to kill the big bad monster at the end of it or whatever. You know, I just wanted something like where you kind of live as long as you can, and like there's opportunities to fight back and stuff, but there's no winning. All right, cool. So that's been it for the town. I'm interested to talk to our new unemployed confidant here. Maybe we can find out about the seismic activity and what that's been all about. Okay, let's go ahead and give ourselves a heal, and we say, all right, so maybe this is going to be a tensest conversation. Do we need to turn here to go through the canyon? So this guy's supposed to be the know-all. Did I turn the right way? And he's like, oh yes, this is the fastest way. Where did you get a car like this? Oh, I bought it. How? Before all this started. And we're like, duh, of course. So what about the snow, since you have thought everything through? He's like, your car can drive there. And he's like, oh, are you sure? Because you remember, we're headed for the L Labs bunker. Yes, I worked there as a driver a year ago. Okay, I often took my van to the shelter, helped with supply deliveries, so it shouldn't have problems driving there. Okay, if you say so. I got a feeling that this is going to end up not great, but knowing what we know here and now, or knowing what I know, so, anyway, continuing on from here, and I know you guys probably can't see anything, there's nothing to see, but we kind of like skirt on some ice, it sort of sounds like, and we've wrecked our vehicle, there's shattering glass and stuff. Finished the game with Thomas. Thomas had the shortest story. Definitely not the most interesting story, but Thomas is dead now, so whatever. We are cut and beat up all to hell. Thomas, oh my god, I don't know what to say about that. I didn't know they would introduce a character at this point because, like I figured they wouldn't have time to flesh out his character, and they really didn't, but whatever. So we are injured, cut all to hell, and we are continuing on from that car wreck. You know, we might as well try and find help or bandages or something. There is a guy here who looks like he got thrown out of the area above us. You can see there's like broken glass up there. So we're getting all kinds of wrapped up here. We were hurt, obviously, and we've now got one of the cultist robes on, which again had what I presume to be the moon on it. All right, so continuing on, that's better. Let's see. Did he fall out of the window? You think he just fell? I'm sure he was thrown, right? Like, you don't probably just fall out of a window like that. I don't know. It's weird. There's somebody up ahead, so probably where there's one cultist, there's probably a lot more for us to look at. We got two guys with, like, Tommy guns, and they're like, hey, is this a new guy? I haven't seen him before, so probably. Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's me, the new guy. Did you hear some noise from the canyon? He's like, maybe it's that mud flow where they're having all this seismic activity. Last time Mark almost got trapped. Oh, well, rip. Are you covering for Mark? Oh, maybe there was seismic activity and he fucking fell out of the glass. He's constantly drinking on duty. He got so drunk once he fell down the stairs and broke his leg. Oh, well, maybe he actually, there was our answer, probably got drunk and fell out the window. Lucky for us. So those guys have some really heavy guns, you know, and here are like just normal ass citizens that are kind of trapped in these cages, and they're like, you know, kind of like, hey, help, anybody help, and they're like, be quiet, man, you know, you're gonna annoy them and they'll hurt us. And did you give the key back to Ray? The key? And he's like, the car key, dude, you know, Ernie has it. So this character named Ernie has the car key, which is kind of like our goal. Where can we find Ernie? This guy says, I'm sorry. Well, that does not tell me where I can find Ernie, but I know who I'm looking for now to get a car key, at least. We're kind of going into the belly of the beast here a little bit with all these cultists and stuff, but at least now we can see the canyon that all of the like cultist people have been trying to get to. You know, like there've been a lot of talk about like, I'm gonna visit the old man and then I'm gonna go to the canyon, I'm gonna do this then go to the canyon. So they're like preaching here a little bit. This guy has one red eye, one white eye. They don't forgive us for our mistakes, but this is the only way we can learn the truth. So they have like the religious angle spin on it here. They brought us knowledge, and our goal is to become worthy. I guess, to be able to accept this knowledge. So they're spinning it as like if you're worthy, you'll transform into one of the like hyper intelligent people. But I'm just trying to see who all I can talk to here. I'm pretty sure I can talk to this guy. Listen, I have an order to get new prisoners, but I can't find my car key. And this guy's like, who gave you an order? And we're like, the leader. This dude says, like, that's strange. We already brought in all the prisoners. Oh, yes. I must have been wrong. And this guy's like, what the fuck? Now, it's kind of funny. Obviously that's hella suspicious, but I've like met some people, like, as I've ever like been on the job for jobs and stuff before, that are just that fucking bad. So let's see, we didn't find any more survivors in the south. He's like, okay, come back, we'll seal up the entrance. So this is probably that Order of the Advent bunker that they were talking about. What do you need? So this is like probably their little food place. We can tell because of the sacks of grain. And he's like, the rations were already handed out. Get out of here. But yeah, like, so just somebody who has no clue about their job. They're like, I think I was told to go get more prisoners. And they're like, what the fuck? We already got all the prisoners. Like, okay, well, I didn't know, man. Are you the new guy? We say, oh yeah, just arrived, literally. Great. We have an extra room. You know what's crazy? They say an extra room, right? But these are like bunk beds, like 6 to a room, right? So, I mean, am I going to get my whole ass room to myself? And these guys are just chilling down in the shower. Good job today. It's weird to see, like, I'm so used to the bad guys wearing like cult outfits. It's weird to see them look human like this, like just with their skin, if that makes sense. It makes them more human in my opinion. So we've got a little underground part we can go to here. Oh, nice. These two are talking. Did you get everything? He says. When are we going to get out of here? So maybe these two are trying to, like, ditch this area. This guy's like, hey, come out. I think he's yelling at us. We need to talk. So, I think that these guys are like, we catch them trying to, like, leave. And then they're like, we catch them trying to leave, and then he's like, hey, wait, somebody's listening to us. Go get his ass. What did he say? Oh, this guy might get a promotion. Not bad at all, says this guy. So there's somebody moving through the ranks pretty quickly. I guess that would be kind of the only fun part of a cult, is to kind of level up through it. Kind of sucks that, like, I was thinking about, there's another there. I'm trying to think of like other cults besides just the one that's at the tip of my tongue, but like Scientology, like you can pretty much pay your way to climb up those ranks. So 2 cartons of cigarettes, says this guy, but it was supposed to be just one. So this guy got loaned a carton of cigarettes, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna pay you back, just don't hurt me. And he's like, okay, well, it's gonna be 2 cartons of cigarettes because you didn't pay me back on time. All right, so we get kind of an idea of the nature of the people around here. They're all kind of shady. It's really interesting that let's see how best to put it. Like, I figured pretty much all cultists who came here were like live or die, like with down with the cause and stuff. But it kind of seems like there are some dissidents here that aren't even feeling it, which I suppose is kind of the idea with any cult, really. But here I'm kind of especially surprised. So this guy says, hey, new guy, help me load the garbage. So we'd say, just 1 second, I forgot something over here. He's like, wait, what did you forget? So we don't want to help with bullshit. Obviously, the longer we meander, the longer or the more chance we have of getting caught. Oh, hey, here's a guy. Oh, he isn't saying anything. Okay, so we're going to want to go down here first. It's down is the dead end. There are 2 scientists here, and he's like, are you sure that we need to be here? None of the efforts to create a reborn this way were successful. And then all these, like, civilians are, like, in a cage of some kind, like, kind of hung up over thing. Now, something I thought was interesting was, like, if they pull left, it has a check mark. If they pull right, it's like an X. So what exactly is, like, what's the point of the left check mark, right X? Is that, like, if they get a good batch of them, they'll go left. If they get a bad batch of them, they'll go right? I don't know. Odd. Okay, we'll collect that stuff. I think we're coming up on the very end here. What do you need, says this guy. I didn't call for you, buddy, so get out of here. Hey, you don't gotta tell me twice. Let's go see what these guys say. Did you load the guns, says this dude. Oh yeah, I load the guns. Well then we're ready. They might be going to cause, terror. Waiting on the scientists now. Oh, okay, you know what? Load the guns. So they're probably waiting on the scientists to do whatever they're going to do with these people. Alright, so we've got another scientist here. He's like, what are you doing down here? Why are you not on duty? The initiation will start soon. Oh, yes, sorry, wrong door. So we can go down from there, down to where this computer is, and we can read this message. 14 attempts, 20 people each. Nothing? No. So they went through 280 people kind of testing here on this little capsule. Looks like they use about 20 each in each of their attempts. But they say, is something wrong with the gas, they think? No, it's more likely there's something wrong with the subjects. So if you remember before where they were talking about the coefficients and that those people that were less than 7 or whatever that they would send back, well, that's probably them right there. So that's why they keep getting these scuffed tests. So we're coming up on this room. First thing I want to point out is the council members on the wall in the back, so that's kind of interesting. It also slightly looks like there is like text on the wall behind him, but at least I don't think it says anything. I definitely don't think it, well, if it says something important, but I just don't think it says anything. So this guy says he recruits everybody and he doesn't recognize us, so to take us, we're a spy, but we're going to head to the right here and run away. All these, of course, other members are like, hey, he's over here, he's over here. These guys are just doing some mining, I guess, and we're running away from a bunch of cult members, and these guys are away smoking, and they're like, what are you guys doing? So this guy here, obviously the hunter, is like, hey, what are you waiting for? Come on in, it's safe in here. If you are close enough to those guys, they'll continue chasing you. I just happen to be outside of their radius, so anyway, continuing to run away here. Seems like they're not following me anymore. Yeah, I wonder why. Because the hunter has kind of put us in some kind of like a weird metaphysical place outside of reality, it sort of looks like. Alright, continuing on. Yeah, sorry, the music here mixed with the atmosphere always, it doesn't, like, make my stomach drop or churn or anything, but it's definitely odd. You can see we've got 2 moons up in the sky again. Our character's yelling, hey, is there anybody around here? Anybody alive? I don't know that you can yell anything else, but that's, you know, I don't know that yelling is worth anything. So 2 guys are talking here. This appears to be the guy from Ristol on the left and the guy who is the leader over Metropole on the right. And they're debating, like, Ristol's like, they destroyed my city. What do you think of that? They're going to destroy yours too. And then the Metropole guy, again, the guy on the right's like, hey, you know, you can't resist. That was part of the deal, and your city was fighting back. So, and he's like, that's your style, Armand, giving up without fighting back. So apparently, I think that if you think back to Vermond White, isn't that Armand White, his grandkid? So these two are like butting heads with one another. It's like a clash between old friends, sort of. You know, the Metropole guy is like, just because that's the easiest way for me to kind of remember him, he's like, well, you know, I want you to move forward with us, but if you keep resisting, they're going to have to kill you. Well, there goes the moons on our left. Continuing on further here, I really don't kind of remember what level of exposition there is here. Okay, so this is the blacksmith, actually, and the hunter is there as well, and he's like, you know, trying to convince the blacksmith. He's like, hey, listen, I can promise you that you'll get reborn if you come with me, but if you stay here, who knows what might happen. And the blacksmith is kind of ride or die. He's like it's kind of cool. The blacksmith is like, he don't give a fuck. He'll never turn over to the aliens, but the Ristol guy does kind of seem like he at least came around to it with how we saw his white eyes at the end of the main game. Just looking around here, I'm not even concerned about really looting anything. I thought maybe I could pick that toilet up and throw it. You might also recognize, well, a few things. One, through the outside of the windows here, you can kind of see places in Metropole. So that's why, obviously, I can make the claim that they're from Metropole, these characters. Shit, there was a second thing I was going to say. You might recognize some of the architecture around there, and we'll get to see more of it here coming up. But we've suddenly been thrust into yet another very bright, very calm area. And I kept calling these little pools gunk throughout the game, but I actually had to replay through the DLC because I had like a weird bug. Also, there's a knight there, and they just call them like beautiful pools of water, so I'm wondering if it's not like gunk, it's just a color scheme, but it probably is. So we've got knights and arrows and war flags and I guess presumably like pikes and stuff, so old methods of warfare. And, you know, our character is like, I don't understand anything that's going on, this is too much, what the hell. We can talk to this guy here, and he says he's like, oh, let them know, call the archmages. So there's, the fortress has fallen. I don't know if this is related to anything at all. I wonder if it's just like showing the sheer power that is the that is like being able to transfer through like reality. You know how like these people I've mentioned before can like warp through reality using presumably like some kind of radio waves. I wonder if that's just like showing how powerful that is, that they can go back in time. But you would think if they could go back in time that they would just go back and make the first visitation work or do whatever. Anyway, this is the meeting that those two guys had between oh no, this isn't the meeting between the guy from Ristol with the battery. This is the Metropole guy and the hunter. And apparently the hunter says that he was able to convince the guy from Ristol. So, you helped my father for a great many years, and now you're going to help us finish his job. I don't know why you're so optimistic. You're actually depressingly optimistic about this whole situation. Depressingly optimistic is an interesting pair of words. But maybe, what do they call them? Fools? Maybe that's what he is. Alright, continuing forward. I think we're getting nearish to the very, very end of this DLC. In the end of this game, sort of by extension. But we are, as I said before, just making our way forward. I don't think there's any notes to read in there. And again, I think you might start to recognize, yeah, there's that, like, locker is locked. And then if we go to come up here, yeah, we can't, like, climb the ladder for some reason. So if we go to the right instead, we can see that there's the hunter. And once again, you might sort of kind of recognize the environment that we're in. And this guy's like, hey, you were looking for a shelter, weren't you? I can get you to one. And he's like, so this hunter seems to at least sort of make trades. Like, he's a real, do they call him Faustian bargains? It's like a real deal with the devil is the simple term. He's like, the ticket comes at a high cost. So he's like, I'm going to make you a trade. He's like, I'll get you instant transportation to the bunker. Like, you'll go there, but you have to kill a man. And then, this guy, the character we're playing as, he's like, well, I don't want to kill anybody. I killed to survive. And the hunter's like, well, this is the same thing. That's what I'm offering. You just kill one man and you get to go to the L Labs bunker and survive. And then he closes the door. And he says, you can't come back without my help. I think he's saying from this, like, side reality. So he would be stuck here without the hunter's help. And then, he says, why can't you murder him? So his overseers will not let me. Whoever his, like, over bosses or whatever. Probably these aliens who are in charge. But that doesn't really, like, I don't know why. But, all right, I don't have time to talk. You either agree or I'm leaving. And we're like, I don't know, maybe. Okay, all right, fine. And so the hunter gets ready to go. He says, don't hurry, just pick the right moment to kill him. It won't be easy to catch him off guard. And this guy says, but who is he? Who am I supposed to kill? And the man that will walk through the store, whoever that man is, it's who you're supposed to kill. Then maybe it's looking a little more familiar with the lights out here, pressed up against the wall. We hear gunfire as they're kind of moving in and stuff. And look at who it is. It's the train conductor. And we can see dialogue from him finally. He says, hey, are you okay? And we're like, oh God. I'm taking this train to the L Labs shelter. We still have some open seats. Want to join us? And then, that's where, like, we instantly get teleported to the train. And that's where the game picks up in the main game proper. So we played that guy. So whenever I made mention of earlier that what I presume to be the moon is on our character's shirt, the driver. Then, obviously the train conductor picks him up, and it's very clear that he didn't kill the conductor, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to play through the game, but, so we've got kind of, all of the, I don't know what to say, really, like, all of the story has kind of been told that there is to tell in this game, but there's still a lot of open-ended questions and stuff to figure out that will probably come in a sequel. I'm very interested in what a sequel might even look like. I'm sure whenever they announce it, I'll be there, like, to see, because these guys, this was a pretty popular game for what it was, kind of back in the day. Again, we're coming up on almost 10 years of it being out. Got picked up by the publisher Tiny Build, or maybe was even just already held by the publisher then, because I've been seeing them advertise on, like, Reddit and stuff, because I was trying to learn as much about this game as I could, and they, as far back as 10 years ago, were talking about you know, working on this game. But anyway, that's all kind of superfluous stuff. That's been the final station. In the final station, the only Traitor DLC, both in one Let's Play. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I really don't have any critique. I think the bug was kind of annoying. I had that really annoying bug at the end where I got rid of one of my guys, and I've now had that happen twice. So whatever, it just comes with dying a lot in one area. And yeah, I'm sure that one day there might be a final station 2, and if there is, I will be there ready to play it. And otherwise, I will see you guys all next week. Later.